The sage who saved the world from the Demon King was betrayed by his own people and thrown into the Valley of the Dead. For 10 silent years, his bones remembered nothing but betrayal. But the sage rose again as undead. Now as the new Demon King, he seeks peace once more, even if he must wage war to carve it out of the living. This is what his beloved wanted. Justice, revenge, salvation. He no longer cares about the difference. When hope dies, only wrath rises. Is he the world's doom, or its final salvation? Let's find out. The story begins with a creature sitting in a dark room, holding a ball with a skull inside. It wondered if it would ever see her again when it built the world Claire dreamed of. Long before, the protagonist stood on the edge of an abyss with a girl, their hands cuffed, and he thought that the most important person in his life was next to him. A crowd of evil people stood next to them, wishing them death and loudly saying that these unholy monsters should be cursed. How dare they betray them? They were a disgrace to their country. A man standing nearby loudly demanded silence, then called for the sage, Dwight Garvelt, and the hero, Claire Barton. He said that these were the names of those who defeated the demon lord who wanted to plunge the world into darkness. These two were noble people. They personified the wisdom of all humanity. He agreed with this and thought that she was a hero. She is his comrade in arms, with whom they have completed countless missions shoulder to shoulder. Besides, she is the only one he cherishes. The man said loudly that, however, the souls of the former heroes were rotten. The crowd began throwing stones at them and hit Claire in the forehead, and he said loudly that they both wanted to become the next demon lords, planning to plunge their world into chaos. So they decided to throw them into the Valley of the Dead. The protagonist was outraged by this and loudly said that this was not true. They did not intend to become them. Someone had conspired against them. After all, they defeated the Lord and saved the world. The guards knocked him to the ground, and the man loudly said that he was telling lies and was evil. The crowd supported him. They trusted them. He thought with a displeased expression that if he could remove these shackles, he would not be able to use spells because of this. The king approached them and said with a serious expression that they were the demon lord's minions. He made a mistake by giving them the honor of being heroes. Only death would be retribution for their sins. He called him a demon, and he turned around, loudly called out to Claire and said that they should escape, that the two of them could definitely handle it. She refused, and with a calm expression said that they wanted peace in the world. After all, if they achieved this by sacrificing her, then she would gladly accept it. If he wanted to live, he must escape alone. They were afraid, since they alone managed to kill the demon lord. Even if he escaped, they would not look for him. He looked at her with a sad expression and thought that this was not what he meant. He just wanted to continue being with her. She called his name, and he asked with a worried look what was wrong. She said she was sorry she had dragged him into this and was grateful that he had stayed with her. He started crying, refused, and said that he should apologize to her. At that moment, the king ordered their execution, and the guards pierced them both with their spears. They looked at each other. She smiled before dying, and he remained conscious and became very angry. He heard the crowd next to them begin to cheer, and he turned to them with a very displeased expression on his face. He looked at their gloating faces and wondered if this was what he wanted, if this was the world the hero dreamed of. The king also looked at this with a wide grin, after which the guards shot them several times with bows. The two of them were thrown off the cliff, and he thought that in a split second he saw the true essence of this world. After some time, he wondered how much time had passed already. Unfortunately, he couldn't say for sure. He no longer remembered how many times he screamed, hugging her decomposing body. Everyone here, whoever it was dead. He was the only one in this valley who had taken on the unusual form of undead. A monstrous malice could be felt. He would never become a silent corpse and refused to disappear this way. What went wrong, and why was he here? Why was he holding the decomposed corpse of his first love in his arms? While he was asking himself questions and answering them himself, so as not to lose consciousness for a second, he finally saw the light. Was it she who made a mistake? The world has long since rotted, hasn't it? He lowered his head, called Claire, and said that she had good intentions. However, her methods were completely wrong. He carefully laid her skeleton on the floor and thought that it was impossible that her peace-loving heart would follow the wrong path. Then he would fulfill her last wish. It was his duty as a faithful assistant. He raised his hands above his head and said that exactly what she was right, but at the same time wrong. Giving in to the crowd, that was her mistake. He thought that, however, he would bring peace in a more effective way. He will fix everything dirty that is within him. He will destroy the one who has lost his way. But first, there is something he needs to take care of. In his current state, he can't do anything. He needs power, a lot of power, enough to make the whole world consider him their enemy. He noticed a dark thread of energy that caught his attention and thought that the miasma of the Valley of the Dead had no end. It was dangerous for living beings, but high-ranking undead could absorb it. He took off his hood, raised his hands, and tried to absorb all this energy. He started screaming loudly and thought that along with the miasma, he was also absorbing people's grief, their countless memories and experiences. Not everyone can withstand such a volume of information. He was thrown back several meters by this energy, and he thought how painful it was, if he were still human, his brain would have fried instantly. That's how painful it was. He can't even move a finger. It hurts, but his throat still can't make a sound. He will do anything for the sake of peace and its revenge. He can't just give up and die here. After he came to his senses from the pain, he absorbed all the miasma of the Valley of the Dead. He feels an enormous magical power inside his body. This power surpasses the power of the demon lord they defeated. He immediately understood how to use his new powers. The corpses that filled the valley, he turned them into his army of skeletons. He looked at Claire's skeleton lying on the ground and thought that he had used his power on everyone. Then why is she the only one who hasn't come back to life? He carefully folded her bones in a cloth, then began to climb the skeletons that were reaching for the exit, and he thought that those who killed her would be the first. They will definitely receive their reward. If this era does not accept them, then he will rebel against it. He will create a world without suffering. He climbed outside, where he was immediately noticed by a squad of guards, and they asked, "Are these undead?" MC looked at them and thought that this was the valley where they were executed to the furious cries of the townspeople. With a sharp movement of his hand, he stabbed one of them in the throat, and thought that this battle would be the beginning of a new story. The other guards were very surprised by this, and loudly asked, "Isn't it just a skeleton?" He threw the body of the dead guard at them, and they loudly said that they should shoot already and kill him. The archers fired several shots, but the arrows did no damage to him. They began to become very nervous about this, and the recently defeated guard resurrected and bit one of them on the neck. The guards began to become even more nervous about this, and he looked at this and thought that they were turning into ghouls. This is how miasma works. It's interesting. The guards looked towards the abyss and loudly said that things are bad. The skeletons are advancing. They are climbing here one after another. One of them ordered reinforcements as the skeletons ran towards them. He watched and thought that perhaps the soldiers were stronger and more experienced in combat. However, there were many more skeletons. In an instant, a stream of white bones engulfed the entire battlefield. One of the guards tried to attack Dwight, loudly wished him death, and told this unholy monster that he should return back to hell. However, the guards quickly lost the battle, and he thought that before he realized it, he now had not only skeletons from the Valley of the Dead, but also soldiers who had joined his army, becoming ghouls. One of the last soldiers watched him swing his club and said that perhaps his work here was finished. After killing him, he looked at the crowd of undead that filled the fortress and thought that now, it really was an entire horde. With a sharp movement, he wiped the blood from his weapon and thought that the inhabitants of the capital must be waiting for him. He was the one who would wipe them all off the face of the earth. At the same time in the castle, a messenger entered the room, called for His Majesty, and loudly announced that the guards guarding the Valley of the Dead had stopped responding. A horde of undead was heading towards the capital. He said that they must gather all the holy mages and that they could not allow them to approach the castle. The guards standing on the castle wall looked down and loudly announced that a horde of undead was on the horizon. They were approaching, so they needed to prepare. Surprisingly, they were indeed here. But why were there so many of them? The protagonist looked at this and thought that they found out about them coming here and decided to prepare. Mages and archers sitting on the wall. This is a common strategy used against the undead. Quite good. He saw a hail of arrows flying at him and immediately remembered his death. He used a barrier to protect himself and thought that it was commendable, of course, but they underestimated them. For them, they are an ordinary horde of undead, so they sent only archers. However, now he will show them who he really is. He raised his hand, pointed it at the castle walls, and released a huge fireball. The archers he hit began to scream loudly in pain, and he looked at his hand and thought that now he understood everything. It's good that he is still strong enough and was able to make a hole in the gate. However, compared to the magical power he had in life, he has definitely become stronger. Such an amount of power is something incredible. The townspeople noticed a very powerful explosion of the wall, were very scared because of it, and began to run in the other direction. The townspeople began to run, but the skeletons ran inside and quickly caught up with them. MC also entered the town, saw a crying child left lying on the ground, and wondered, is this what she was trying to protect so fiercely? They were so happy about their execution, but still did not know the truth. Next to him, a man was lying on the ground with children. He threw a stone at him and loudly said that this demon had better not come near them. Because of this, he again remembered how the villagers called him and Claire like that at the time of execution, and thought that it meant that he would become who they considered him to be. After that, he walked further down the street where he met a squad of archers preparing to defend. He looked at them and thought that the tips of these arrows were glowing, which meant they were filled with sacred magical power. This is the best weapon against the undead. However, he will not allow them to hurt her anymore. The archers started shooting at him, hitting him with their arrows, and he started screaming loudly in pain. He felt intense pain and thought that his body was being cleansed and his bones were falling apart. He fell to the ground, and the guards looked on and said that they had succeeded. They had destroyed their leader. However, the miasma moved to the nearest skeleton, and he immediately transferred his consciousness into it. He thought that, as he thought, it would not harm him. His entire horde of undead, each of them contained a part of his magic. Therefore, even if his body was destroyed, he could easily transfer to another. In other words, as long as he had a horde of undead, they would not be able to destroy him. The guards were very surprised by this and asked loudly, "Has he come back to life?" They should not be afraid, they just need to continue the attack. Dwight waved his hand and thought that was probably enough experimenting for today. He began to transform the skeletons, which the archers defeated, who rushed to the attack. He ordered the guards to be eaten, then picked up the bag with Claire's bones again. He looked at it and thought that it seemed they had not harmed her remains. Even his protective magic had become stronger after death. He put on his old, torn clothes and went to the castle, and the frightened guards loudly said that they needed to raise the bridge. They shouldn't let a single one of these monsters through. He looked at them and thought that their fight was meaningless. His very existence was different from the others. Even if they tried to destroy his physical body, he would still be able to turn the tide of the battle in his favor. He and his undead were able to get quite close to the castle, while the soldiers tried to resist this attack to the last. The skeleton army opened the castle door, and together they entered the throne room. He looked around and thought that he had been here many times, so he was familiar with the structure of the room. With the help of magic, he saw the king through many walls and thought that he was in his chambers on the top floor. Even when he attacked the capital, he did not escape. He's probably confident that his soldiers can handle all of this. A real fool. He reached this room, looked at the lock, and thought that there were several layers of magical barrier, and also a curse that would pass on to anyone who dared to touch it without permission. He began to destroy this magical barrier with his own hands, and thought it was very clever. Immediately after that, he delivered a very strong kick and knocked down the door. In the center of the room stood an aged king who called him a cursed undead and asked what he wanted. The protagonist looked at him with a frightening look, said his name, and asked if this name meant anything to him. The king was very surprised by what he heard and said loudly that this couldn't be, it was impossible. 10 years ago, thanks to this, he learned how much time had passed since their death. The remaining skeletons entered the room, and he said that he knew that it was hard to believe. He himself was surprised. A multitude of skeletons grabbed him, threw him to the ground, and he loudly asked what he was doing. Did he even know who he was? He must let him go immediately. He walked up to him, looked down on him, and said that he had returned from the Valley of the Dead to bring order to this rotten world. He couldn't believe his words, and said loudly that countless people had been executed in that valley, and none of them had turned into undead. He showed him his bag and said that he didn't care. Why was he making them out to be traitors? She didn't deserve to die. He began to remember his past and said that she always prayed for this world, and more than anyone hated war. Only she, no one else, deserved to bear the title of a great hero. The king looked at him and said that that was why she had become an eyesore. He was surprised by what he had heard and asked what he had just said. The king said that after the death of the demon lord, the world had changed dramatically. They no longer needed heroes, they had only become a nuisance. People with such immense power were no longer useful to the king and could even become a threat to the kingdom itself. He thought about it for a few seconds and asked in a serious voice, "So he's saying he executed her because it benefited him?" He loudly agreed with a crazy expression on his face and said that he was the king after all. It was their own fault that they should have been good boys and let him use them. He started laughing loudly after all this, and MC realized that he was out of his mind and said that he had heard enough. They must silence him. The skeletons began to kill the king, and he loudly said that he was right after all to execute him. He did it for the good of the kingdom. When the king died, he fell to his knees, but looked to the side and saw Claire's sword hanging on the wall in this room. He began to come closer and thought that this was her sword after all. This was a precious memory. He should take this with him. He felt a strong energy as soon as he took this sword in his hands and thought that it felt like the sword had been his all these years. He didn't even have to swing it, to be sure. Perhaps the miasma had transferred it all to him. The memories and knowledge of all those dead people. Essentially, he had obtained all the techniques of a hero's sword. However, could he use it? He remembered how she had called out his name before she died and said that for always being by her side, she was grateful to him. He thought that he would consider this her parting gift. After that, he went back down to the throne room, while the entire city was overrun by an army of monsters. He walked towards the throne and thought that the capital had fallen. After 10 long years, it was finally over. Now he could move on to the next step. This place would become their base. He sat on the throne, thrust the sword in front of him, and thought that he should notice that this was quite ironic. Who would have thought that the sage who participated in the destruction of the demon lord would turn into the undead and attack people? Who knows how things can turn out in this life, and that's how he created the country of the undead. Sometime later, the man was driving a cart towards the castle, but noticed dark energy above the city and asked what it was. At the same time, Dwight tried to drink the wine, but it spilled through him, and he thought that, as expected, he couldn't drink or eat. He looked from the balcony at the crowd of undead who were mindlessly walking around the courtyard. He thought that at the moment, dense clouds of miasma were spreading across the entire capital, making it an unsuitable environment for living organisms. Just yesterday, the city streets were bustling with life. However, now the city looks like a valley of the dead. This made him think a lot, but he doesn't regret at all that he did it with his own hands. Of course, this is just the beginning, and everything is still ahead. After all the torment he had to go through in the Valley of Death, he realized something. When evil appears in the world, humanity unites against it. Humanity must fight for survival. The evil known as the Demon Lord was just such a threat. Everyone wanted to defeat him so much that they formed alliances with other countries. The balance was upset by none other than them. The idea that destroying such evil would eventually lead to peace was wrong from the start. The only thing that awaited peace was civil war. Brutal and endless battles between countries. Once the evil represented by the Demon Lord was destroyed, these countries suddenly began attacking each other. The word peace ceased to exist in people's minds. True peace will come when this immortal evil rules this world. Therefore, he will become the new Demon Lord. He doesn't plan to reduce the entire world to ashes, but he won't let anyone know his true intentions. He also can't allow anyone to defeat him. Since he wants to instill fear in this world forever, it's a necessary evil that the new Demon Lord will become. If he decides to become the Demon Lord, then he needs an army to back up the title. First, he needs servants. Although he already has many servants, he needs one with magical powers. He released a powerful energy on a group of undead near him and thought that if he merged the dead together, he would eventually get a single powerful undead with its own will. This is one of the abilities he received in the Valley of the Dead. He managed to do this, and in front of him stood a skeleton with large horns who asked, "Did he create it?" The protagonist looked at this and thought that it seemed like he managed to summon the strongest skeleton. It has a huge amount of magical power, as he thought. Without a doubt, it could rival the Demon Lord they once defeated. He agreed that it was he who created it, and thought that it seemed like he couldn't control it. But fortunately, it at least knew how to speak. If they can communicate, then it seems they can come to an agreement. Suddenly, this creature released magic at him, and he thought that he was taking his words back. They would not be able to finish. He's gone berserk. He dodged the first attack, and then used magic to reflect the next attack of this monster. The creature started laughing loudly and said loudly that it was not bad. He was without a doubt the one who created it. He looked at this monster and thought that he had turned the miasma into a pair of wings. Just like that lightning attack, and he is pretty good at controlling the miasma. He might not have stood a chance against it if he had gone at it with his current level of control. He attacked with very strong magical energy and thought that it was not for nothing that he was called a sage, after all. The creature survived, stood in a cloud of smoke after that, and said that it was a magnificent attack. He began to concentrate very strong energy and said loudly that now he should behold its true power. MC began to block its very strong attack and thought that each lightning strike has simply incredible destructive power. His magic can truly be called high level. Such magic can destroy an army of 10,000 in the blink of an eye. The creature laughed loudly and asked how he liked his lightning. Impressive, huh? He created several barriers in front of himself and said that it was quite a show. Such an attack could be blocked even by the most low-level techniques. He thought that the bounty of the Valley of the Dead was truly great. When he was alive, he boasted about having incredible magical power, but he was still human, and a person has a limit to how strong he can become. However, now everything is different. Now he is stronger than ever. He created several large spikes of energy behind his back and said that he should learn some manners first. He attacked the creature, which greatly surprised it, and he loudly asked, "What the hell is that?" Immediately after that, he was pierced by a large spike, but he quickly recovered. Dwight pointed his hand at it and said that he didn't even have to try. He used magic to very quickly cut its wings, and the creature fell to the ground. He tried to get up, and he came closer and asked if he could listen to him already. He didn't want to fight him. The creature created many hands with weapons and let out a very loud scream. He created a sword in his hand, mentally called out to Mistress Claire, and said that he asked to let him use the skills she granted. He began to attack exactly like her, and with a very strong blow with the sword, caused incredible damage to his body. He fell to the ground, and he stood next to him and began to draw energy from his body. He thought that he had absorbed all the magic and miasma that he had. Now he didn't have a single chance to fight back. He lay on the ground and said that he must kill him. He admits defeat. The protagonist looked at him and said that he would not do this. Otherwise, why create him? He asked what he meant. He extended his hand to him and said that he wanted him to become his subordinate. He can completely subjugate it at will, but, if possible, he would prefer to give it freedom of choice. Will he join him? He stood there for a few seconds with his hand outstretched, thinking that the undead had a high opinion of himself, but his fighting skills were simply impeccable. He would be grateful if he began to help him from now on. The creature still took his hand in agreement. After some time, the skeletons began to rebuild the city, and he thought that 3 days had passed. Most of the ruins and corpses were removed from the castle grounds. His subordinates did an incredible job, but there was still something. The creature entered his office, and he loudly told the Demon Lord that his food was ready, so he asks him to follow him to the dining room and eat before the food gets cold. MC looked at him, apologized, and asked if it was obvious that he could not eat and drink. He was very surprised by this and loudly said what an idiot he was. He made the biggest mistake in the history of mankind. Then they should pick out an outfit for him. He sat at the table and wondered how it all turned out like this. Grom became his devoted follower. His rebelliousness disappeared in an instant, as if it had never happened. Now he tries to please him in every possible way. According to him, he was delighted with the goal he was pursuing. He said that he would serve him and swore an oath to be the Demon Lord's right hand. He called him and said that he was going out for some supplies. He was to wait for him here, without question. He called his master loudly and asked what nonsense he was talking about. He was asking to be given such tasks. The Demon Lord should not waste his precious time on such trifles. He will do whatever his lord wants. He noticed a speck of dust on the wall and began to clean up. He looked at it and thought that he was quite quick and resourceful. He was born of miasma and hidden malice. He has absorbed some of the experiences and memories of the dead, which allowed him to develop a completely new personality. Despite his oddities, he considers him his most trusted subordinate. He can confidently say that he will not betray him, will never stab him in the back. Now he needs to think about something. This morning he announced his existence to the entire kingdom. In the message, he also wrote that if they swear allegiance to him, he will not attack their lands. They had better follow him, because he does not want to start a war. He wonders how the kingdom will react to the appearance of a new demon lord. He is also curious about the reaction of the neighboring countries. He is sure that they will send forces to enslave him. They must already be recruiting mages within the state. He needs to prepare an entourage worthy of the demon lord. He needs allies like Grom, who have individuality. In any case, they are still far from their goal. They need to try very hard to make it come true. He knew that Claire would not return. Her remains, even with her current abilities, he was unable to turn her into the undead. Perhaps her soul refuses to return, or is it his conflicting emotions that are hindering him? In any case, he will do everything possible to bring her back to life. Grom came to him, called and said that he received a report. Dwight called him and asked if anyone had already taken the first steps. He said that apparently, the territory closest to them had sent its army. They were hastily heading to King's Landing. He thought that, as he thought, they wanted to retake their precious capital. The king was dead, and the heart of the state was destroyed. The nobles are not going to sit idle. He is just a little worried by the fact that they were able to gather an army in only 3 days. He said that he will head there himself. He will show them that the demon lord has risen again. If he wants to be considered a threat to the entire world, then he will have to make them an example of his cruelty. He will leave him in charge. Grom bowed to him and said that he will protect the demon lord's castle with all his might. He began to leave and thought that it would be better if they surrendered and acknowledged him immediately. However, he called his master and said that he asked him to wait a little. After some time, a huge army of soldiers was walking along the road to the castle, but a portal appeared above them, from which the protagonist emerged in new clothes. Earlier, Grom was holding this robe in his hands and said that he asked to let him dress him up for such an important occasion. They must show these mere mortals what a demon lord is like. At the same time, next to the skeleton of a bird delivering a letter, a girl was flying. She looked at it and said that it was incredible. Even though it was just a skeleton, it could still fly. What an unusual bird. I wonder what this letter says? She took the letter away, began to read it, and said that it meant a new demon lord had appeared. She had been waiting for this so much. At the same time, he looked at the army of people and thought that there were about 20,000 of them. Moreover, they had created a sacred barrier around themselves. It seemed that they were serious about retaking the royal capital. How were they able to gather such a large army in just 3 days? However, he can't just stand by and watch them march into the royal capital. He's not so kind as to let them do that. He will destroy their lust for battle right here and now. After that, they simply won't want to fight. This way, he will end the battle for both sides. This is the best possible outcome. He thought back to how he captured the first fortress and noticed that his hand began to tremble. He clenched his hand into a fist and thought that it was too late. He couldn't turn back. He began to concentrate energy in front of him and said that they would become an example. His hand must be steady so that he could kill them all. Back in the battle, Grom had controlled the miasma without any problems. It was time for him to use the same on them. He created a huge ball of energy and thought that he would see what would happen. The soldiers noticed this huge ball and asked loudly, "What is that? Are they really being attacked by the enemy?" They started shooting bows at this huge ball, but it absorbed all their arrows. He launched this huge ball at the enemy army, and it collided with a magical barrier. The soldiers noticed that the barrier began to crack and loudly said that this was bad. The barrier was disappearing. It was useless. They couldn't stop it. Immediately after that, the ball of energy broke the barrier, and a powerful explosion occurred that threw them in different directions. A huge amount of miasma remained in the area of the explosion, which divided the army into 2 parts, and they began to loudly discuss what happened. The surviving people caught in this cloud began to try to get up, but suddenly, hands of energy appeared and began to attack them. MC thought that he managed to merge magic with miasma. Now, all that was left was for the undead to come to life and begin turning other people into the dead one after another. He was used to seeing this, so it did not evoke any emotions in him. He continued attacking with magical projectiles laced with miasma and was noticed by very frightened soldiers. The undead began to rise and attack people, and the remaining survivors were very scared and began to run back. He watched what was happening from the air and thought that this was enough. Let the others spread the word about how powerful he is. 10 years have passed since the death of the previous demon lord. The whole world must know that a new threat has appeared that can exterminate all of humanity. After that, he teleported to the fortress and thought that when he was alive, his teleportation ability could only move him to places that were within his line of sight. However, in this new body, nothing limits him anymore. Having an army of 20,000 fighters is quite convenient. Moreover, they have incredible strategic value. He does not even feel the depletion of his magical power. It seems that having turned into undead, his possibilities have become limitless. Having ordered them to head to the Valley of the Dead, he did so instinctively. The army of the dead followed his command, and they all began to jump into the abyss. Dwight began to absorb the energy that was escaping from there and thought that as soon as they jumped into the abyss, he felt his power increase. The strength began to overflow him. The Valley of the Dead is the source of his powers. Apparently, there is some connection between this fact and why his very existence is fueled by miasma. He created a barrier over the abyss and thought that from now on he would sacrifice the undead more often. It seems he received these powers from the Valley of the Dead, but there is also a possibility that he exists thanks to it. He dares to assume that they sent a similar army to other territories. However, by now they should have realized that they cannot overcome him with numbers. At the moment, humans cannot win. They will only die in vain. He only wants humanity to realize that this world is in danger in the person of the Demon Lord. This way, he will be able to maintain peace throughout the world. After that, he did not return to the castle immediately, but wanted to stroll through the streets of the royal city. He looked around and thought that it hurt him, but he did not regret choosing this path. The sage is no longer here, and now there is only the immortal demon lord. He reached the castle and was very surprised when he saw how much it had changed. He asked in a shocked voice, "What happened here?" He went inside and thought he already knew what was going on. A crying Grom came up to him and said that he had been watching his heroic deed all this time with the help of a farsightedness spell. He was simply incomparable, and it moved him to tears. He accidentally burned his handkerchief, and the protagonist asked if he could explain why the appearance of the castle had changed so much. He agreed and said that he changed the design of the castle to match the powerful aura of the demon lord. He also worked on the defenses so that uninvited guests would not visit them. What did he think about it? Did he like it? He looked at him as he waited for his answer with a satisfied expression, and thought that he was sure that if he had a tail, he would be wagging it right now. Although he had changed the castle's appearance to his liking, various techniques were also used to strengthen the defenses. Anyone who set foot inside the castle without an invitation would be burned alive on the spot. Just by the way he had accomplished this task in such a short time, one could say that his strength was incredible, and his motivation and determination were overflowing. Although it cannot be said in comparison, this creature inspires incredible fear. He said that he had not considered that the castle would need protection, so he was grateful that he had taken care of it. Grom raised his head and said loudly that he was so glad to hear such a thing from his master. It was worth all the effort he had put into arranging the castle's appearance. He was happy that he was able to be of service to the great demon lord. In response, he said that he was also very happy to have such a good subordinate, but still, in the future, before changing anything, he had better consult with him. He cried out loudly and said that he hoped that such a bothersome servant like him would be useful to him. At that moment, a huge army of monsters was approaching the castle, and they both felt it. He called out to his master, and MC agreed and said that it seemed they had guests. He should go after him. Immediately after that, they teleported together outside the city walls and saw this army. They were looking at them from the sky, and Grom said that it was such a huge army. It was strange that they were able to spot them only at the last moment. He stood nearby and said that it seemed like they used some kind of camouflage to hide their presence. He didn't need to worry. They were just a pile of trash. He looked at it and asked the master if he knew them. He agreed and said that their paths crossed when he was still alive. The monsters stopped in front of the castle walls, and the succubus girl raised her hand above her head. He looked at this and said that this succubus must be their leader. If they know each other, could he tell who they are? He remembered the past and said that she was a subordinate of the late demon lord, one of the 4 heavenly kings. He was very surprised by everything he heard and asked loudly, "What does this even mean?" He said that they would talk about it later. First, they should greet the guests. He jumped down to these monsters and asked what brought her to his domain. The succubus looked at him and asked, "He is the new demon lord, right?" She began to fly around him, and he said that for the moment he was. However, he proclaimed this title himself. She looked at him with a calm expression and asked, "Is that really so?" Grom came very close to her, pointed a sword of energy at her, and loudly asked, how dare she talk like that to his lord? He would cut off her head if she continued to behave like this. In response, she mockingly said that he was saying such terrible things. She, ignoring him, blew up to him and said, "Stop, it's magic." She asked joyfully, "He's the sage Dwight. She guessed right, didn't she?" He was indignant at her words and asked loudly, "Are you looking for a fight?" However, he raised his hand to stop him and ordered him to stop. He wanted to object to this, but he said in a calm tone that he would deal with it himself. He named the succubus Luciana and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. She agreed with this and said that they hadn't seen each other since Claire cut her in half. He looked at her and thought that her black robe and stately figure, her beautiful face and seductive look, she uses all this to distract the attention of her opponents. He knew many people who fell victim to her poison. She called him by name and said that he really had changed. Is he that old already? He said that she must know. He became like this because of the Valley of the Dead. She said with a little surprise that so that's it. She thought so. She pointed to the monster standing nearby and asked if they were a little tired. Maybe he should let them in? They all need to rest. He calmly allowed them to enter, and a worried Grom loudly asked the master, is he absolutely sure about this? He said that there's no need to worry. If they act suspiciously, he will grind them all into dust. He began to emit powerful energy with an ominous look, which shocked all the monsters in front of him. She, with a slightly nervous expression, laughed and said that he really had changed, and now she likes him more. They went into the city, where the monsters became ill, and she asked, however, is there too much miasma in this city? It affects even monsters. They headed to the castle, and the protagonist thought that he did not pay attention to it, since only the undead live here. However, such a level of miasma concentration can be dangerous even for monsters. This will need to be dealt with later. They stopped at the castle. He turned to her and said that only she could enter from now on. The rest should wait outside. They entered the office, where they sat opposite each other, and he said that he asked to be allowed to ask again. What was she doing here? Luciana smirked and said that he was so suspicious. They had known each other for a long time, hadn't they? Grom was indignant, refusing to believe it, and loudly asked, is it possible that his master and someone like her? He didn't have time to finish because he asked him to calm down, after which he called her and said that they did indeed know each other, but nothing more. They had previously been enemies. The demon lord she served had died. 10 years had passed since his death. Now, they had no reason to try to kill each other. She said that these were wise words. However, why didn't he consider the possibility that she had come here to avenge the late demon lord? He said in a frighteningly serious voice that in that case, he would simply turn them into undead. He promised to put their corpses to good use. His frightening aura made her tense a little, then took a breath and said it was just a joke. They just wanted to serve under the new demon lord. He was intrigued by the reason for this, and she said that after the demon lord's death, the remnants of their army were destroyed by humans. Although they tried to fight back, it was all pointless, because their commander-in-chief, the demon lord, was not with them. At the time, she was one of the heavenly kings of the demon lord's army. After their defeat, she decided to lie low with her army. They lived like hermits. It was the only way to hide from humans. They hoped that one day a new demon lord would appear. If he hadn't shown up, she would have become one herself. But it seemed she didn't have to worry about that anymore. He was stronger than the previous lord. Seriously, she never thought their sage would turn out like this. She knew he and the hero were executed, but what really happened? MC said it was an unpleasant story. He explained what happened, and she laughed out loud and said that it turns out that the people who rebelled against their heroes, who killed the demon lord, were destroyed by another lord they themselves created. They really are a bunch of useless idiots. He said they are stupid, of course, but there is salvation for them. She wiped her tears, calmed down a little, and said that he had an interesting way of thinking. She was surprised he hadn't destroyed them all yet. He said that all his efforts were aimed at maintaining peace throughout the world. He had desired this while he was still human, and even now he was not going to betray his ideals. Besides, this was what the hero had dreamed of. She raised her hand in his direction and said that she understood him and the goal he was pursuing. So, what will he do? They also desire peace, so they will lend him their power and technology. In exchange, he will give them the royal city as a reward, and then they will find excellent servants for him. It turns out that their interests coincide, and both sides will benefit from this, right? Grom listened to this silently, then called his master and asked if they could talk alone. They left the office and he loudly asked, did he really trust this succubus? Dwight said that he knew what she was capable of and did not completely trust her either, so they should keep an eye on her. He thought it would be unpleasant if they started destroying humanity as his subordinates. However, her demonic army would be very useful to them. He said that they were simply going to use each other, and that's all, nothing more, nothing less. He was still worried, but agreed, and he put a hand on his shoulder and said that when the time came, he would need his power. These words boosted his morale, and he said loudly that he would devote every drop of his strength to helping his master. He entered the office alone and said that he apologized for keeping her waiting. It seemed they would come to an agreement. He would accept them all, promising safe haven, but in exchange, they would take part in his war against humanity. Luciana, with a joyful expression on her face, said that they had then come to an agreement. They shook hands in agreement, after which she, with a joyful expression on her face, hugged him and said that she asked the demon lord to take care of her. He reacted calmly to this and asked why she was acting like this. She said that she liked strong men. It was the same with the previous demon lord, She became his subordinate because she fell in love with the aura that surrounded him. He understands what she is talking about, right? Grom entered the office, threw her aside, and in a displeased voice called her a damned succubus. He stood in front of him and loudly asked how she dared to disturb his master. He must not let her fool him. This woman was definitely treacherous. She looked at him with a smirk and said that it was quite cute. He seemed a little special, but he was still far from the level of a demon lord. As he knew, she was only interested in the best. They looked at each other with obvious hostility. He loudly insulted her and said that she'd better keep her mouth shut. He would turn her pride and beauty into something ugly. She loudly said that he could try to do that. She would show him special treatment. Immediately after that, they started fighting each other, continuing to loudly insult each other. The protagonist wanted to say something, but he decided not to get involved in their squabble, left the office and thought that he would let them do what they wanted. He would inform her comrades about their agreement. Sometime later, in another city, a soldier loudly said that they must stop them right there. They must not be allowed to break through at any cost. At that moment, he was killed by one of the skeleton army, and they continued to fight against the undead army. He watched the battle and thought that he now had 120 subordinates under his control. They were capturing a city in the north of the kingdom. The monsters that Luciana brought also participated in the battle, and he stood over the battlefield and thought that he allowed her army to enter this battle. He was deliberately destroying the kingdom using his movement magic. So far, so good. His attention was drawn to the fact that Grom was laughing loudly, calling them useless people, and saying that they should bow to the demon lord. He caused a lot of damage to the city with his magic, and MC stood behind him, called out and said that their goal at the moment was not to destroy them, so he should not overdo it. He thought that in their business, an uncontrolled attack could end in the destruction of everyone. Their goal was to make them aware of the threat posed by the demon lord, and at the same time lay a foundation for humanity to cooperate naturally. He turned, called out to his master, and said that if he wanted to subdue them, the number of fighters he had would be more than enough to make them understand the vast difference in strength. He would show them his boundless power. He looked at him silently and thought that it didn't seem like he had lost sight of their goal. The monsters had broken into the city, and a guard in the castle warned the ruler of what was happening. He said loudly, in a displeased voice, that his warriors should hold them back. He saw two skeletal silhouettes in the room, became very scared, and loudly asked them not to approach him. Dwight looked at him and thought that this lord was willing to sacrifice his possessions for safety. From the moment it became clear that the city was doomed. He is not afraid to show what exactly interests him. In the ideal world he strives for, there is no place for such behavior. The ruler loudly called them vile scum, which greatly angered Grom, and he said that he should not think that his death would be painless. He asked him to step aside, went to him himself, and said that he would deal with him himself. He grabbed him by the throat, began to direct miasma into his body, and killed him with his magic. He thought that selfish people as gloomy as this one would be wiped off the face of the earth, as an example to others. He didn't want to see people drag each other down. He looked at the woman, who hugged her children with a very frightened look, and said that if she wanted to avoid the same fate as him, then she should submit to him. By doing so, she could spare their lives. They left, and he thought that after several repeated invasions, the feudal lords quickly submitted to him. Now, the inland territories they conquered near the fallen capital were considered part of the demon lord's domain. This was mainly because he had invaded almost all the cities in the kingdom. Even if only on the surface, they would be allowed to continue their normal lives as before, without their interference. However, submission was necessary. As more and more people came up with a plan to destroy him, people should put aside their differences and unite with a common goal, to overthrow the demon lord. He returned to the capital, where Luciana greeted him at the wall with a cheerful look. She called him and said that he was quite fast. He remembered how their army attacked the city, and thought that their combined forces, consisting of ogres and undead, were absolutely incredible. The undead can break through on their own, and thanks to the others, they manage to siege territories much faster. The presence of an army of monsters that she leads undoubtedly has a great influence. He approached her and said that they were able to solve all the problems better than originally planned. And this is also because they are such excellent subordinates. She was glad to hear this and asked with a satisfied look, "Is that so, isn't it?" She trained them all herself and was glad that they helped. Would he like to have tea later? Of course, they will be alone. Grom approached him and loudly told the master that he should not accept this woman's invitation. He was sure that she had ulterior motives. He turned to her with a displeased look, and she remained calm. However, his words made her think, and she said that I suppose it could be called that. He was very surprised and loudly asked the master, did he hear that? This obscene succubus wants to take him away from him. The protagonist grabbed his head, asked them to be quiet, and said that they could flirt later. They simultaneously began to deny it, after which they began to glare at each other with obvious displeasure. He began to walk away from them and thought that it seemed like the two were getting along to some extent. With the best troops under his command, it was only a matter of time before he controlled the entire kingdom, right? From that moment on, various lands would turn into battlefields. They followed him, and he thought that this was the beginning of a great war. At the moment, there is no active action outside the country. Due to the fact that the damage caused by the undead is limited to the borders of the kingdom, neighboring countries have adopted a wait-and-see attitude. They even seem to like the fact that a new demon lord had appeared, so he decided to go on the offensive. Don't let them think that it wouldn't affect them. After some time, they gathered in the office. Grom looked at the reports and said that they could start a war council regarding the demon lord's future domain. They didn't mind, did they? He agreed and asked him to continue, and Luciana said with a smirk that that monocle didn't suit him. He was very angry about this, but MC called him and said that he should ignore her and read on. She should stop this endless incitement. They both agreed, and he said that most of the kingdom had now been captured by the demon lord. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the conquest of the country was practically complete. He said that it was true that the border regions and the lands of some aristocrats were not yet in their hands. Grom denied this and said that they were cut off from supply routes. Therefore, their capitulation is only a matter of time. Then they will strike at the neighboring countries. He looked at the map and thought that, no matter how you look at it, the area of their dominion is quite small. Perhaps that is why the rulers of the countries do not pay attention to their outrages yet. He said that among the kingdoms, there is one that requires immediate intervention. He pointed his finger at the map and said that it is a small state in particular. It is adjacent to the southwestern part of the kingdom and has been acting suspiciously lately. Dwight said that he had already heard something from Luciana. She said with a joyful expression that according to her information, this small country has gathered an army on the border of the kingdom. It seems that they are preparing to liberate the capital and are striving to expand their own territories. The only thing that worried her was the quality of their equipment. It is very likely that they are receiving military support from outside. This means that there is some state that is secretly pulling the strings. Only it is unknown who exactly had a hand in this. But they cannot ignore these plans. Grom said that for the sake of the future, they must strike first. They are awaiting the master's decision. He thought that people need to understand that the threat of the demon lord looms over the entire world. No matter who manipulates that country, their destruction is the first step to achieving peace. He said in a serious tone that everything was decided. They will burn them to the ground. His subordinates were glad to hear this and loudly said that he expected nothing less from the master. They will begin preparations immediately. He began to leave and said that regarding the plan, they will invade and occupy this place in one attack. Then they will reveal the identities of those helping them. He walked ahead and thought that he should tell the others about their plans. In preparation for the coming battle, the demons conducted mock battles on their own, an incredibly good decision on their part. Since they appeared among their ranks, noticeable changes have occurred in the kingdom. The miasma enveloping the capital has concentrated around the castle. Now the orcs can live here without any problems. In addition, whole hordes of undead await their turn in the castle basement and the city warehouses. Those polluted and infected by the miasma have been cleansed. Now they serve for the good of the capital. He must reciprocate their enthusiasm. While some monsters were training, the rest were busy rebuilding the city and farming. He looked at this and said that the urban development is in full swing. Luciana said that over the past 10 years, they have learned a lot about agriculture and construction. Otherwise, they simply could not survive. Without the harmful effects of the miasma, these lands are perfectly suitable for life. He said that of course, it is still the former capital. Even though he attacked it, he thought that they began to revive the city to improve the quality of life. He noticed a man working, and this attracted his attention, and she asked if she was interested in those people. They were her slaves. They seemed to have settled well in their new place. He looked at this and thought that people and demons get along well. In life, he never even dreamed of such a thing. He desires peace, and even if he has taken on such a bizarre appearance, he is happy. Now they are his people, and he will protect them from enemies who might invade them. This truce was only possible because the territory he controls is very modest. Dreaming of expanding it to the scale of the entire world is very utopian. However, sooner or later it will happen. For peace to come to the whole world, it must be controlled by universal evil. Later, he came to the throne room, called the heroine, and thought that thanks to frequent raids, his strength had increased, and yet he still does not have the power to resurrect her. I want to believe that if he builds the world she strove for, he will be able to see her again. Only he can make this happen. Grom called to him to get his attention. He finished thinking and asked if they had to go already. He agreed with this and asked if he was feeling unwell. The protagonist apologized and said he was simply lost in thought. They went out onto the balcony, from where he saw an army of monsters and said it was an impressive sight. He called him Lord and said that each of them was eagerly awaiting his command. He waved his hand and said loudly that they should be silent. The demon lord would speak and they should listen carefully. He looked at the crowd of monsters in front of him and thought that they loved battles, wanted to thank him for the kindness shown to them, and sought revenge on people for their actions. Each of them had their own purpose for coming, but they all had one thing to do. He said that once upon a time, there lived a sage. Together with the hero, he survived many deadly battles and eventually defeated the demon lord. It doesn't matter how he ended his life. The main thing is that he gleaned one truth from it. This world is wrong, and they are victims of it. Creatures sifted out by the natural flow of time. Is there any way left for people like them to resist this world? The answer is yes. Since this world has rejected them, they must trample it. The time has come to trample it into the ground and imbue their bodies and souls with evil. They will be the makers of history. A new demon lord is coming. Are they ready to become absolute evil? The monsters screamed loudly in agreement, and he said that this was wonderful. They were vassals of the current demon lord. Nothing could hold them back. They must give free rein to their instincts. The monsters continued screaming loudly, and he started to leave and thought that this was wonderful. This was enough to sow panic among the people. Grom followed him and said that it was an incomparable speech. He admired him. MC said that he only raised their spirits. They do not know his true goal. He asked if he was sure that it was worth hiding this from them. He said that he did not think that they could find out about this, but even their allies should not know about it. He thought that after assessing the current situation, he decided to tell about true world peace to a small circle of his close associates. If people found out about this, his authority as the demon lord would be shaken. Then, he would not be able to inflict universal terror and the threat of destruction on humanity. He told the Lord that he had chosen an extremely difficult path. He stood with his back to him and asked if he thought he was stupid. He immediately began to deny it and said that there was no lord in the world kinder than him. Dwight chuckled because of this and said that it was funny. At the same time, a man was sitting in a prison in one of the cities and said that he was tired of being there. Besides, it was unlikely that anything interesting was expected. After some time, Grom called the Lord and said that all preparations were complete. He praised him and said that he would remain in charge. He said that he could rely on him. He would drive away all the enemies who dared to come. Luciana asked with a smirk if he was sure he could handle it. What if they returned and the capital was occupied? He became indignant and loudly asked, what was she talking about? The Overlord himself appointed him to this post. This meant he was the best suited to defend the capital. Maybe he should get rid of her and prove him right. She mocked him and said she was so scared she was about to cry. He turned to them, ordered them both to be quiet, and said they had become completely relaxed. He approached the army of monsters and created a huge magic circle. He looked at them and thought, 1,500 undead and 200 demons, a total of 1,700 combat units. A laughable number, considering they were planning to lay siege to an entire country. However, his presence added significant weight to his army. He entrusted Grom and the rest of his subordinates with the defense of the capital. She said he could rely on her. She would protect their overlord, and he should guard the capital. He agreed and said that it was not even up for discussion. She called the overlord and asked if he would take the honor of giving the first order. The protagonist said that the time had come. He had nothing more to say. They must stay alive and bring glory to them. Immediately after that, he and the army teleported to the city from which the large army of this country was coming. Luciana looked at this and said that they were walking in even ranks. She was amazed that they were able to transfer so many people at once. A tough fight awaited them. He thought that they trusted her succubi to scout the enemy country. Initially, they planned to attack suddenly, but their plan was doomed to failure. He said in a serious voice that if they couldn't even cope with this, they could not claim the title of universal evil. She asked if he was going to offer them surrender. He agreed and said that he would like to do without bloodshed. He created a magic circle in front of his face and said loudly that people should listen to him. They are the army of the demon lord, and they are the ones with whom they will have to cross swords. However, they are ready to offer them. He did not have time to finish because one of them loudly ordered to attack them and said that all units should begin the offensive. The magic division must attack everything at once. They cannot allow the enemy to approach. They fired many magic projectiles, and he asked, will they be able to do without bloodshed at all? She said that it looks like they will not succeed. After all, she said that people are stupid. He agreed with her, after which he also fired several magic projectiles. With this, he repelled the enemy's attack and destroyed the bridge. He said in a serious tone that they rejected their offer. They must unleash their destructive power on them. The commander, who was on the ship, pointed his finger at them and loudly ordered to start shooting. The archers began to attack the skeletons who were going into the river. He chuckled because of this and said loudly that they should watch. The undead were drowning on their own. What kind of stupid creatures were these? They definitely wouldn't be able to reach them. Unexpectedly for him, an army of skeletons began to rise onto the ship from the bottom, and with their combined efforts they capsized the ship, after which they attacked the people who were trying to swim to the shore. At the same time, an army of demons fought with the people who were on the bridge and attacked people trying to get out of the water. Luciana laughed, took a glass of wine, and with a satisfied look said that it was a wonderful picture. He noticed this and asked if she brought wine with her. She turned to him and asked, isn't it more fun to fight like that, don't you think? He looked at the battlefield and said that she should take the matter more seriously. He thought that he would not interfere from now on, He wanted the demons to be confident in their abilities, even when he was not there. Now his army needs a heady, dizzying victory. She continued drinking wine with a calm expression and said that she was usually always serious. Succubi don't get drunk from wine. She was drunk from the beautiful spectacle she was witnessing now. They captured the Canal, and at this rate, it wasn't far to the country's territory. She watched the undead army begin to break through in the city, and said that it was such a pity. It seemed there were no worthy representatives among the humans. MC thought that they probably intended to capture King's Landing. However, their troops were unable to do so. They probably carried out this attack under pressure from someone. They must find out who exactly it was. Some evidence can surely be found in the royal castle. They will deal with those who stuck their noses where they didn't belong. Their forces are too insignificant to subdue the demon lord. Therefore, most likely, they are achieving something else. He said that they should crush these rebels to smithereens. That's the best they can do to prevent any rebellions. Luciana said that it was getting too boring. It may be small, but it's still a country. They should have strong fighters, right? He said that in his lifetime, people capable of resisting an entire army of demons could be counted on one hand. He was about to say something else, but she interrupted him and asked if they couldn't have managed without him. And the hero, is that what he meant? He rode in the carriage and thought that despite the fact that he had seen many battles in the kingdom, he had only met one hero. He said that, as far as he knew, not a single hero had appeared in the last 10 years. She got into the carriage and said that he was probably right. Those were the days. He asked if she meant when she served the previous demon lord. She agreed and said that it had been a lot of fun back then. She called him by his name and said that besides, he was so good. He asked not to call him that, and she asked with a little surprise. He gave up his human name? He looked away and asked, "Is it that important?" Luciana was even more surprised by his words and said that it was very important. He was a person, not some demon lord. He was shocked by her words, which angered her, and she asked, "Does he see himself as a tool and nothing more?" He said that he was not interested in worldly concerns. He was only interested in achieving his goals. She grabbed his head and said that this wouldn't do. Does he swear to value himself as a person? He said that he didn't have time for that now. He needed to concentrate on the battle. She asked, is he saying this after all the achievements of their army? The demon lord has nothing to worry about. So, will he answer her question? He will value himself, right? He thought about it, still agreed and said that he will try. She let him go and said that such an answer would suit her. He should remember this promise. If something is bothering him, he can say it without hesitation. For example, something that he does not dare to tell Grom. She will trust him. Immediately after that, she flew out of the carriage, released a very powerful ball of energy, turned to him, and with a joyful smile, said that he can rely on her. Dwight looked at her and thought she was probably not entirely happy with his answer. But did she really want to cheer him up? He is surrounded by such beautiful vassals. She looked in the distance, called out to the overlord, and said that the enemy army no longer blocked the way. Apparently, they were saving their strength to defend the castle. He thought, well, they were brave, but too naive. He said that he would inform Grom of the interim results and would return soon. He transferred himself into a skeleton located in the castle and thought that after some training, he had learned to move from one body to another without destroying the previous one. For the undead, this method of movement was more convenient and much less expensive than teleportation magic. However, in any case, he turned into a black skeleton. It didn't bother him much, but it still bothered him a little. He walked through the castle, found Grom, who was cleaning, and called him by name. He was very surprised when he noticed him and loudly asked the overlord what he was doing here. He came closer and said that he had come to report on the successes. Everything is going according to plan. They will reach the capital very soon. He said in a satisfied voice that he expected nothing less. The people don't stand a chance against the demon lord's army. He foresaw that everything would turn out this way. The protagonist said that they would probably return tomorrow, and he should continue to guard the capital. He immediately agreed and said that he could trust him. They would raise their glasses when they returned. After that, he returned to his body, looked around, and said that it seemed like the battle was nearing an end. Luciana was flying nearby and called out to the lord. He flew up to her and asked what the situation was. She said that their army had captured most of the capital. However, one problem arose. The prisoners broke out of the dungeon and are killing the dead one by one. It looks like they will need reinforcements. He didn't expect this and said that he, of course, assumed that the battle could drag on, but he thought that the siege of the castle would be the most problematic. It seems the contingent in the dungeon has gathered indomitable. How many are there? She said with a serious expression that just one prisoner stood up to an entire army of demons and defeated them. She dared to assume that his strength was comparable to that of a hero. At that moment, this prisoner pushed back the crowd of skeletons with a powerful wave of energy and loudly declared that they would not have enough undead to defeat him. MC immediately flew to the dungeon and thought that at a moment when the world was in danger, a hero appeared, as if fate itself did not want to put up with the existence of evil. At least, that was how it used to be. Heroes are created to defeat evil. The heavens themselves favor it. Luciana flew next to him and asked if he suspected someone. He said he had someone in mind. She said that if he was so strong then they probably knew him. He agreed and said that the one he was thinking of was thrown into prison before the war with the demon lord escalated. Being too willful and unbridled, he ignored all the rules of order and committed countless crimes. You could say he was almost a daredevil. The prisoner defeated the skeleton army, then looked to the side and noticed the two of them. He called him a black skeleton with a crazy expression and asked if he was the leader of these undead. He was already tired of fighting weaklings, so he offered to fight one-on-one. Dwight was about to refuse, but he jumped up to him with incredible speed and with a swift kick broke his lower jaw. Luciana, looking very worried, called out to the Lord. The prisoner delivered a very strong punch, but he managed to block it with a magical barrier. He jumped back to the ground and with a smile said that he was very frail. He needs to gather his strength so they can have some more fun. In response, he released a very strong aura that took the shape of a skull. He attacked with incredibly strong magic and threw him back, causing him to crash into the wall with a loud sound. She called out to the Overlord in a worried voice and asked if he was okay. He agreed and thought that he had no command of magic at all. He broke through his defenses, relying only on physical strength. The prisoner escaped with only bruises, dusted himself off, and said that he almost turned him into a kebab. He looked at him and thought that, besides, he stopped the fireball with his bare hands. Luciana, with a serious expression on her face, said that his power surpassed that of the heroes. What kind of monster is this anyway? The protagonist said that, as far as he knew, he was so strong that they wanted to send him to subdue the demon lord, Henry Bracken, an invincible fighter, the closest in strength to a demon lord's slayer. She was surprised by this, and he asked, "Does she agree with this?" She agreed with a serious expression, and he said that she should run from here. She immediately flew away, and he jumped back and released several magical waves at his opponent. He dodged this attack, and he looked at him and thought that he was good at dodging even invisible attacks. His fighting style is very simple. Take the enemy's blow, showing incredible endurance, and then drive the enemy into a corner with his monstrous strength. He reacts intuitively. MC tried to attack him with his hand, but he dodged, and he thought that he can dodge even surprise attacks. Henry threw him up with a wave of his hand, and he looked at him and thought that ordinary magic wouldn't help here. He immediately released several large magical projectiles filled with miasma. He began to dodge these attacks, and he looked at it and thought that he did not have any unique abilities. Besides, he did not have magic and yet was incredibly strong. This man did not have a hint of weakness. He began to fill the space around him with miasma. He felt it and said that he did not like this atmosphere. It was like some kind of mustiness. He looked at him and thought that a mere mortal would have turned into a ghoul long ago. Perhaps his vitality prevented the decomposition of the body. A man who is not affected by miasma, right? He called him by name and asked if he wanted to make a bet. He was surprised by what he heard and asked what he said. Dwight said that the winner of the duel would receive a reward. If he wins, he will join his army. Otherwise, he will fulfill any of his wishes within his capabilities. He thought that he had the character of a typical bandit, so it seemed to him that it would be possible to negotiate with him. Besides, he had heard that despite his hot-headedness, he could sometimes be surprisingly decent. He had served 10 years in prison on principle, even though he could have escaped at any moment. Henry thought it all over and said with a joyful expression that the reward for his victory would be his army of demons. Now he was free, but he wasn't sure what he would do with his life. However, challenging the whole world and starting a war sounded fun. He looked at him and thought that he had certainly known that he was antisocial, but he hadn't realized that he was that antisocial. He said that demon lords didn't throw around such statements on a stupid whim. He didn't seem suited for this post. He asked with a smile, "So, is he serious?" He agreed and thought that no one but him could take this position. He began to radiate powerful energy and asked, "So, does he agree to the bet or not?" He was waiting for his answer. He thought about it for a moment, then smiled and asked if he could refuse such a tempting offer. They must determine the winner as soon as possible. He ran forward very quickly, and the protagonist created several skeletons, which he immediately sent in his direction. Henry, without stopping, continued running forward and destroying all the undead in his path. He didn't have time to reach him, because he began releasing a very powerful stream of air from his hands, which forced him to stop. He thought that the shockwave covered quite a large area. He would not be able to dodge such an attack. He struggled to resist the wind flow, dug his toes into the floor, and said that he had a very unpleasant reception. He began to slowly walk forward, resisting the wind flow. He looked at his face and thought that he had an incredible desire to win and the oppressive look of a warrior. It must be admitted that his strength is beyond imagination. In his past life, he would not have thought of defeating him. He began to put even more power into his spell, but his fingers began to crumble because of it. Thanks to this, he was able to knock Henry off his feet and threw him into another part of the building. He felt incredible pressure and asked with a little concern, "Is this real now?" MC further increased the magical flow, causing his arms to begin to crumble, and said that unfortunately the harsh truth is that losing limbs is nothing to the undead. With this spell, he destroyed the wall behind his opponent and thought that he could continue fighting, not to mention that he would not feel pain. Immediately after that, he concentrated an incredibly powerful energy energy in front of himself and directed it towards his opponent. He released a very strong beam of energy that destroyed everything in its path, and thought that he would overwhelm him with countless attacks so that he would not have time to come to his senses. Then, his impressive physical abilities and excellent combat intuition would be useless. Now, he could do it. He followed the path left by his attack, saw Henry, and thought that he had survived even after a direct hit. He looked at him with a small smile and wiped the blood from his face. He released several snakes created by magic, and he kicked them and said that a little more and he would have hit. Unexpectedly for him, the snakes turned into chains, and he asked in a surprised voice, "Is he kidding me or something?" Dwight shackled his body, threw him to the ground, and said that this was a layering of spells. He should not escape from this. He looked at him with a surprised expression and asked, "What kind of nonsense is this? This is not funny anymore." He stood in front of him and asked, "Does he agree that he has won?" The spell dissipated. He agreed, began to get to his feet, and said that he surrendered and admitted that he was no match for him. He called him by name and said that from now on he was his servant. Does he have any objections? He called him general and said that he had no objections. He hoped that they would work together. They began to leave together, and he thought that perhaps at one time he also tried to defeat the previous demon lord, just like he and Claire. When the world is in danger, a hero appears, as if fate itself does not want to put up with the existence of evil. This happened at any time and in any era. After some time, he came to the castle where Lucina met him with a joyful smile, called the Lord, and said that as far as she could see, he was safe and sound. He agreed and asked if he could really die here. He looked at the people who were under some kind of spell and asked, "Who are these?" She pointed at them with her hand and said that they are the leaders of this country. She enchanted them to the core. Now they are puppets who will never go against her word. He looked at this and thought, this is the peculiarity of succubi, right? In this state, she can easily extract the necessary information from them and find out who prompted them to oppose him. She saw Henry, who had shaved and cut his hair, and asked, did he persuade him to their side? It seemed like a sensible decision. He raised his hand and said that he hoped that they would work together. She agreed, and the protagonist covered her mouth, called him by name, and asked where the thing he wanted to return was. He thought about it and said that it was probably in the treasury on the top floor of the castle. They took it before throwing him behind bars. They went up to the treasury. She was incredibly happy to see gold and expensive things and said that it was simply lovely. By looking at it, she would not have said that this country was so rich. She put on the crown, called the Lord, and asked what he thought. Did it suit her? He said that they did not come here for these decorations. Henry found what he was looking for, called the general, and said that he found it. This bow is made of bone and a dragon's whisker. There is no other weapon like it in the world. Now does he understand why he wanted to return it? He remembered the past and thought that he used to be an archer. Despite his skills in hand-to-hand combat, his main specialization was long-range attacks. He began to look around and said that since it comes to that, you can shoot, you just need to find a couple of them. MC looked at him and thought, he wants to find arrows, right? He found the arrows. After which, they destroyed the castle wall, and with a calm expression on his face, began to aim. He fired his arrow, aiming at a building located very far away. His arrow flew a huge distance with incredible speed and destroyed the building. He said in a slightly disappointed voice that it was a pity. It seemed he had already forgotten how to shoot. Dwight stood next to him and thought that he was quite good. Arrows do not carry serious destructive consequences. Such is the peculiarity of the bow. Such an explosion is the result of discouraging skill. He turned to him and asked for an arrow. Henry did so, and asked if he only needed an arrow. He agreed, began to fill it with his energy, and said that one arrow would be enough. Immediately after that, he threw the arrow with great force. It hit a huge mountain located near the city, and a very strong explosion occurred that destroyed it. He was shocked by what happened and said that it was simply incredible. Lucina agreed, and said that their lord was such a person and was capable of much more. He thought with a smirk that he just wanted to fool around a little. People from the neighboring town noticed this explosion, which really scared the residents, and they loudly asked, "Is the demon lord attacking the village?" The soldiers loudly said that the residents needed to evacuate. Where should they evacuate? Is there any safe place? Maybe they should surrender? He should stop talking nonsense. Either way, they are finished. The church minister stood in front of the cross and hoped that someone would save them. At the same time, a guy named Reed Evans ran to his sister named Nina, called her, and loudly said that it seemed like they were attacked by the demon lord. It was dangerous to stay here. They needed to hurry. He didn't have time to finish because she asked with a worried expression, however, what would happen to him. He said that he was a soldier and had to protect everyone. He was worried about her, because what if the demon lord himself attacked them? She interrupted him again and said that he would die. Although he was nervous, he said that everything would be fine. She said that he was too weak. He was indignant about this and said that maybe that was true. But if they held out, sooner or later a hero would appear who would defeat the demon lord, just like 10 years ago. Until then, he would protect her with all his might. She smiled and said that she believed in him. The corporal loudly called his name and said that he should immediately return to his position. After some time, they returned to the capital, and Henry, with a surprised expression on his face, said that as he could see, they turned this place into a real demon city. The protagonist walked next to him and asked if he had been to the capital before. He looked around and said that when he first joined the mercenaries. However, he definitely liked what he saw now. Luciana flew up to him and asked, "What kind of reaction was this? This land was destroyed by demons. Isn't he filled with indignation?" He asked calmly. "In this world people kill each other. Had she forgotten about that? He sees no point in being angry at the atrocities of demons. It's not even a matter of race. Killers kill, and their victims die, that's all." She said that was a very reasonable idea. He looked away with a happy expression and said that he was very reasonable. Otherwise, would he have defected to the immortal demon lord? She said with a small smile that she had nothing to say in response. MC looked at them from the side and thought that it seemed like she accepted Henry in her own way. It's just wonderful that they are able to understand and accept each other. He would like to create a relaxed atmosphere in his army where everyone would feel comfortable. After that, they came to the castle. He looked at it in surprise and asked, "Is this his castle? It has an impressive appearance. Does that mean he likes it?" They went inside, and he said he didn't like it. The castle was created by the one he left in charge. At that moment, Grom came running up to them, joyfully calling his master and saying that he had been waiting for his return. He had captured that country in such a short time, and his servant was amazed at his skills. He was about to say something else, but noticed Henry and loudly asked, "Who is this? What does this mean? And why is there a man with him?" Dwight asked him to calm down and said that he would tell him now. After that, he told him what had happened, and he said with a friendly look that he hoped they would work together. He was still hostile and said loudly that he shouldn't think too highly of himself and that he forbade them to talk to him so familiarly. He calmly stood in front of him and said that this was a very drastic change. Lucina flew nearby and said that he shouldn't pay attention to it. He was always like this. He laughed about it and said that he understood everything. It seemed that the general was having a pretty hard time. Grom loudly asked who he called general. It couldn't be that he meant his master. He looked at them from the side and thought that it seemed like Henry was reveling in his reaction. Although he behaved like a child, he was quite smart. He would never make scandals that he had to get involved in. In this regard, he could rely on him more than on anyone else. He was about to take his bow and said that he proposed a shooting duel. The winner could call himself the best vassal. What did he think about that? Grom agreed and said that he would make him regret ever getting involved with him. For now, he could brag as much as he wanted. She looked at them and said that they were behaving like children. And for some reason, she felt ashamed that they were swearing. She looked at the protagonist and asked what was wrong with him. He watched them leave and said that everything was fine. After some time, Henry trained demons in bow shooting and praised them for their success. He watched this from the balcony and thought that 50 days had passed since he joined the army. Now he was training demons and teaching them to fight. He presented himself as a skilled instructor. The foundations he laid contributed to the strengthening of his army's fighting power. He was also excellent at preventing discord within the country. No one could compare to his destructive power. Enemy soldiers died tragically at his hands. All the demons began to look at him with respect. It is quite possible that they revered him more than him. He joined their ranks and gave confidence to his vassals. He is almost immortal, but not omnipotent. If he becomes arrogant, he can die. To prevent this from happening, he must strengthen his army even more. This is how he can lay the foundation for peace in the world. At the same time, Reed's city was attacked by monsters, and he was shocked by what was happening. He heard Nina's loud scream and immediately ran to her aid. She was surrounded by monsters on all sides, and she called out to him with tears in her eyes. He was very worried about this and killed monsters, trying to get to her. He did not have time to save her and approached when she had already become a monster. At the same time, Lucina called out to the overlord and said that she had bad news. The lands of a destroyed small country were seized by their neighbors. Among them, there was a state that occupied their mining areas and profited from them. MC said that they had settled in too well. If he had known that everything would turn out like this, he would not have done anything. She said that they were only counting on their army to wipe this state off the face of the earth so that they could seize their territories and resources. He became angry about this and asked, "Do they think they are idiots? They have already collected information about the country that was pulling all the strings." He thought that since they ruled the territories they destroyed, they would attack them first. Are they arrogant because humanity already defeated the Demon Lord 10 years ago? Or are they hinting that they have developed something that can resist him? At that moment, Grom ran to him, loudly called out to the Lord, and said that they had a problem. At the same time, Reed killed his sister, who was beginning to transform into a monster, and asked why everything had turned out this way. She extended her hand to him. A ring fell from her finger, and he began to remember the happy moments he spent with her. Immediately afterward, a surge of incredibly powerful energy occurred, destroying all the monsters around him. At the same time, he knelt and told the overlord that a hero had appeared. Deep in the kingdom, devastated by the demon lord's attack, a soldier suddenly awakened. Even the endless stream of undead couldn't break him. The undead he crushed were proof that he was worthy of the title of hero. He begged for forgiveness, but his subjects, Dwight, sat before him and told him that he needn't worry. It couldn't be otherwise, because their rival was a hero. He again apologized and asked if he wasn't scared. He asked, because in the past he was a sage who fought side by side with the heroine. Isn't that what he wants to say? He hardly looks like Claire, so there's nothing to be afraid of. Another hero has simply appeared who must lead the forces of good to victory. Grom was still worried and asked, will good win? He said that having protected this world once, he became the new demon lord, and now a hero of a new era has risen up against him. It seems the universe wants to consign him to oblivion with all its might. He called the Lord and was about to say something, but he immediately said that of course, he is not going to sit idly by. He stood up from the throne and said that he has a goal and he will make it a reality in spite of everything. He thought that if he ignores what is happening, the hero will become stronger and he will not be able to cope with him. He said in a serious tone that he will personally deal with the new hero and is placing his support on him, so he must not fail. Grom immediately agreed and said loudly that he would try to be as helpful as possible. He said that he must convey this news to the other vassals. He agreed and immediately left to carry out this task. He approached the remains of Claire and said that he would have to clash with the new hero. It seemed that he was gradually becoming a true demon lord. What was she thinking? Looking at the current him, he thought that, so to speak, heroes are creatures beloved by fate itself. They grow, overcome difficulties, and perform miracles as if it were something self-evident. He saw all this with his own eyes. He took her sword and said that he hoped that she would allow him to borrow it from her. After that, he climbed to the roof of the castle and asked if everything was ready. Luciana flew up to him, agreed and said that they could set out at any moment. He looked at her and thought that she was very gifted. He remembers how he often got into dead ends because of her tricks during the reign of the previous demon lord. She called the lord and asked how he was feeling now. He stood next to her and asked why she was asking that. She said that because she was curious, she wanted to know what was in the demon lord's soul. He held a sword in his hand and said that everything was fine. I guess it could be called calm. Perhaps after death, his soul became more callous. She flew up to him and said that indeed, it seemed like he had become calmer, as if he had shed his mundane shell, and not only that. She looked at him with a shocked expression because he laughed and said it was funny. She grabbed his head and asked with a serious expression, was he smiling? He asked if she thought it was possible with such a face. She laughed out loud, agreed with this, and asked if it was possible to smile with only bones. If so, then he really is holding up well. She was only worrying for nothing. MC looked at her and thought that it seemed like she, like Grom, was worried about having to fight the hero. It seemed to him that she just wanted to kill time. He said that it seemed like he had burdened her too much. Luciana said that he didn't need to worry. It was better for him to talk to her than to that fussy skeleton. He spent hours where no one would see him rehearsing how to talk to him. Hearing this, he thought that it seemed like he had thought about it more than he realized. She said that compared to him, the archer wasn't worried at all. He only talked about wanting to taste the best meat in the capital. He said that this was very similar to him. He wondered, Henry thinks there is nothing to worry about? That means he can most likely be trusted. Either way, he's calm. Thanks to her concern, it's like a weight has been lifted off his shoulders. His resolve only strengthened. Now nothing could shake it. He said that, as the demon lord, all that remained was to fulfill his mission. She looked at him and asked if he could feel free to ask for help in difficult times. Okay? He agreed and said that he would do so. She began to fly away, waved at him, and said that she was glad to hear it. Dwight watched her fly up to the other succubi and thought that he couldn't even believe that he had once been enemies with her. It was time to begin. So that the lives of his subjects would not be wasted, he would leave all the living monsters in the capital. Only 2,000 undead and members of the command staff would accompany him to subdue the hero. Henry stood in the crowd of monsters, looked at him, and raised a bottle of alcohol over his head with a small smile. The demons ran towards him with joyful looks, and he drew his sword from its sheath and thought that enough words, it was time to move on to action. Night would soon come, the time of immortal creatures. This is what was needed for a surprise attack. He stood with the army in front of the fortress walls and thought that according to the intelligence report, a hero had appeared among them. He called out to Henry, and Henry understood him without words and said that he could rely on him. They would wake up in an instant from his shot. He fired an arrow from his bow, and it destroyed one of the walls. The protagonist looked at this and thought that if they continued to attack them from a distance, they would start running out of the fortress. They would vigilantly wait for this opportunity. He called Grom and said that now it was his turn. He loudly agreed and said that he listened and obeyed. He launched a huge amount of miasma towards the fortress, and the soldiers inside couldn't breathe because of it. He looked at it and said that it was simply wonderful. He said loudly that he was happy, that he appreciated his efforts. Luciana called the overlord and asked if they should continue attacking them. He agreed and said that they would act according to the plan. At that moment, a bright pillar of energy burst out of the destroyed fortress. He saw Reed's silhouette and asked, "Has he arrived?" He raised his sword over his head with a serious expression and directed his energy into it. He swung his sword and released a very strong wave of energy. MC created a barrier that stopped this attack and protected his comrades. He called Grom and said that he would distract the hero, and they should focus on taking the fortress. They could call him in the most extreme cases. They agreed, after which he teleported behind him and asked, "He's a hero, right? He has one thing for him." Reed was very angry when he saw him, swung his sword and was about to attack him. He immediately used his magic to grab him and said that if they fight here, everything here will be broken, so he suggests changing the location. The knight saw him and loudly said that he was the demon lord. They began to insult him and were about to attack him. He began to create projectiles from miasma and said that they should not interfere with him. The hero loudly asked him to stop, but he did not listen to him and turned these people into ghouls. He was very angry about this, swung his sword and loudly asked, "How dare he?" Dwight used magic to throw him to the side with great force. He was not confused by this, swung his sword and again released a very strong wave of energy. He created a barrier to protect himself, but all the monsters he had just created were caught in this attack. He looked at it and thought that this was a destructive force that eradicated evil. From his direct blow, their souls were shattered, and he is afraid that they will never be able to recover. It is obvious that this hero was chosen to destroy him, the demon lord. He can safely trust his comrades to capture the fortress. In other words, the rest is all up to him. He will try to go against his destiny. He flew towards him and created several projectiles of energy, which they launched at him. Reed, with a serious expression on his face, began to reflect these attacks. He created several more of these projectiles, but he was again able to destroy this with his sword. He swung his sword and released a wave of energy, but missed him. He looked at him and asked why he was doing this. The protagonist put away his magic projectiles and thought that he was not trying to buy time by talking. It is understandable that he just wants to know the reason why he arranged all this. He said that it was because he was the demon lord. This answer made him very angry, and he said loudly that because of him so many people died and he lost his family. His sister became a ghoul and he killed her with his own hands. He said it was understandable. His actions had caused countless suffering. His army of the dead continued to attack defenseless people. He personally killed someone with his magic. He knows perfectly well what a sin he took on his soul. He laughed and said that he had no qualms of conscience. A true demon lord. He got into a fighting stance, said his name, and said that he would destroy him, following his destiny. He drew his sword and thought that he had the same look as he once had. Reed quickly ran towards him and screamed loudly before attacking. In response, he released his energy and was about to attack him with it. He jumped, swung his sword and loudly said how he infuriated him. He swung his sword and destroyed the energy he wanted to attack with. They crossed swords, but he created projectiles of miasma behind his opponent. He turned around sharply, destroyed those projectiles, and he looked at it and thought that his reaction speed was increasing. They continued to fight, and he thought that it seemed like this guy was improving his abilities as the fight went on. A just Punisher, with the help of his wonderful and incomprehensible power, overcoming all adversity and defeating evil. This is a real hero. He was exactly the same. He struck back with a sword, but Reed managed to react to this and very quickly jumped back a few meters from him. He had a wound on his face, and MC asked, "Is he scared? Isn't he? There is nothing to be ashamed of. Everyone knows this feeling." He extended his hand with the sword in front of him and thought that his swordsmanship skills had developed during the training and their fight. He was convinced of this when he crossed blades with him. He said that there was a difference in strength between them that he would not be able to overcome. He asked him to shut up and said that he would never forgive him. These 10 years, they were finally able to live peacefully. He started crying and asked why Nina had to die. He charged and said loudly that the world would find peace again if he destroyed him. He looked at him, took a fighting stance, and thought that he was saying everything correctly. He was bringing injustice. There was nothing right about killing people. Not to mention that the invasion of puppet corpses itself could not be forgiven. However, he still wanted to change this somehow, even if he had to resort to an insane plan. Even if he imagined himself as the universal evil in the person of the demon lord, he wanted people to reckon with him. It was impossible to achieve peace by relying on ideals alone. He knocked him to the ground with a strong blow and said that he should give up because he could not defeat him. Reed began to get up and said that it was too early. He would defeat him and save this world. He began to concentrate strong energy in his sword, swung it and released a wave of energy. In response, Dwight raised a wall of miasma and reflected this energy. He ran very quickly behind him, loudly called out to the demon lord, and said that this was his end. He turned to him and thought that if he did nothing, the holy blade would destroy the current demon lord. Then, people would enter a vicious cycle. In a world without a demon lord, they would begin to consider the hero a threat, and he would end his days either killed by someone or used as a weapon of mass destruction. In any case, much blood would be shed at the hands of his own people. However, such a future was not destined to come. He managed to attack Reed faster and threw him back again. He came closer, created countless swords from dark energy, and thought that the current demon lord could not die. The tale of good triumphing over evil was already outdated. He said, in a very frightening tone, that he was the demon lord and would show him what true despair was. The forces of good always triumph over evil. This has always been considered an unshakable truth. After some time, they continued to fight. He was very injured, but still stood and called out to the demon lord, The protagonist looked at him and asked, "He's quite resilient. Have you gotten up again?" He became very angry, ran towards him, and screamed loudly before attacking. He couldn't reach him and began to fall because he launched an energy sword at his leg. He still swung his sword and was about to attack him. He struck faster, threw him back a few meters, and said that he didn't even have to try. Immediately after that, he pierced his body with multiple energy swords, and Reed screamed loudly in pain. He stood in front of him and said that this was the end. The battle was over. He lay on the ground and said that this was not the end. If he died now, there would be peace in the world. He interrupted him and said that this was complete nonsense. Claire Barton and Dwight Garvalt, had he ever heard those names? He struggled to stay conscious and said that about 10 years ago they killed the former Demon King and saved the world. However, afterward, they tried to take his power and were executed. They are fallen heroes. However, why is he asking this? He said he asked it to destroy the ideals he believes in. Killing the Demon King is the perfect way to bring peace to the world. However, it didn't work. He looked at him with a blank expression and asked what he meant. He said that their attempt had failed. He thought that he still remembered that pain in his eye and chest, although now he no longer had it. He called out to this hero and said that this world was extremely cruel and filled with despair. So much so that this world didn't care about his ideals at all. Even having managed to defeat its undead on this battlefield, he had already experienced enough of the bitterness of despair, right? He understood the meaning of his words. Very soon, life would leave him. However, he would inherit his desire to bring peace to this land, even if that was not his main goal. Reed was losing consciousness and thought that he didn't understand what he was talking about at all. He understood why he received this power, and he would not abuse it like the past heroes. He needed this power for the sake of the world, for the sake of all people. He lowered his head, and MC thought that he had finally died. He came closer, extended his hand to him, but suddenly he abruptly grabbed his hand. He swung his sword with a very serious expression on his face and said loudly that he would never give up. He calmly looked at it and said that it was amazing. He got ahead of him again, slashed with the sword, and threw it aside. He began to fall, and remembered Nina saying that she was worried that if this was really the Demon Lord, he would have to fight him. He thought that her brother had become a hero, and tried his best so that she would not laugh at how weak he was. He apologizes for not keeping his promise. After that, he was still able to reach his robe with the sword, but it immediately broke and he died. He began to fall, but Dwight caught his body. At the same time, at the destroyed fortress, Henry, covered in blood, approached and asked how things were going. Grom turned to him and said that the archers had already cleaned everything up. He noticed his appearance and asked why he was covered in blood. He calmly said that it was someone else's blood. They didn't leave even a scratch on him. He said that the Overlord was somehow late. He was about to say something, but he calmly asked if he thought the hero had killed him. He became indignant about this and loudly said that it was impossible under any circumstances. He said that then they had nothing to worry about. At that moment, he came to them and they immediately noticed him. Grom, looking worried, asked if there were any wounds on his precious body. He came closer and said that there were no serious injuries. He was fine. He said that the most important thing to him was that he was safe. Henry said that he also wanted to measure his strength with the hero. Was he strong? Earlier, he had laid Reed's body on the field, agreed with his words, and said that he was even very strong. He was a powerful man, worthy of bearing the title of hero. He said with a small smile that he envied him. At that moment, Luciana flew to him, hugged him, and loudly called him her master. She said that he was so cool. He defeated the hero, a feat worthy of a demon lord. He looked at her and asked if she was so happy about this. She agreed and said that after all, the previous demon lord couldn't cope with the hero. He lost to them. He agreed with this, and she said that they captured the fortress down to the last brick. What should she do next? He said that the army had fulfilled its task. They could return back. Let them move out as soon as possible. He began to leave, and she began to argue with Grom again. The protagonist left and thought that Reed was doing everything possible to bear the burden of responsibility of a hero and bring justice. This boy truly wanted peace. The world certainly wanted the hero to win, to overcome the fate of destruction. He called Claire and said that he had killed the hero, being the Demon King. His actions are completely contrary to the flow of time. However, he will continue to follow the path they have chosen. For the sake of world peace, he is ready to sink to any bottom. At the same time, an elf girl in the forest was crying, called out to the Overlord, and said that she was praying to him. People were killing her people, and she said that if he despised people, then she was asking him to stop these atrocities. After some time, several demons attacked MC, but he easily repelled all their attacks and threw them aside. He said that they should calm their hearts. Their bloodlust is clear. However, they acted in a coordinated manner. If they rely on an army of the undead, then one of them will be killed. They are his support. He hopes that they will train even harder individually. That's all. He thought that the hero had died. The entire kingdom had finally turned into the Demon Lord's territory and disappeared from the face of the earth. This news spread throughout the world in an instant and, apparently, caused heated debates in all countries. Some of them will surely form alliances to oppose the Demon Lord. So be it. He plans to deal a devastating blow to those countries that will pit others against each other and pursue only profit. He received documents from Luciana and asked, as he thought, "Is this the same state?" She agreed and said that the spy was able to find precise evidence. He identified the main culprit, who provided military support to a small country and unleashed a war with the Demon Lord's army. The Empire is a strong power that has grown as a result of absorbing neighboring states. In terms of strength, it was in the same position in the war as the current Demon Lord's lands. Their ability is arrogance and discrimination. They are known for being in great discord with other countries. He said that they would attack them as soon as they finished all the preparations. Grom ran towards them, called out loudly to the Overlord and asked, "Is he here?" He turned to him and asked, "What's the matter?" He said that a certain group of people was crossing the territory of his lands. Dwight thought about it, then they could be spies from other countries. He asked, "How many were there?" He said that there were about 30 people. He thought that it was a lot for individuals and too few for an army. If they were spies, they would have come in smaller numbers. Then what could it be? He looked at him and asked, "Has he identified who it is?" He agreed with this, after which he teleported to this group of people who infiltrated his territory. They were very surprised by what happened, and he looked at them and thought that, apparently, it was a group of elves living in the forest of world trees. The elves immediately began to aim their bows at him, and he asked them to stop and said that he was not going to fight them. He thought that demi-humans who enjoyed the favor of spirits, elves, creatures, with the exception of some eccentrics, who conflict with people. It was in vain that he appeared in front of them so suddenly. He asked who would speak on their behalf. He wanted to negotiate. The girl stepped forward, lowered the hand of one of their warriors, and said that she was the deputy elder representing this group. Her name was Olivia, a pitch-black skeleton. Is he an immortal demon lord? The other elves were very worried when they heard this. The protagonist asked if they visited his lands because they had some business with him. They could tell him about it. She agreed and said that an army of humans had invaded the forest of world trees and put it in danger. She begged him, could he help them? 10 days ago, an army of humans had come to their forest and asked him to hand over the world trees. They had refused. For the elves, the forest's riches were sacred. They couldn't just give them away. However, a few days later, the human army unceremoniously began to cut down the forest without their knowledge. They immediately began to repel their attack, but were unable to put up a worthy fight. They found themselves in a dire situation. He asked, is that why they came to beg the current Demon Lord for help? She agreed and said that they had heard rumors that the Demon Lord especially despised humans. They thought that if this was true, then he should help them, the half-human elves. He thought that indeed, he had only attacked humans so far. So, such rumors began to spread? He asked which country had attacked them. She said it was the Empire. She had seen the design on their flag, so there could be no doubt. He thought that discrimination against demi-humans had always been widespread in this country, but to this extent. What was their goal? Although he had an idea. The trees of the World Tree Forest harbor the power of spirits. This power is the weak point of his undead. In other words, it is a countermeasure against him. At the same time, the man who attacked the elves asked what happened to this beautiful forest. Most of the trees were felled, and the elves were turned into slaves. It was such a tragedy, but they had no other choice. Only in this way will other countries be forced to agree with them. Great justice requires enormous sacrifices. However, they need not worry. These sacrifices will not be in vain. They will definitely destroy the Demon Lord. MC thought that if they needed resources so badly, they could formally apply to join the Alliance. They only thought about their own country, but they didn't care about anything and invaded the forest. How much longer were they going to trample on his ideals? Olivia, along with the other elves, knelt before him and said that they were well aware of the absurdity of relying on him. However, she was asking him to save the elves. She was very worried that he said that she was rejecting their request. Until now, he had only destroyed humans purely due to circumstances. He had no desire to patronize the demi-humans. She was very worried about what was happening, and he thought that in his past life he would have certainly extended a helping hand. But now he could not. If the Demon Lord was seen as siding with the demi-humans, it could provoke a war between humans and demi-humans. He mustn't let this happen. If he starts supporting one side or the other, the entire image he's worked so hard to build will be ruined. He can't become a Demon Lord who saves lives, because he intends to rule to the last, taking it from others. She began to cry out of despair, but he said that they only had one way left that would prevent the Empire from trampling them. She asked loudly and hopefully, what is that way? They were ready to do anything, just so their kind would survive. He said it was enslavement. They had to accept his power over themselves, and then he would repel the Empire's attack. He had no intention of helping them from the start. He was going to fight the Empire because he had to take revenge on them. She asked, however, what would happen to them, the elves? He said that he didn't care if the Empire planned to exterminate the elves. His proposal was just a joke. He thought that if he turned the elves into his slaves and saved them, it would look like he helped them not because they were half-human, but because they were his subordinates. She asked, would their people really be saved if they surrendered themselves to him as slaves? He said they could rest assured that he would put an end to the Imperial army. He would also try to turn tens of thousands of soldiers into mountains of the dead. However, it was better to think about how the world would perceive this news. Olivia asked what he meant. Dwight said that when they surrendered to the Demon Lord forever, they would be called a people of scoundrels. They would be branded traitors who had taken the path of evil to save their precious lives. It would be unlikely to be possible to wash away this shame. Would the proud elves be able to withstand such humiliation? She thought about this very carefully, because this was a very important decision for all elves. After receiving the answer, he teleported back to the castle. Grom saw him, greeted him, and asked if he could tell why that group had come. He said that they had become his property, and that he would now take on the destruction of the Imperial army. He must form troops and call Henry. He loudly praised him and told the Overlord that he understood him and would do everything immediately. He left, and Olivia apologized to get his attention and said that she would like to return to the forest and report what had happened. The protagonist agreed and said that he would go with her. He thought that the forest of world trees, these lands reject immortals. The entire forest is permeated with the sacred energy emitted by the trees. He teleported to this forest with her, and he thought, okay, he feels a slight pain. Until that moment, he had not noticed that he had one weakness left that cannot be gotten rid of. Will he be able to remain the Demon Lord before him? He remembered the past when Claire asked, did he say the Forest of World Trees? He agreed and said that this forest is filled with the power of spirits. If they had borrowed their power, they could. He didn't have time to finish because she said that was unacceptable. There are lands in this world that they should never touch, and the Forest of World Trees is one of them. He thought that another devastating operation of the Luciana army. If this continues, they will not be able to protect the people. It's a dead end. The entire operation needs to be rebuilt. An elf approached him and said that he thought nothing terrible would happen if they used the power of the forest. Besides, there's nothing wrong with mobilizing the elves. Let them feel how hard it is for them. He turned to him and said that his sense of humor is really bad. He said with a smile that this is not a joke. They really got to him. He said with a slightly confused look that he is as always. Besides, the heroine is against it. The elf asked, can he go against the woman he loves? He denied it and said that she usually sees the essence of the problem. Since he decided that he would fight side by side with her, he would not seek compromises for the sake of bringing back peace. He approached him, put his hand on his shoulder, and said that he did not have anything against this trait of his, but he took on too much. He should at least occasionally rely on friends. MC turned to him, called Logan, and said that of course he would do so and was grateful for it. Currently, they met each other again and he thought that it was him. It was unlikely that his eyes deceived him. In life, he was one of his few friends. He got tired of his home village, so he moved to the city. Then why is he here? He looked at him and Olivia and asked, what does all this mean? The elves, who were on the tree branches, immediately began to aim at him. He immediately noticed this and thought, did they detect them with a reconnaissance spell? She immediately stood in front of him and loudly said that they should stop. If he does this, then they will. He thought that they, too, must have been given orders by someone capable of ignoring the words of the elder. He asked with a serious expression, is he the king of the undead? Dwight agreed and said that he would explain what was going on. He thought that revealing his identity was not beneficial for him for now, and for now he was simply the Demon King. After that, he listened to him and said that it was clear. He got the gist. He ordered them to lower their bows and said that he forgot to introduce himself. His name is Logan Lynn Fleetearth. He is the leader of the elves of the World Tree Forest. He thought, did it mean that he had become the headman after all? He had an incredibly strong character, so he did not doubt him. He asked if he understood the Demon King's words correctly. He would repel the Empire's attack in exchange for enslaving members of their clan. Did he understand everything correctly? She agreed, and he said that the deputy headman made this decision on behalf of all the elves. Does he have any objections? He asked what if there are objections? The protagonist said in a serious tone that he would then kill them one by one until they come to a unanimous decision. Hearing this, the elves were very worried, waiting for his decision, and the atmosphere was very tense. Logan said that he agreed. They would become his slaves. Later, he would tell this news to everyone else. It's embarrassing to admit, but they can't stand up to the Imperial army alone. Rather than be wiped off the face of the earth, it's better to let them exist under his rule. He asked if he would go back on his word. Would he? He agreed and said that he couldn't lay a finger on his people. If any of them rebelled, he would deal with them personally. He called the leader of the elves and said that he would believe his words. He created dark energy that directed itself towards all the elves nearby. He noticed a symbol that appeared on his palm and asked loudly what he had done. He said that it was a slave brand. From now on, the elves were officially his property. The brand has a deterrent effect against actions directed against him. The mere thought of it causes terrible pain and can even cause death in severe agony. Moreover, the mark is hereditary. It is tantamount to a curse that cannot be removed. The brand will not cause harm if you behave within reason. Logan grabbed his head and said that he understood everything. He looked at them and thought that he didn't care if the elves hated him. He said that they should show him where they lived. He would put up some barriers. He agreed, called Olivia, and said that she should show him. She agreed and called him brother. MC followed her and thought, so they are related? He never heard that he had a sister. They walked some distance. He began to look around with the help of magic and thought that several tens of thousands of people had gathered outside the forest. It must be the Empire's army. He saw a soldier approach the general and said that he asked to be allowed to report. It would take another half a day to deliver additional equipment. He said okay, then he should tell the others that they can rest for now. How much longer will these elves continue to resist them? He started laughing and said that it was still just a matter of time. He heard this and thought that apparently they were in no hurry to attack. However, they had a decent army. It was a miracle that the elves had not yet died out under their onslaught and steadfastly withstood the attack. He started saying something about her brother, which worried her greatly. She turned around and asked what was the matter. He wondered if those were his words just now. Had he spoken it out loud unconsciously? However, he was not going to talk to her. He asked if her brother was a good headman. Olivia agreed and said that her brother, being the leader of the elves, was constantly worried about them. She respected him with all her heart. She looked at him with an incomprehensible expression on her face, and he said that he understood her. They walked on, and Dwight wondered if she noticed how his heart trembled. How pathetic he really is. In the face of his old friend, an inexplicable tremor overcomes him. He thought he had long since overcome this stage, but severing ties with his past life was not so easy. After that, she stopped and said that this was their elven village. He looked around and thought that all the villagers were hiding. It seemed they hid because they sensed his approach. He looked to the side and asked, "Is this a spell that distorts perception?" He thought that that was where the thing the elves wanted to protect most of all was located, something that was more important to them than their own lives. He said that the world tree was there. She was very worried about this, was about to say something, but he immediately said that she didn't have to worry. He wasn't going to touch it. He understood the structure of their village. Now he would begin setting up protective barriers. She bowed and said loudly that she was counting on him. He created a huge barrier and said that now the Imperial army would not be able to easily break into their territory. They would be safe in the village. Logan walked towards them, and she bowed again and thanked him. They looked away, and he said with a serious expression that they should follow him. They both went, and he thought that, as before, he was giving orders to everyone. He is a man of few words, and because of this trait, misunderstandings often arose between them. They entered the office, sat opposite each other, and he asked how he liked their village. The protagonist looked at him and thought that he never did anything without reason, so he definitely called him for a conversation with some purpose. He must be extremely careful with his words and actions. He said that this village is incredibly beautiful and full of harmony and tranquility. The situation was getting tense, after which he took a deep breath, called him by name, and asked if he seriously thought he could outsmart him. He was very shocked by this, and thought that he felt his non-existent heart squeeze and he could not utter a word. He called his name again and asked what happened to him. He thought that he felt like if he recognized him, his whole personality would fall apart. He nervously asked what he was even talking about. He didn't let him finish and said that he should stop pretending to be an idiot. Or was he going to continue talking nonsense to him? He was very nervous about this conversation, and he took a deep breath and said that he was not so old as to forget his friend. These words shocked him, and he asked if he could still call him a friend. He said in a calm voice that he didn't remember them breaking their bonds. MC thought that he was also kind to him, despite the fact that he had changed so much. He said that he was the Demon King after all. Logan asked with a thoughtful look, was he brought back to life by necromancy? He denied it and asked, since they were talking about it, he knows that he and the hero were executed, right? He clenched his hand into a fist out of anger, agreed, and said that he was so angry that he wanted to plan the king's assassination himself. He thought he was glad he didn't do it. He wouldn't want his friend to be convicted of murder because of him. He told him about what happened after his execution. He listened to it and said that it was clear he was a demon lord now. However, he couldn't believe that he had managed to absorb all the miasma. He said that in order to achieve the world she dreamed of, he cast aside his humanity and embraced the darkness. He killed countless people. Does he despise him? He said that he chose this path himself, and he dared not judge him. Even if his appearance had changed, he would always be himself. He continues to search for the right path to make this world a better place. He is still the same one he knew. However, he will not allow him to harm his clan and will kill him even if it costs him his life. Dwight said that's how it is. He is worthy of the title of clan head. Logan said that he worked hard to achieve this position. However, this is nothing compared to what happened to him. He doesn't have to worry. He won't tell anyone about his true identity. He was about to leave, but he called his name and asked, will he stop him? He asked if he wanted this. He knows who he really is. Moreover, he agreed to become his subordinate. He understands what this means, right? He walked up to him, put his hand on his shoulder and said that he will do what he must. He must also continue to follow his path. He understood him, stood up and said in a serious voice that he would bring an army of demons here. He must warn the elves about this so they don't panic. He agreed and was about to leave the office, but the protagonist called his name again. He turned around and asked, "Isn't he finished yet?" He thanked him for it, and Henry saw him from the past and said with a smile that he shouldn't say such a thing, because he was the demon lord. He teleported to his castle and thought that he no longer had any doubts. He threw away everything that was holding him back. Everything he strived for didn't come out of nowhere. He would continue to move forward as the new demon lord. He teleported away with his army, and Henry asked in surprise, "Is this the Forest of World Trees?" It's not as mystical as he thought. It's time to fight. There are those in the Imperial army with whom he would like to measure his strength. His blood boiled with impatience. Earlier, Grom called the master and said that according to the spy's report, there is a man in the Imperial army whose strength is comparable to that of a hero. They say he is good at handling lightning. The protagonist, with a thoughtful look, said that he had never heard of such a person in the Empire. He said that, however, nothing is impossible for their army. He will show them the true power of the Demon King. Henry ran up to him and said that he cannot leave this just like that. He wants to kill this man. He was indignant because of this and loudly said that the archers should stand aside. He is one of the commanders of the Demon Lord's army. He was indignant and said that in that case, let the first one to find him kill him. Currently, he said that this forest is so pleasant. He called the general and asked what their number is. He said that they have 200 demons, 800 skeletons, and himself as an elite fighter. He asked, "The enemy army numbers several thousand, right? Aren't their troops too few?" He said that if he took more, the miasma would begin to spread throughout the area, polluting the surroundings. He doesn't want the World Tree Forest to suffer because of this. He walked alongside and said, "That's how it is." His brother stayed to guard their domain. He said that even he alone would be enough to grind the Imperial army into dust. However, they will do otherwise, so that everyone knows about the power of the demon army. He told the general that this is an excellent plan. It will be good training for them. He agreed and said that the Empire will be a stepping stone to their goal. Logan approached them. He turned around and asked why he came. He said with a serious expression that he wants him to let him participate in the battle. It will decide the fate of his people. So he wants to fight as the head of his clan. He gave him permission, and he bowed to him. Henry laughed, called him chief, and said that he is worthy of respect. He hopes that they will fight shoulder to shoulder, like true allies. He is counting on him. After that, they shook hands. He looked at MC with a puzzled expression, and he turned away. He let go of his hand, called the general, and asked, "So, what will they do first?" He told them his plan, and after that, the shocked people from the Imperial army loudly asked, "What undead? What is even going on here? This is the sacred forest." Their general loudly said that it was impossible for undead to exist in such a place. Could this really be an army of demons? He thought that these undead were strengthened by magic. They are several dozen times stronger than ordinary ones. Therefore, they can be in the sacred forest without any harm. No one expected to meet undead here, but the Imperial army dealt with it pretty quickly. The time had come. Henry looked at the enemy army's camp and asked, "Are they attacking from two sides?" After that, he ordered everyone to start attacking together. Dwight watched what was happening and thought it was excellent. They had learned a lot from him. However, the enemy army numbered tens of thousands of soldiers, and their losses were insignificant. After this attack, the enemy soldiers began coughing and loudly asked, "What's going on here?" Henry said that this poison quickly loses its potency after spreading, but has a very powerful effect. Shooting at enemies weakened by the poison becomes even easier. He killed several soldiers with one shot, and the protagonist praised him for this. He laughed and, with a joyful expression, said that he did not deserve such praise. The enemy general fought against the skeletons and loudly asked, how can they consider themselves soldiers of the Imperial army if they can't kill some undead? One of them called him General Eldvan and said that they were being shot at from the rear. They were surrounded. He was surprised by this and loudly said that half of the soldiers should go to the rear and repel enemy attacks. They shouldn't be arrogant. They are the Imperial army. They started shooting back. MC saw this and thought it was amazing. They were able to transmit information despite the heavy fire. It seems they are quite experienced warriors. However, many arrows fired by the Imperial army were stopped by the barrier. A huge lion with wings came next to them. He looked at it and thought that it was a phantom beast created with the help of spiritual magic. Henry asked in surprise, was this all his doing? Logan, with a serious expression, said that they should deal with them quickly. He won't last long. He looked at him and thought that his specialty was support spells. It must be very difficult for him to summon battle creatures. Summoning such a creature requires a lot of effort. Usually several elves are needed for a successful spell. He is truly worthy of being the head of his clan. With this, he wants to show that he can also fight for his clan. He stood nearby, smiled slightly and asked the general, is it time to rush into battle? He agreed and said that he allowed him to kill their entire army. He could do whatever he wanted. Henry, with a joyful look, laughed loudly and said that this was the best order. All units must go to battle. He ran to the enemy army faster than anyone, and with his blows pushed back crowds of enemies to the sides. The demons also went on the attack. The ogre tried to attack their general, but Eldvan broke his huge shield with one blow. He loudly asked the demons with a displeased expression, did they really want to take this forest for their own too? Excellent. Then he will personally destroy the demon lord. Everyone will know his name and praise his feat. These demons must attack. He, the general of the Imperial army. This immediately caught his attention. He turned around and asked, "Is he the strongest here?" He began to state his name and status, but did not have time to finish because Henry killed him with one powerful kick. Immediately after that, he asked, "Is that all?" What a disappointment. At the same time, a man was walking down a dark corridor, channeling lightning into his axe, and said he felt like a terrifying battle had begun, which was excellent. At the same time, Logan looked at him from the side with a small smile and said that his new friend was so noisy. Dwight agreed and said that he could be relied on, however. When the battle was over, Henry sat on the battlefield and said that it was a glorious victory and that today was worth celebrating. He approached him, used magic to create water to wash the blood off him, and said that they would return to the elves as soon as they led the army to the city, and he would go with him. He created a wind to dry him, and Dwight agreed and asked, "But why?" He said that if they went together, the elves would be less afraid. After that, the three of them came to the elves. He looked around and thought that there were about 600 people. All the villagers had gathered there. Logan said that they defeated the Imperial army and all thanks to the Demon King. The elves began to whisper about this, and he said that only with his help were they able to defend their right to life. Therefore, they should thank him for this. The elves were very unhappy with this and asked loudly, "Does he want to continue serving him? This is no different from enslavement by the Empire. Does he mean that from now on they will be slaves of some undead?" He agreed with a serious tone and said that in order to surpass the power of the Empire, they must find an even stronger ally. They may call him crazy, but he, the head of the clan, decided to do exactly this and does not regret anything. If they have any objections, they can leave him. He will not hold them. However, those who decide to stay in the village will accept the stigma of slavery. They must make their choice here and now. The elves began to discuss this and make a decision, and the protagonist thought that they could not do anything. He can understand how they feel. The elves began to leave. He noticed that Logan clasped his hands tightly behind his back due to anxiety and thought that he was sure that this could have been decided differently. However, he did not hesitate to give his people the opportunity to choose their own fate. It was he who was having the hardest time now. He could call this act self-sacrifice. He tarnished his honor for the rest of his life, even more. He was fully aware of what he was doing. However, he had to do this to decide the fate of his people, even if he would be branded a madman. He looks as majestic as he, the demon lord, should look. After some time, when the elves dispersed, he thought that the number of remaining elves was barely a tenth of what it had been. Logan asked, "Are they sure they will not regret their decision?" "So be it. From now on, they will be slaves of the Demon King." MC began to use his magic and said that he accepted their oath of allegiance. He left a mark on all the elves and said that they had no business here anymore. He ordered them to move to the Demon Lord's territory. He was very surprised by this and loudly asked what this all meant. Even though they had accepted the stigma of slavery, they would never leave this forest. He thought that they had lost their independence to protect this place, and yet they were ordered to leave the forest and move to other lands. He knew how the elves felt, but he shouldn't worry. He wouldn't let his efforts go to waste. He said that from now on, the elves and the forest of world trees belonged to him, so he would take everything with him. After that, he and Luciana teleported to the city he had attacked earlier. He said that he hadn't been here for a long time. She agreed and said that she immediately remembered how they fought here with Henry. She looked down and asked, "Are those Imperial soldiers?" He looked at it and thought he was speechless. It seemed like they had occupied this city and were lording it over it as if it were their territory. Had they decided to take all these abandoned lands for themselves? Do they really want to get rich that badly? He doesn't understand them, and he can hardly do it. She called him and said that from here, people seem so small, like ants. She really wants to crush them. He doesn't think so? He said that he doesn't despise people so much that he mindlessly kills them. He will not start a battle without a reason. She sighed and said that he was serious as always. If this continues, there will be a hole in his stomach. He opened his robe slightly and said that as she can see, he has nothing to fear. She laughed at this and asked, by the way, she heard about his plans, but is he sure it is possible? He said that he tried something similar on a smaller scale, so he is confident in his abilities. She called it incredible, and Dwight began to use magic and thought that he would not have believed it either if he had heard about it when he was alive. He would never have been able to do something like that if he didn't have such reserves of magic. He said that she should be careful with the shockwave. She agreed and created a magical barrier around herself. He created a large magic circle from which fireballs began to fly out, which he directed at the city, and said that this should be enough. He noticed that his fingers were starting to crumble, and thought that he knew it. His body can't withstand such power. He should learn to control his power so as not to harm himself later. She chuckled because of this and asked, after this, will he say that he does not despise people? He said that he will not hold back if he has to do something. She looked at him and said that he is so reasonable. She wished she could learn that from him. He said that now he will concentrate on the spell, so he asks not to talk to him. She agreed. he began to create many magic circles and thought that he was going to use forbidden magic of space manipulation. The destruction of the capital is just preparation for this spell. He feels terrible exhaustion, a consequence of using a huge amount of magic. He needs to concentrate and activate it. He succeeded. The elves began to feel the effect of his magic. They were very surprised, and Logan wondered, what is it? He had never felt such magical power. What is he doing there? He moved most of the elven forest with a huge tree in the center to this place. He found it very beautiful and wondered, is this Yggdrasil? It seems to have come out since he destroyed the containing spell. Luciana, with a shocked expression on her face, said that she cannot believe he did this. He thought he used displacement magic. More specifically, he exchanged the destroyed kingdom with the Forest of World Trees. This territory became his property, but the forest was located quite far from his domain. The Empire will always raid as long as he remains there, so he thought it would be wise to move it closer to his domain. Logan said that the magical flow had stopped. Are they okay? The protagonist saw it from afar and thought that it seemed like the elves had not received any injuries. Everything had gone fine. He said that he would go talk to the head of the elves. Does she want to go with him? She agreed with a happy expression on her face and said that he was his friend after all, so she wanted to meet him. They met, started talking, and he thought that in this way the Forest of World Trees had become his property. After some time, he was sitting in his castle and asked how things were going on the battlefield. Luciana said that everything was going well at the moment. They were pushing back the Empire. He thought that his army had invaded the Empire's lands and started capturing their territories. He doesn't participate in such battles. The army is commanded by his vassals. Usually they only do what they argue with each other, but in battle they act together. He asked how useful were the people joining the army from the captured lands. She said they were quite useful. However, was he sure they should be included? Don't they have enough strength to win? He said that if they left the people in those lands, the possibility of a rebellion could not be ruled out. They would divide them. Some of the population would serve in their army, so they would think less about it. She agreed and asked, so the elves joined them for a reason too? At the same time, a man was about to attack a demon, but was unable to do so because an arrow hit his throat. He turned around and saw the elf who saved him from this attack from behind. Henry saw this, praised the elf, and said that it was no wonder they were called the people of archers. MC thought that, frankly, he would like the elves to live without worrying about anything. Right now, their life in the Forest of World Trees is not in danger. However, he cannot be too friendly with them, otherwise he will lose authority. That is why some elves serve in his army, like humans. He cannot command them completely. After all, his old friend is the head of their clan. Luciana said that, as he said, they announced to the captured villages and cities that they would defend these territories. He plans to continue advancing towards the imperial capital, right? He agreed and said that they should not destroy it completely. They need to establish relations with other states, so they need to choose the right moment for the final strike. She found these orders difficult and said that she would somehow figure it out. She began to fly away, waved goodbye to him, and he said that he was counting on her. He remained sitting in the hall and thought that he had taken over the Forest of World Trees, and now he was attacking the Empire. Everything was going according to plan. Only one thing bothers him. Will fate allow him to do this? To destroy the new evil in his person, the world has shown another hero. However, he killed him with his own hands, thereby violating the logic of the universe. If fate wants to kill him again, it will definitely create a new hero. In that case, he, or rather they, will defeat good time after time to create an ideal world. At the same time, Grom heard a loud explosion and asked what that was. He said loudly that they had captured this city. Only the capital remained. However, they should not relax. He walked on and thought that it seemed that he had not stood out from the others lately. The archer had shown himself excellent, winning the battle between the Empire and the Elves. However, at this time, he was busy with some mediocre routine. Perhaps one day he would even take his place as the right hand of the Demon Lord. He could not shake the feeling that he was valued more. He looked towards another city, noticed a huge cannon on the city wall, and asked what it was. At the same time, Dwight watched from the sky as people arguing with demons, and thought that it did not seem like people were used to living alongside monsters. This is not a serious conflict, but they often argue. On the other hand, the descendants of the humans who were slaves of the previous Demon Lord coexist peacefully with monsters. He is glad that peace between the two races is possible, but it will take a long time. What a pathetic Demon Lord he is. In his past life, he didn't get along with humans very well either. However, now he has completely stopped understanding them. Perhaps this is the price he had to pay for the title. He needs to learn to resolve conflicts without using force. He felt magic and heard Grom, who called him and said that he had an important message. He asked, what was it? He said that they noticed strange weapons on the walls of the imperial capital. This caught his attention, and he thought that in the battle in the forest, the imperial army consisted of ordinary soldiers. He asked, had his army suffered losses yet? He looked at the city walls from afar and said that there was no need to worry. Now they are keeping their distance from the city to better study the situation. There are no casualties. He said that he understood it. it was a reasonable decision. He immediately thanked him for the praise, and the protagonist used magic to call Luciana and said that he was asking her to look after the castle. She agreed. He began to use magic and said that he would arrive shortly. He teleported to the city wall and saw these huge cannons standing on the towers. He examined it and thought that the shape of this thing was similar to a large box, but he had never seen anything like it. Grom called him. He flew to him and asked, "Is that it over there?" He agreed and said that he could easily destroy this thing, but he thought that he would like to see it with his own eyes. He thought about this and asked where the others were. He said that he sent them to rest in the captured city. As soon as they deal with this, he will immediately order them to return back. He should not approach so recklessly. MC flew to the castle walls and several cannons immediately shot magical energy at him. He began to examine these projectiles with magic and thought, I see. First he needs to defend himself against this. He created a flexible barrier in front of himself and stopped the projectiles. This barrier began to crack, but he launched it back and the projectiles flew into the city. Grom flew up to him and told his lord that it was an excellent counterattack. He denied it and said that after repelling the attack, his protective barrier was almost destroyed. They cannot ignore this weapon. These projectiles are charged with powerful holy magic. He thought that it was created to kill him, a weapon against the demon lord. He was very displeased with these imperial dogs, and Dwight thought that, however, only a couple of months had passed since his appearance. They invented something like this in such a short time. He turned to him and said that he believed the weapon was imperfect. He agreed, and said that, however, it was quite suitable for use in battle. He thought that if his army had advanced further, they would have suffered huge losses. Grom said that maybe they just adapted one of their old inventions to fight the demon lord. He said that it was possible. He should study the Empire's technology once they defeated them. He thought that perhaps they had other aces up their sleeve. Sending an army would be quite dangerous. He called him and said that they would go there together. He agreed, and asked if he should warn the army about this. He thanked him for reminding him of this, and said that he asked to be informed about this. He agreed and immediately flew away, and he looked at him and thought that it would be calmer if the army stayed away. He did not doubt the strength of his subordinates. He bears the blame for his inability to assess the situation sensibly. There is nothing terrible about it. He will rehabilitate himself here. He teleported to the city wall, began to release miasma, and thought that many of the dead townspeople were turned into undead. People consider this to be one of the most terrifying attributes of the current demon lord. He also blocked all the gates with magic and cast a barrier that would prevent teleportation. Now no one will leave the capital. These people are like birds in a cage. The Empire has acted dastardly more than once, and now it's time to pay for all its sins in full. Grom flew to him and said that he apologized for the wait. He said it was okay. He would now explain his plan. He has two goals. First, to find the exact weapon blueprints. He couldn't even imagine that the Empire was so technologically advanced. It's hard to imagine that they achieved this on their own. He wants to find out which countries they are cooperating with. Second, to kill those who are in charge of this country. It's not necessary to get rid of everyone. It's obvious that among them there are those who have a vested interest in this war. He believes that they are the ones maintaining contacts with other countries, so they need to be eliminated first. At the same time, the rulers of the Empire said that they lost the battle in the forest due to a lack of soldiers in the army. That is, if only they could get rid of the elves before the Demon King's army arrived. Then, one of them slammed his hands on the table and loudly said that they were wrong. They should have made an alliance with the elves from the start. The protagonist said that there were those in this country who desired peace. He would like to talk to them. He thought that if it were only a matter of strength, then his abilities would be quite sufficient. Grom told the overlord that he was very wise and merciful to his enemies. He had already noticed, hadn't he? He agreed and said that he could already feel this incredible bloodlust. At that very moment, a weapon flew at him, but he noticed it, called out to the overlord, and stopped it with his own hands. He was also attacked by lightning magic and thrown aside. He thought that now he understood. This was exactly what he had warned him about. A man with an axe in heavy armor stood on the roof next to them and asked if this was the undead lord. He felt a very strong pressure from it and asked, what if it was? He ran up to him very quickly, using his magic, and said loudly that it was obvious he would break every bone in his body. He started using his magic to block this attack and thought that he was too fast. He couldn't keep up with him. Did he really use lightning to strengthen his body? He teleported to the roof of the nearest building, and this warrior turned to him, laughed, and said that he was quite good. MC looked at him and thought that his way of thinking was very similar to Henry, the same madman who thinks with his fists. He has first-class body-strengthening magic and is good at controlling lightning. His battle axe, there can be no mistake, he knows him. They have never met in person. 10 years ago, probably everyone knew his name. He was considered one of those who could defeat the Demon King. He was a mercenary who took on many contracts, returning with the severed head of his target, an unstoppable beast. Even the former Demon King did not dare approach the sea where this monster sailed, and the name of this sea devil is the greatest pirate, Thunder Doldar. He said that he had heard that the Demon Lord fought only with the help of his pathetic corpses, but it seemed to be a lie. From what he saw, he enjoys fighting the enemy face to face. Dwight called his name and said that he was far from him in this. He was surprised by what he heard and said that he had not heard that nickname for a long time. He was flattered that he had heard of him. He looked at him and asked, he was a pirate. So why is he serving the Empire now? He laughed loudly and said that it was a long time ago. He gave up piracy when his beloved ship sank, and now he is a mercenary general of the Empire. He asked if he was really loyal to the Empire. He jumped towards him and asked, what's wrong? He was just looking for a good fight. No matter if it was on sea or land. The Empire's policies coincided with his desires, that's all. He thought he understood everything. He had expected something like this. It was rare to meet people who didn't respect the concept of loyalty as much as he did. Duldar pointed his weapon at him and said that they should stop this empty talk. It was time to begin. He hoped that he could amuse him a little more. The protagonist called him by name and said that he had no idea what kind of fun he was talking about, but asked to be allowed to say just one thing. He couldn't even imagine how angry he had made the Demon Lord's right hand. Besides, unlike him, he wasn't that merciful. At the last moment, Grom flew to him, attacked him with his magic, and he called him and asked he wouldn't mind fighting him, would he? He immediately agreed with his master and said that he could count on him. Duldar looked at him with a very satisfied expression, laughed loudly, and said that he understood that. He called his master in a serious voice and said that he could leave it to him. He agreed, after which he teleported to the castle hall and said that it seemed that the Empire was now in great need of power, since they had resorted to the help of a former pirate. He swung a sword of energy and killed several people sitting at the table. One of them, looking frightened, called out to him and asked if he had really been able to kill him. He refused and said that, however, his subordinate was dealing with it right now. At the same time, Grom fought against him, took a few blows and thought that he didn't look like it, but he was very fast. Duldar looked at him with a serious expression and asked, is that all? He dealt a very strong blow, which knocked him to the ground. He called him his right hand with a serious expression and said that he expected more from him. This caught his attention, and he wondered, did he just call him his right hand? He began to laugh loudly and wondered what it meant. The Overlord recognized him. He asked for forgiveness and said that, however, this was only a warm-up. Now he would show him the true power of the Overlord's right hand. He was glad about this, and he caught up with him very quickly. He dealt a very strong blow and said that unfortunately, however, enhancement magic is not his forte. He is much faster. This is the end for him. He swung a weapon of dark energy, but at that moment, a large ball of energy flew at him. This caused him a lot of damage, and he loudly asked, did they use a weapon with holy magic? Duldar was indignant because of this, began to attack, and loudly said that they cannot interfere. He destroyed the weapon with lightning, and he looked at it and wondered, what's wrong with it? He is attacking his own, but nothing to worry about. If the Overlord takes the plans, then they will be able to fight them. He said that this is a war. Here all means are good. They can continue their fight. He turned to him and said that he is quite good. He likes it. At the same time, MC killed all the people in the hall and went to the table where the documents were. He took it and thought that it looks like the development of these weapons is already finished. There were even a few trial copies produced. If they had ignored the Empire any longer, they would have created more. There are other types of weapons here too. He came to the factory and thought he was impressed that this factory was huge. He needed to look around a little more. His attention was drawn to a gun lying on the table with a drawing, and he asked, what is that? At the same time, Grom continued to fight and thought, wow, this heat, he had a feeling that he would soon melt. Could this be the effect of a sacred weapon? Duldar laughed loudly and said that it was very funny. What is his name? He said loudly that he should shut up. He would never tell him his name. He struck with his axe, released lightning, and said his name. He dodged this attack and said loudly that he did not ask about it. He continued to attack, and Grom noticed bright energy emanating from the cannon. He looked at it and thought that one more volley from this cannon and he would be finished. This huge ball of energy hit him, and he asked with a dissatisfied voice, did this happen again? It was worth destroying all these guns. His body cracked, and he thought that he needed to stop it, but these weapons are very dangerous. If he and the gun hit at the same time, then not a wet spot will remain of him. He began to emit dark energy, which affected the people nearby, and thought that, however, he would act differently. Like his master, he can control the undead. He used the fusion skill and summoned dead chimeras. He controlled these skeletons, and Duldar looked at this and asked, did he send his skeletons to him? He swung his axe, destroyed several skeletons, and asked loudly, does he think they can stop him? At the same time, Dwight fired his pistol at the wall, and the barrel immediately broke. He looked at it and thought that it looked like it was a test sample. This factory is full of weapons he has never encountered before. He will take everything with him. If he was able to teleport the forest of world trees, then moving the factory is quite simple. An ideal place for research, a good chance to study human technology. It seems that among his subordinates, there are those who can figure this out. All that remains is to discuss this with Grom. He should have finished fighting by now. At the same time, Duldar was delivering delivering very strong blows without any resistance, and asked what was wrong with him. Where did all his strength go? He had only been hit by cannon volleys twice. Was this his limit? He was in the air and said that he was a little mistaken. For high-level undead, there is no concept of a limit. He teleported behind him and asked, did he think that his power was gone? He apologized, but he was busy with something else. He used his energy and shackled his body completely. He said that he did not create chimeras to attack him. His real goal was to seize their weapons. He thought it was difficult to control the undead and fight at the same time. How does his master cope with this? His master is the strongest. Immediately after that, he released a huge fireball at him and said in a serious tone that he should disappear. This ball hit him and it flew through the entire city, leaving a long trail of destruction. He chuckled and said that he should know his place. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the rubble of the city. Grom noticed it and wondered if he was still alive. Doldar climbed out of the rubble, released very powerful energy, and he looked at it and thought that he was forced to take his words back. He is not an ordinary person. He has unimaginable skills. His strength is truly incredible. He even thought about the fact that he could lose. He called his name and said his name. He was badly injured by the dark energy, called him loudly and said that he was very strong. Grom created a scythe from dark energy and cut off his head with one blow and said that he was also strong. At the same time, the protagonist was checking documents at the factory and found research papers. Apparently, these things are called magical weapons. Their development was started 5 years ago. The Empire appropriated other people's technology and took away capable people to conduct their own research. There are even notes from the creator of magic weapons. It's worth reading. He read something in the documents and said that it can't be, that this is madness. Before that, a knight came to the engineer and said that he must imbue the weapon with holy magic so that they can resist the Demon King. This is an order. He was shocked by this, started trying to do it, swept things off the table and loudly said that it was impossible. He can't even imagine what this weapon should look like, let alone create it. He started taking notes, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't do anything. After that, he had an idea, which he wrote down and immediately began creating this weapon. At the present time, he read the documents of this engineer and thought that no matter how he looked at it, this was madness. He has an unimaginable knowledge of magic. He can easily understand any blueprints, but such a design simply should not exist. However, he saw this weapon in action with his own eyes. A series of lucky coincidences closely connected to each other. Even the creator himself does not know how he managed it. No one asked questions about how this was possible because the weapon worked properly. He said that it was the work of higher powers. If someone asked him, he would call it the will of fate itself. He thought that this manifests itself not only in the awakening of heroes, but also in various miracles and revelations that descend upon people during the creation of this or that weapon. Perhaps he is simply exaggerating, but he should be on his guard. Will fate always be on the side of humanity? The invasion of the imperial capital was worth this information. He will conduct an investigation and find out who developed this weapon. However, first, he needs to move all the found documents and prototypes to the demon domain and meet with Grom. After that, he came to Grom and said that he apologizes for the wait. He said that he dealt with that madman, or rather Doldar. MC patted him on the shoulder and said that he did a great job. He is glad that he took him with him. He immediately said loudly that he is happy to serve him, the master. After some time, he thought that the Empire would soon submit to him. To recover, they will need the help of other states. However, if the Empire again tries to take over the nearby lands, he will simply destroy them. He got everything he wanted here. From now on, he will only oversee the recovery. Grom noticed that he was thinking about something and asked, "Is something wrong?" He waved his hand and said that nothing special. He tried to calm all the angry undead in the city, but one undead was rampaging in the city, ignoring his order. He was very surprised by what he heard and asked, "Is this possible?" He denied it and said that he was encountering something like this for the first time. First they must find him. They came to the square where they saw a monster killing people, and Dwight said that here it is. This is the undead, raised from the dead by the power of its miasma. He looked at it and asked loudly in a surprised voice, "Wait, isn't this Doldar?" He looked at him and thought that he was turned into a Dullahan. At the moment of death, the body absorbed a large amount of miasma, which made him undead. He asked, was it really his strong spirit that caused disobedience to his orders? He stood nearby and said that he did not want to admit it, but it seemed so. They both watched as he tried to put someone else's head on his neck, but it fell to the ground. He continued running down the street and killing people in his path. He was surprised by this and asked, "What the hell is that?" He grabbed another head and then put it on his neck again. He looked at this and asked, "What the hell is he doing?" Grom said that it looked like he was looking for his severed head. He created a fireball and said that they had to stop him. He released this ball, but Doldar swung his weapon and dispelled the energy. He continued running towards them and said that he had to return his head. This attracted the attention of the protagonist, and he asked where his head was. He stood next to him and said that he burned it. He walked towards them and asked where they put his head. He looked at him and said that his head was no longer there. He looked at him with a displeased look, and he immediately noticed that he was attacking. He ran up to him very quickly, and with a very strong blow threw him into the nearest building. He survived this attack and said that he realized that since he became undead, he no longer needed to worry about his body. Now he can move at a speed that was deadly in life. If he had not strengthened his body with magic, he would not have been able to defend himself from his blow. Grom ran to him, loudly called out to his master and asked if he was okay. He raised his hand, called his name in a serious voice, and said that he must dodge. Immediately after that, he released very strong energy and sealed him in an ice crystal. After that, he came up to him, called him by name and asked. He already realized how strong Grom is, right? However, he is much stronger than him. He thought that he no longer feels resistance. It seems that having lost to both of them, he recognized him as his master. He approached him and said that he apologizes for not being able to help him in any way. He calmly said that he does not need to worry about it. He sighed with relief and asked what he was going to do with Duldar. MC said that they would take him with them. He had lost his mind, so they would not be able to put him at the head of the army. However, after turning into undead, his strength increased many times over. He was very surprised by what he heard and asked, "Is he seriously going to leave him?" He asked, "Is there something wrong with this?" He said loudly that he has no objections. He agrees. He said that then they should return to their domain. Immediately after that, they teleported along with this crystal. Luciana turned around, very surprised when she saw this, and asked loudly, "What the hell is that?" Dwight said that one of the Empire's generals, Thunder Doldar. Due to the effects of his miasma, he turned into a Dullahan. She and Henry were even more surprised by what they heard and asked loudly, "What did he say? Is this the warrior who uses lightning?" He asked with a serious expression. Did he really defeat him alone? He refused and said that Grom did it. He put his hand on his shoulder and with a satisfied expression said that he did not doubt him, although it does not seem like he is happy about it. She asked, "Thunder, is this the one she thinks of?" He asked, "Have she heard of him too?" She agreed with a displeased expression, remembered the past, and said that even during the reign of the previous demon lord, this freak and his gang often imposed on them. He easily dealt with even demons. She always thought that he would keep fighting even if he was killed, but she didn't know that she would be right. So he retained consciousness? He started using magic and said that something remained, however he wouldn't call it consciousness. He melted the ice and Doldar said that he should return his head. His head started to fall, but Luciana put it back in place and he asked, "Where is his head?" It started to fall again. She put it back in place again and asked, "Can't he talk without a head?" The protagonist said that looks like that. Henry noticed that Grom was shaking with discontent and asked, "What's wrong with him?" He said in a displeased tone that if he still had consciousness, then it was possible that he could target his place. He laughed and said that he was right about that. He was indignant about this and said loudly that there was nothing funny about it. MC called his name and asked, "Is he okay?" He agreed and said that he was fresh and cheerful, as always, as they say, more alive than all the living. Luciana grinned and asked, "Is the undead more alive than all the living?" He was indignant at her words and loudly asked how she had the nerve to mock him. She flew away from him, called the Overlord and said with a grin that she was so scared he should help her. He became even more angry because of this, and loudly said that she cannot touch the Overlord with her dirty hands. He pushed her away from him and thought that so, he needed to order the remaining army to return. Unexpectedly for him, Doldar said that he could not believe all this. Was he really going to exist as undead now? He turned sharply to him and thought, was he able to return his consciousness for a moment to say this? He was a man with a strong spirit. After some time, in the city, the girl said that it was so unfortunate. The world that defeated the Demon Lord 10 years ago is once again engulfed in turmoil and unrest. The new Demon Lord has turned the great empire into his abode. He is very powerful, and no one knows when the Demon Lord will attack their sacred kingdom. Consumed by terror, they spend their days without sleep or rest. However, they can rest easy. She swears she is Saint Makia. She will defeat the Demon Lord. Dwight thought it all started with the elves' annexation, then the war with the Empire, which ended in their victory. The population rejoiced and feasted, drinking barrels of alcohol and having fun. Luciana turned to the protagonist and told him they had just finished fighting the Empire. Everyone needed to rest. Nothing was more important than the physical and mental health of their men. Dwight said she was right. She exclaimed, "Well, of course. By the way, would he allow her to propose something?" The girl leaned toward him, whispered something in his ear, and flew into the air. The protagonist called out to her, waited for her answer, and thanked her. Luciana laughed and exclaimed, "What's gotten into him?" He answered, "After all, it was she who suggested this whole banquet. If he sent the army into battle without a break, everyone would turn their backs on him." He understood this well, but still, he couldn't think of it. He was too inattentive. The girl said with a laugh, "Don't worry about it. He'd always been like this, and hadn't changed in 10 years. MC smiled kindly back. At that moment, Grom called out to her and asked her to help him. She exclaimed, "Oh no." She didn't want to get her hands dirty. He shouted at her not to refuse. At this rate, all the food would get cold. The protagonist chuckled and thought that even though Grom was yelling at his subordinates, he was in a good mood. Perhaps he liked it when others relied on him. He was enjoying this banquet, even if he couldn't eat or drink. Logan turned to the protagonist and apologized for burdening him with unnecessary troubles. They had to organize a separate feast in the forest. The protagonist said he couldn't do otherwise. Dwight pointed in one direction and said, "Look, humans and monsters still can't find common ground, but they've become closer lately. That's no longer possible now. But he hopes that the elves will be able to join them someday." Logan smiled and remarked, "That would be great." The protagonist continued, "He can't completely relieve the elves of their worries, but he would like to build a suburb near the forest to make their lives easier." Logan laughed, and the protagonist wondered why. The elf apologized and said, "I never thought I'd hear such words from a demon lord. His image is more like that of a noble king." The MC paused for a moment, considering his words, and then said, "Not at all. Such a relationship with the demon lord makes them enemies of the rest of the world." Logan listened attentively. Dwight continued, "They would fight until the death. However, even after that, they would rise as undead and continue to fight. And all of this was at his will. He was a cruel demon lord." He raised his hand, activated a fireball, launched it into the sky, and the sphere erupted into a multitude of multicolored fireworks. His subjects reacted joyfully to this display, and Logan admiringly remarked, "How beautiful." The next day, the protagonist, sitting on his throne, reflected. The weakening of the Empire marked a new era. Never in its history had it suffered such a crushing defeat. This is reality. Countries that realize they are unable to compete with the Demon Lord's army wish to become his vassals. The rest unite in an alliance. After the Empire's fall, each state made its move. First of all, he must establish surveillance on the countries that wish to be rid of him. There is no point in rushing and sending an army into another battle. At that moment, Grom came to him and reported that he has a report. His deputy said, "The Holy Rod Kingdom has officially declared war on them." MC said with a grin, "Is that so?" Grom wanted to warn him about this state, but the protagonist himself said it himself. This kingdom relies on holy power. Its inhabitants exalt magic and hate the undead and other evil spirits with all their hearts. In Legends of Heroes, when they tell of the saviors of the world, people from this kingdom are constantly mentioned. This state was specifically created to kill people like him. Grom noted, "Yes, they would never ignore their existence. But why did they decide to declare war only now?" MC answered him, "It's all because of their principles." The deputy asked him in surprise, "Principles?" Dwight said, "They value them more than they hate the undead." He thoughtfully repeated himself, "It's all because of their principles. Any wrong move would damage their reputation, so they simply sat and waited for the chance to declare war." Grom looked puzzled. Could it be that they had acted because they had found someone? The protagonist confirmed that it was true. Unfortunately, they had someone who could defeat him. He took the report from Grom and read it aloud. A campaign to destroy the undead lord who had plunged the entire continent into darkness. The deputy exclaimed indignantly, "How dare they fools?" The MC replied that they were right in their own way. To them, that's how they looked. Grom was forced to agree with him. The protagonist looked at his deputy and thought he wasn't surprised that the Holy Rod Kingdom's manifesto only angered Grom, since he was well aware of its plans. At that moment, Luciana burst into the room and exclaimed anxiously, "They have a problem." Grom asked her irritably, "What is she doing here?" The protagonist told his assistant to say what she had. The girl informed him that the Holy Rod Kingdom had invaded their lands. The protagonist was surprised. "Wow," she continued, "judging by the report from her subordinates, they were destroying the cities they had captured and killing the locals." Grom asked her if he could trust the report from the Succubus's spies. Luciana answered him irritably. She had trained them well, so they could be trusted. Grom exclaimed furiously, "So they sent a declaration of war and immediately attacked their lands?" The girl noted, "Yes, people don't change." She asked Dwight what they would do. So far, only human cities had been attacked. Maybe they would just observe the situation for now? MC said no. They would attack them in return. He wouldn't allow them to restore order in his lands. Luciana laughed, noting that he was too kind. Dwight said menacingly, "Enough jokes. Let them prepare an army. Grom will be in command, and Henry, who is immune to holy magic, needs to be sent there. He and Luciana will remain here to protect their capital." The girl said, "Okay." Grom reported to him in military fashion, "Yes, sir." Dwight touched the magic ball with Claire's bones and thought, this country is his sworn enemy. He remembered how those scoundrels blocked his and Claire's path. The enemy shouted at them, "Let the heroes stand still. These are the lands of the Holy Wand Kingdom. They have illegally entered their territory." Claire and Dwight looked at each other in surprise. Then the girl answered the enemy, "But they have the right to cross their borders." The knight exclaimed angrily, "Nothing of the sort." Dwight was very outraged by such behavior towards his beloved. He exclaimed angrily, "What is he talking about?" In the end, they were thrown into prison. He was indignant. "What scoundrels! How dare they abandon the heroine here?" Claire mused. "They must maintain their status." Dwight put his arm around her shoulders and told her that with his magic they could easily escape. "They could do it right now," she countered. "They'll do it at night to attract less attention. They must avoid conflict." He thought about how this kingdom had caused him trouble many times since then. Even after 10 years, they still didn't understand the value of human life and clung to their pride. They didn't care about others. They thought only of themselves, just like the Empire. He had no desire to take revenge on them for all the wrongs they'd done, but they must answer for their sins. Meanwhile, Grom and Henry watched as the enemy mocked the people. Grom's soldiers shot them back. Henry pierced the head of one enemy who was trying to grab the frightened girl with an arrow. He turned to Grom and asked him, "Their enemies are very strong against the undead, right? He doesn't mind if he deals with them." Grom said matter-of-factly, "Well then, let him shut his mouth and listen to him." At that moment, Makia exclaimed, "The Holy Rod Kingdom is this world's only hope. Until the Demon Lord is destroyed, they will never stop. In the name of love and justice, she will save the souls of those who succumbed to the influence of darkness and swore allegiance to the Demon Lord." She activated fireworks made of people in the air, which seemed to symbolize her enthusiastic words. Henry, looking at all this splendor, turned to Grom and said, "He doesn't really understand this whole love and justice thing, but deep down, he's glad he joined the Demon Lord's army." Deputy Dwight told him not to state the obvious. Their enemy is right in front of them. Meanwhile, the Demon King's army was fiercely fighting the Empire's warriors. Henry noted that there were more of them. It was good that they had arrived before sunset. Grom told him to keep his guard up. Even one strong warrior could turn the tide of battle. The boy answered him, "He knows it." Grom added, "This girl before them is their threat." Henry said, "That's right, he feels it too." He thought what a strange aura she had. They should be on guard. He asked her, "Were those fireworks her doing?" Makia looked at him in surprise and asked again, "Fireworks?" "Yes, she did that." Henry, drawing his bow to launch an arrow, said, "She was unlucky. He is not one of those naive, good-natured people who do not hit women and children. Let her expect no mercy." The boy fired an arrow at her, but was surprised to see how it did not even touch her. He was surprised. Did she deflect the arrow? Was this some kind of invisible shield? He jumped, appeared behind her, and from there fired an arrow at her again. But even with her back to him, she parried his blow. His surprise knew no bounds. What was going on? Henry shouted at her, "She's going to get it." He jumped up and raised his leg to strike, but this time too, it didn't work. Henry wondered what was going on. Her shield was stronger than the Overlord's magic? No, that was unlikely. Something was wrong. Grom told him to move. The deputy told her he didn't know what kind of trick this was, but if physical attacks weren't working on her, then what about his miasma? Makia answered him. She was a saint, and she was only warning him once. She would never lose. Grom laughed at her words and said she better not compare him to low-level undead. This miasma had been bestowed upon him by the Overlord himself. She shouldn't think she could simply dispel it with her holy magic. He activated the miasma, directed it at her, and shouted, "Farewell, little girlie." What happened next left Henry in shock. Makia not only repelled Grom's miasma, but also deactivated the other undead. The boy wondered, "What's this? He can't sense the undead anymore?" The girl grinned maliciously. He wondered if it was the effect of holy magic. No, that was too weird. What's going on here? Suddenly, he saw Grom lying on the floor in pieces. He called out loudly to his bro and rushed to him. At that moment, the protagonist looked up with concern. Luciana asked him if he was nervous. He told her he was calm. The girl wondered, why was he shaking then? His hands betrayed the chills that were shaking him. The protagonist said, "No, that's different." Luciana wondered if he was worried. He doesn't want to personally participate in the battle? She can protect the capital on her own. MC said no, he believed in Grom and Henry, so there was no need. However, what was this strange feeling? At that moment, Henry ran up to Grom and noticed how he was. He looked terrible. He wasn't going to die, right? Grom told him to leave him alone. He didn't expect that. Their opponent was strong. He should be careful. Suddenly, he felt a strong blow to the chest. Makia was attacking him. The guy barely stayed on his feet. Cursing, he thought. He underestimated her. How much it hurt. His brother was right. She was very strong. This attack? Is this really defense? She attacked him again, but he was on his guard and managed to dodge her blow. Makia unleashed a series of blows at him. He barely managed to dodge them. Henry exclaimed. He knew it. This was her defensive technique. He can't see where she's shooting from. This is just a disaster. The girl is absolutely stunning. He repeated the word disaster over and over again and thought he was going to blow his mind with mirth. Finally, he spotted her silhouette and fired an arrow at her, which, like the last time, missed her. He said in bewilderment, "And still, it missed? I see then. He'll break her shield." Henry rushed at her in a frontal attack, but was thrown back. The girl laughed maliciously and unleashed another series of blows at him. He was thrown against the wall, which he hit very hard. Landing on the floor, he noticed, invisible shield, invisible blows. What dangerous moves. This fight can't drag on. Suddenly, he saw how her blow had created a crater in the floor. He jumped up, clutched his bow tighter, and thought, now he finally understood everything. Blood was pouring from his wounded hand. He swung his hand, spraying his blood all over the area. Makia exclaimed in surprise. "What?" He shouted at her. "He sees." Henry attacked her almost head-on, managing to dodge her blows. She exclaimed in confusion, "How did he see?" The guy answered her. He understood everything. When she tried to attack, breaking through the floor. Her attacks don't appear out of nowhere, and they don't just disappear. She hits him with something invisible. The shield is where his blood hit. Makia was amazed. Did he really see the trajectory of her attack with his blood? Henry exclaimed. Exactly. He tried to hit her again, but her shield prevented him from doing so. The girl said, "He's just like a monster," and laughed a terrible laugh. The guy looked at her in bewilderment. "What's going on?" After laughing, she asked him, So what? Since he's figured out the trick, then let him hit her." Henry tried, but it was no use. Makia exclaimed mockingly, "His spirit's so high, having uncovered her invisible magic? yet he couldn't land a blow? So, has he figured out how to defeat her? He's just a complete idiot. Grom shouted at her to stop getting cocky. The girl asked him in surprise, is he still alive? What an arrogant skeleton, a mere blot on a clean canvas. Henry clicked his tongue in irritation. Makia screamed at the undead, let him die already. She unleashed a series of blows at him. But Henry rushed forward, shielding his friend. His body resembled a sieve. Grom called out to him anxiously. Meanwhile, the protagonist was thinking, no matter what noble purpose the Holy Wand Kingdom pursues, their actions are beyond all bounds. Don't they realize they've incurred the wrath of the Demon Lord? No, they're not so foolish as to underestimate their opponent's strength. They have a clear goal. He's confident that no matter what the problem, these two, Grom and Henry, will handle it. At that moment, Henry looked at himself in surprise. Grom worriedly remarked, was he crazy? The guy looked at him and said something that didn't seem to hit him, and then collapsed to the floor. Makia laughed and exclaimed, a human is protecting the undead? What nonsense. Apparently there are no sane people in the Demon Lord's army. How disgusting. Grom assessed the situation. Things were bad. At this rate, they would lose. Henry's wounds were so deep, he wouldn't be able to escape, even if he wanted to. He asked the guy if he could move. The guy apologized and said he felt unwell. Makia exclaimed, let them die already. Grom thought, is this the end? At that very moment, he heard the sound of stomping and shouting. The Demon Lord's army had come running to the aid of their leaders. One of the warriors called out to Lord Grom and Captain Henry, telling them they had dealt with the others. Only she remained. He urged his comrades to move forward and protect their heroes. Makia wasn't expecting this turn of events. She thrust her magic staff forward and muttered, what are these undead doing here? The Overlord's army attacked her from all sides, destroying all her minions, but they couldn't reach her. She cried out angrily. She's had enough of them already. Grom turned to one of the elven healers and told him to heal Henry. The elf rushed to the boy, asking him to be patient. Grom told Henry to take the soldiers and retreat with them. He would hold her off. The boy said, no way, he'll die like that, so he'll stay with him. The deputy shouted at him irritably, have you completely lost your mind? He needs to protect his soldiers. That's his primary task. He can't move, but he can hold her off. Now is the best time to retreat. Henry, healed by the healer, grabbed his head with his hand and said, fine, he will certainly protect everyone, but he mustn't dare die. Grom laughed his sinister laugh and said, he won't be so easy to get rid of. Let him leave with the soldiers already. Henry turned to his warriors and ordered them to retreat. He turned to the healer and asked him to come closer. The boy began to lead his warriors away. Grom exclaimed, well, Holy Maiden, her opponent will be him. The undead activated his miasma. Makia laughed and answered him, have you completely lost your mind? She was already tired of repeating herself. The undead would never defeat her. Grom irritably advised her to shut her mouth. She was barely stronger than an ordinary holy mage. That's why his master entrusted this battle to him. The girl spoke. So he too was an idiot. She will say it only once. Her spells are not simple magic. They are divine magic. After these words, she slammed her staff on the floor. At that moment, the elf informed Henry, who was helping his comrade along, that they weren't being followed. The boy chuckled and said, yes, the elf's concealment spell is top-notch. He's glad they're allies. The elf looked in the direction they came from and mused Grom's name. The undead creature felt uneasy. Makia mockingly asked him if it hurt him just to be near her, right? She was surrounded by a huge amount of holy energy. No undead could strike her, and she was very surprised he still existed. She admits others wouldn't have stood a chance against him. However, it's time for him to die. The girl dealt him a powerful blow, sending several of his bones flying. Grom cried out with the last of his strength. He, the Demon Lord's strongest subordinate, his right hand, let her witness his power. He aimed an attack at her, which she easily deflected. Makia shouted at him, is that all? Is he really powerless anymore? All that was left of him were a few bones and a skull. She continued that she should praise him for his endurance. And Henry, he's also good. Grom looked at her in bewilderment. The girl chuckled. Didn't he know? They're celebrities, but they're overrated. She thought the Demon King's subordinates would be stronger. Therefore, she's sure the Demon Lord himself is weak too. Grom gathered his strength and burst into loud laughter. Makia asked in surprise, what's so funny? The undead replied, she's not even a match for his master. He laughed heartily. The girl said what a loser he was. But enough. Let him die. She dealt him another crushing blow. The deputy mentally addressed the protagonist and asked for his forgiveness. He wanted to always follow him, but it seemed this was his end. He so wanted to see his dream come true. At that moment, someone's blade touched Makia's shoulder. She stared at the blade in surprise, and the protagonist asked her what she was doing with his subordinate. The girl asked him, perplexed, who the hell was he? Sometime earlier, the protagonist had told Luciana that they were taking a while. Could the enemy have been too strong? He decided to check on Henry and Grom. He reached into the magic ball containing Claire's bones and asked her permission to borrow her magic sword. It was a memorable sword, the blade that had defeated the previous Demon Lord and the current hero. But there was nothing unusual about it. Fate itself had bound him to this sword. He had to take it with him. Something inside him told him to do so. Luciana, watching the protagonist, remarked, he's such a panicker. Let him hurry. The protagonist, activating the teleporter, landed in the city. He felt as if his body had been cut by a hot knife. It was difficult for him to move, as if his arms and legs were shackled. He knew it was holy magic. Its concentration in the city was higher than in the Forest of World Trees. It was simply incredible power. He didn't know a single person who could use such magic. Even if it were some large-scale spell cast by a dozen people, it would take a long time to prepare. He thought of Grom. He could sense his aura that he was here. And now, standing next to Makia, he said he wanted to ask her the same thing. Who was she? The girl answered him. She is a saint, Makia Lin Miditoltia. Her job is to cleanse the world of the undead. MC wondered in surprise, could all the holy energy filling this city really come from this small and fragile girl? Something like this would be beyond the power of ordinary holy magic. She exudes all this energy unconsciously, without spending mana. This is no ordinary person. She is close to the being described in divine tales. Makia asked, what about him? He answered her briefly. He is a demon lord. The girl spoke, disappointed. The nearly collapsed skeleton at his feet looked more like a demon lord. He fought with incredible bloodlust. Dwight turned to Grom, who responded to his call. The protagonist thought his second-in-command possessed incredible regenerative abilities. If his body wasn't completely destroyed, sooner or later he would regain his strength. He told his subordinate that he held up well. The protagonist turned to Makia and said, but first I'll take care of her. She said, she wants to rest quickly, so let him die already, okay? She aimed a powerful blow at him. When the smoke from the attack cleared, she was surprised to find no one near her. She exclaimed, he ran away with his tail between his legs, and this is the demon lord. Meanwhile, the elf asked Captain Henry to hold on. The boy asked for his forgiveness. The elf said that if Lord Grom loses and this girl gets on their trail, they will all be killed. Suddenly, Henry laughed. The elf asked him in surprise, is this funny? The boy replied, let him forgive him. I just wonder what the face of the saint who dealt them the favor will be like when she meets their lord. He looked up and said, he's counting on him, on their lord. And right at that very moment, the protagonist landed among the warriors, holding the remains of Grom's bones. The warriors joyfully greeted him, and Lord Grom too. Dwight noticed they'd used a concealment spell. It was a wise decision. He was sure no one could have found them except him. The warriors asked him if he'd come to help them. The protagonist, looking at everyone, said, his soldiers, he's very glad they're all alive. Grom apologized to his master. Dwight told him not to apologize. The enemy was too strong for them. Let them forgive him for not coming sooner. He'll deal with the rest himself. Henry apologized to him for screwing up so badly. He added, okay, he got it. The protagonist replied, he's glad he's alive. The guy added, all the undead were destroyed, but there are still elves. There are no mortally wounded among his comrades. The protagonist told him he had done a great job. He was an excellent captain. Henry laughed and said, thank you very much. How would he feel about having a drink when they got back? The protagonist said humorously, it was unlikely that an undead like him could drink anything. Henry looked at him seriously, then laughed again and remarked, oh well, he's in his element. Dwight turned to Luciana and asked her if she could hear him. His faithful assistant answered, yes, she could. He shouted at her that he would now move the entire army to his castle. Could she take care of the wounded? She answered, of course. The protagonist told her he was counting on her. Luciana turned to him and asked him to return safe and sound. The protagonist thought that if he hadn't delayed his decision, the situation wouldn't have become so dire. All responsibility lay with him. He answered, of course, he would return as soon as he finished his job. Dwight returned to Makia again and attacked her, but her defense withstood his blow. She exclaimed that she had already thought he had fled. He wasn't that weak. The rest of the troops had left? Oh well, the protagonist thought. It seemed she was indifferent to his army. Her main goal was to kill the demon lord. The girl noticed that he was ignoring her. He was too brazen for a mere undead. She attacked him, but the protagonist used defensive magic, and Makia's blow slid past his defense. He remembered Henry saying that she used two types of magic. The first was object manipulation. He didn't understand what exactly she could control, but they were unusually hard and heavy objects. The second was magic that concealed these objects. He thought his general would handle it. MC answered him, yes, most likely. And now the protagonist activated his skill, thinking that with his perception magic he would certainly be able to see everything. He succeeded. He saw that they were chains. Makia said, times have changed. It's time for him to go to the grave too. She will crush the empire that the Demon King had worked so hard to build. The protagonist easily smashed all of her chains with his magic sword. The girl said in surprise, wow, he was able to reflect her divine magic? He really is very strong. MC thought, divine magic? Now he began to understand. He had never heard of it, but these chains were formed from precisely this magic. He believed they were of the same nature as weapons created from miasma. However, these chains are made of several layers of metal containing air gaps. He had never seen such a precise technique. Attacks will only scratch the outer layer. Now it became clear why Henry couldn't break them. The protagonist pronounced her name in full and noted that he had heard of her. She is the symbol of the Holy Rod Kingdom, but she is an ordinary puppet in the hands of politicians. The girl looked at him in amazement. He continued, her magic is unmatched. What allows her to use it against him? What is the source of her power? It's very simple. Control. Memories immediately surfaced in the girl's mind. She told him that her father had come to her in a secret room and told her that her time had come. Back then, she hadn't understood why she was standing before a huge crowd. Why were the people shouting their praises at her? She turned to Harold and asked who these people were. Alice, her maid, held the chain that bound Makia. He told her that they were residents of the Holy Wand Kingdom who had come to see her. She asked him, perplexed, why they wanted to see her. Harold replied, because she had become a new saint. Makia was surprised. A saint? The man remarked, isn't she really listening to Professor Bunnet? She sheepishly apologized to her father. He said that once every few years, a person is born in their country with incredibly powerful holy magic. For generations, such people have protected the kingdom so that the people can live in peace and harmony. In the history of their country, only women possess this magic. Therefore, they were called saints. And she is one of them. The girl, clanking the chain on her leg, said, is she a saint? Harold noticed. Right. The previous saint died, so she took her place. Makia exclaimed joyfully, is she strong? He answered her, yes, that's great, right? But she can become much stronger. She is still a child, so she does not yet know how to control her power. She wears these chains to keep her magic from getting out of control. The girl told her father that they hurt her when she sleeps. Harold told her to be patient. If she obeyed him, then someday she will be able to make this world a better place. They wished each other good night, and he left. As he left the room, he told her he wasn't dad, but father. The girl corrected her manners and told him she loved him. Every morning, Alice removed her chains. Makia asked her why she saw her father so rarely. The maid told her he was too busy. She asked her where he was now. Alice remained silent. Makia thought, no matter what she asked, she either didn't answer or did so with disinterest. She must have been told not to get attached to her. During Professor Bannet's lessons, she always wanted to sleep. When the teacher started talking about complex topics, her head became heavy, but the professor never yelled at her. When she wanted to go to the library, the professor always told her she couldn't go there. The girl tried to argue that there were many interesting books there, but the answer was always the same. She couldn't go. Professor Bannet's lessons and indifferent conversations with Alice continued every day. Her life was terribly boring. She always wanted to see her father after school. One fine day, Makia realized with surprise that her chains had broken. For the first time in her life, this had happened. The chains around her neck snapped easily under the force of her childish hands. She remembered her father's words about wearing them to keep her magic from getting out of control. She raised her hand and spoke her true power. Out of curiosity, she decided to try using magic. But nothing worked. Remembering Harold's words about how once every few years in their country, a person with incredibly powerful holy magic is born, she thought, not her? Peeking out of the room and seeing no one, she carefully left the room and went to the library. Leafing through the books, she wondered who she was. In the morning, she asked Alice if she could see her father today. The maid told her he was too busy today. Makia exclaimed, what about her mother? Alice, not expecting such a question, said in surprise, what? The girl told her she'd never seen her mother. Would she tell her who she was? The maid, turning pale, said she couldn't. Makia asked her again, asking why the books in the library were completely different from what Professor Bunnet had told her. Alice, surprised, asked her if she'd really been to the library. Makia peppered her with questions, asking why she couldn't leave this mansion. Why were they putting the usual chains on her every evening? Alice, unable to bear it, cried out, turning to her. Why didn't she run away then? If she'd learned so much, then why had she stayed here? The maid handed her a blade and told her it wasn't too late to escape, to take it. And in that moment, the girl realized the one who had loosened her chains so she could escape was Alice. She had decided to disobey Harold and given him a chance. Makia didn't know she'd been used the whole time. And then she realized that she'd already been robbed of that chance. Alice was killed by the girl's father, and he grabbed her by the hair, telling her she was a bad girl, and it was time for her to go back to her room. The next morning, her guard came for her, and told her it was time to go to class. The girl told him she didn't want that. He grabbed her by the chains, dragged her along, and said he had to follow orders, even if he had to drag her across the floor. In class, the professor asked her if something had happened yesterday. She replied that she didn't remember anything. Bannet said, really? She guessed nothing serious had happened. The teacher suggested that she end their lesson there. Makia, clutching a knife under her desk, thanked the teacher, stood up, and told the professor to stop messing with her. She deftly slit the guard's throat. The teacher exclaimed in fear, she killed him? The girl pointed a blade at her and told her to tell. Who are saints? Bannet asked her to sit down, adding that it would be a long conversation. She told the girl everything she knew. Makia said she was quite honest, and she thought she would have to pry for information. The teacher told her that she was an ordinary person. She had no special powers. In the entire history of the kingdom, there had been no saints. Saints were puppets in the hands of the government, used to control the people. The people of their kingdom were united only because they believed in her exceptionalism. Her family had observed this tradition for centuries, revealing new saints to maintain control of the reins of power. The daughter of one of the family's servants is chosen as a saint. They are forbidden to leave the mansion. From time to time, a brainwashing spell is used. The woman added that that was all that concerned her. She repeated that Makia was an ordinary girl, and now she knew the whole truth. But she would never escape her family's control, and her father had given her one order. Even if she was cornered and forced to tell him the truth, he would simply change his methods. Harold beat his daughter and told her she must continue to obey his orders. If she refused, he would kill her and find a new saint. She had to choose, life or death. The girl answered him weakly. She would obey. Lying alone on the cold floor, she thought the man she considered her father had become cruel. He was going to control her through fear. She no longer had the strength to resist. She turned to Alice and whispered that she was the only person in this mansion who loved her. Let her tell her that if she died, would she be able to see her. Then she prayed to God, asking him to kill her and free her from these hateful shackles. And after a while, she doesn't know why it happened. No, she simply didn't care. She felt powerful holy magic, and she was absolutely certain this magic was emanating from her. She laughed ominously and exclaimed, God, it was he who granted her this power, right? At this time, her father and his subordinates were discussing an important matter. The minions concluded that the empire had collapsed, but the demon lord's army was bound to suffer losses as well. Wasn't now the best moment to attack? Harold answered them, no, they had no weapon that could kill the demon lord. They should wait and choose the right moment. At that moment, Makia burst into the meeting room and exclaimed, Found ya! The girl turned to her father and asked him if he could die. After a while, she looked around the hall, where everyone present was dead, and said, Oh my, why did they all die? But don't worry, she will honor her family's traditions. She will rule this country in their stead. She will kill the demon lord and save this world. After Makia spoke, she fell silent. The protagonist thought this was an extremely unusual story, like a fairy tale. Normally, he would have considered it a lie, but reality told him otherwise. For example, the hero Reed. He had acquired the power of the Holy Sword in an instant for reasons even he couldn't understand. The girl, whose powers had suddenly awakened, wanted only to destroy the demon lord. Now he had no doubt left. His true enemy was fate itself. He vanished from her sight in a flash and landed on the window of one of the houses. There were people in the room, he said. Parents with a child? Their bodies were too thin. What did that mean? Suddenly, he heard the clanking of chains and leaped from the room. Makia shouted at him. There's no point in running, he thought, trying to get out of her sight, but her chains followed him. To achieve such an effect, he needed to cast a high-level seal. Divine magic was nothing compared to ordinary magic. If he were caught in a concentrated beam of her magic, he would likely perish without the chance to restore his soul. He knew this city was surrounded by holy magic, so the miasma from the Valley of the Dead wouldn't reach him. Therefore, he shouldn't use spells that consume a lot of energy. For the first time, he had to fight while conserving his mana. He was at such a disadvantage that he couldn't even say anything. So this world wanted to get rid of him? Yet, something was wrong. Makia shouted at him, wait until she runs out of mana. To his great regret, this would never happen. The girl's blows destroyed everything within her chains, including the deaths of people. She told him that while he was running away, innocent people were dying, and he didn't care at all. The protagonist thought she'd been fighting for a long time, but she showed no signs of fatigue. Could this also be driven by a desire for peace? No, she was different from the hero. An endless amount of magical energy, like his miasma from the Valley of the Dead. Running away from her again, he thought, it can't be. A small trace of magic is difficult to see with the naked eye. In one of the houses, he saw a magical aura. Flying through the roof, he saw several people transmitting magical energy. The protagonist thought he was right. Seeing him, the people jumped from their seats and cried out in fear. The Demon King. A short time later, the protagonist looked over his handiwork. Everyone was dead. He noticed the blackened eyes and withered bodies, and MC understood how Makia's power worked. The magical energy transfer circle and the strange corpses nearby. Everything fell into place. The girl's divine magic was real. Its existence was due to the world's desire to rid itself of it. But that was a completely different matter. No human in the world possessed enough mana to sustain such magic. It was only possible by transporting miasma from the Valley of the Dead. But for humans, this was considered a forbidden technique. In other words, the Holy Wand Kingdom soldiers stationed in the city were transferring energy harvested from the corpses of local residents to the girl. He had detected approximately 3,000 warriors stationed at a relative distance from the battlefield. This was an effective solution to the mana consumption problem. His next step was quite obvious. It was a very reliable yet inhumane act. Regardless, he had no choice. Meanwhile, Makia exclaimed angrily, had he moved out of range of her targets? What was he planning? Had he really escaped? But that was impossible. He was definitely planning something. She was prepared for anything. She grinned maliciously and said, she's having a lot of fun right now. Meanwhile, the protagonist used magic to identify those who were supplying the girl with mana and mercilessly eliminated them, step by step, person by person. Ultimately, he had eliminated 2,000 people who were helping Makia. As he exited the last house, he suddenly sensed his enemies were there. The protagonist activated his defense, and at that moment, the enemies attacked. After dealing with one, he saw the maddened gaze of the second, who was approaching him, activating something. MC was surprised. Was he really going to blow himself up? That's exactly what happened. The enemy wanted to blow himself up along with the protagonist, but in the end, he was the only one injured. When the explosion occurred, the protagonist, within the protective sphere, was thrown out. From above, he looked down at the enemies writhing in pain and blood loss. He suddenly realized he had become disgusted with himself, and he no longer dared to call himself a hero. That night, he had killed several thousand people with a single sword. He had no right to condemn the army of the Holy Rod Kingdom for the carnage that had unleashed here. Using the sword of the hero who had slain the demon lord and the fencing skills Claire had taught him, he had mercilessly taken lives. This was abnormal. Perhaps he had already begun to lose his mind. Over and over again, he kept asking himself the same questions. His body might have decayed and his heart had dried up, but the pain continued. Perhaps without realizing it, he had gone mad and could no longer assess his condition sanely. But one thing, only one thing, he knew for sure. He had a goal, and he must act to achieve it. He could not stop, and he could not give up now, and his sanity was secondary. Having finished off the remaining enemies, MC felt his robe grow heavier. He couldn't sense anyone anymore. Makia was there, along with her minions. She noticed the protagonist had begun decimating the soldiers, so she gathered everyone around her. She ordered them to hold their formation and continue sending her mana. She also ordered them to burn anyone remaining outside. Looking up, she cried, "Demon King, stop hiding. Let him show himself to her immediately." Standing on the roof of one of the houses, he raised his hand, released an electric discharge from it, and said, "As she wishes." The girl instantly released her chains and shouted at him, "Here he is." The protagonist knew he couldn't kill her at this rate. He no longer needed to conserve magic. He had only one thing to do: kill all the people gathered here. Mercilessly take their fleeting lives. This place was hell, and now he was at the center of it. He circled her and apologized for the wait. Surrounding himself with protection, he began attacking her soldiers, but she laughed maliciously and attacked him in return, destroying his defenses. The protagonist was surprised. An automatic spell block? Had it really been dispelled? He didn't understand what was happening. Makia was destroying his spells better than controlling chains. Looking around, he realized he couldn't materialize miasma in this area. In that case, he needed to kill all the soldiers around him, keeping his distance from her chains. It was very simple. He had to destroy everyone in sight. At that moment, he heard one of the opponents shout at him to die. The protagonist managed to dodge the blow, and the opponent pierced his comrade. MC told the opponent, "Excellent." In such a crowd, it would be difficult to attack him without hitting his comrade. He couldn't hesitate. Panicked by the death of a comrade, a man loses his guard. If he wants to succeed, he must be prepared to make sacrifices. He must pull himself together, otherwise he will never kill him. He must be brave. With these words, he struck with such force that half the city was destroyed. The protagonist thought that with this attack, he had destroyed most of the enemy forces. One of the warriors begged him for mercy. Dwight thought this was a massacre. Where the soldiers of the Holy Rod Kingdom were dying, their morale must drop to zero. Escape was only a matter of time, but he couldn't allow that. For soldiers are the source of Makia's strength. He engulfed the city in flames and exclaimed, "They, the soldiers of this state, have nowhere to run." The protagonist knew that few warriors remained in this city. They would either die in the fire or suffocate. At this time, Loves informed Luciana that she had gathered all the capital's healers in the mansion. They were currently treating the wounded. Luciana thanked the girl and said she knew she could be relied upon. Loves exclaimed joyfully. It was an honor. The girl asked her if she was perhaps tired. She shouldn't overexert herself. Let her rest a little. Loves assured her that she could still work, but since she insisted, she would. Luciana thought about it. Dawn was approaching. Several hours had passed since the demon lord had left his mansion. No battle involving him had ever dragged on so long. She clutched the pendant to her chest and thought of her lord. Meanwhile, the protagonist walked over the bodies, thinking that every step reminded him of death. Touching these bodies with his feet, he realized the gravity of his sin. At that moment, he heard angry voices and wondered with surprise, had anyone survived? One warrior approached him, and his body was suddenly pierced by a chain, which instantly wrapped around the protagonist's arm. He wondered, confused, what was going on? Had she really used her soldiers as bait? Makia appeared before him and angrily exclaimed, "If he wants to succeed, he must be willing to make sacrifices," something like that. She swung her chain and MC flew into the air. Dwight felt terrible pain. He couldn't tear that chain away. The girl screamed at him. Her chain will never let go of the undead. Let him, the demon lord, surrender. She unleashed many more chains at him, and the protagonist was forced to voluntarily part with his limb. Thus, he broke free from her shackles and avoided her attack. Makia said in surprise, "He cut off his own arm to get rid of the chains? Well, that's clever. But he's reached his limit." MC teleported to safety and thought, his body is very heavy. It could be the effect of divine magic, but his mana left him too quickly. He didn't feel any magical influence. What was going on? Was she using some kind of special spell? He wanted to leave the city to recuperate, but it was impossible. Not only would he give her time to recuperate, but he was also putting himself at great risk. She was one of the awakened, granted her power by fate. If he hesitated, she might develop new abilities. Taking a deep breath, he decided therefore he had to kill her here and now. Activating his sword, he declared, "All her soldiers are dead. Now it's her turn." Makia appeared beside him unexpectedly, laughing, and asked, "Really?" The protagonist thought in bewilderment. He'd killed everyone who was the source of her power. She must be no stronger than an ordinary human. The girl said. She saw right through him. He wondered why she had so much mana left. Was she right? Was he thinking about that? She laughed again and said, all this mana was his, and only now did it dawn on him. The chains. Makia continued, absorbing most of his power as the chains grabbed his arm. The protagonist realized his first attack hadn't been dispelled. The The spell had vanished because she'd absorbed it. She laughed again, called him an idiot, and said he'd tried so hard to kill all her soldiers to ruin her advantage, only to end up in a puddle himself. His mana was simply incredible. She could never have gotten so much from the townspeople. Unfortunately, he had no more strength left to fight. He, as the Demon Lord, had lost. Now, let him give his soul to the heavens. The girl activated powerful magical power through her staff, and thousands of chains appeared in the air. The protagonist was forced to admit she was right. She was powerful enough to defeat the Demon King, but he wasn't just any Demon Lord. He was Dwight. He remembered Claire telling him during their latest training session that they'd try again. He agreed, and activating his power, summoned a huge rock. Claire rushed at the obstacle and dispatched it in seconds. Afterward, she asked him if he'd seen that. He thought in surprise. He was unable to see anything because of her speed. The girl said this time she managed to land 125 hits. What a progress. But they'll keep going until she gets 300. Let him summon another rock, the protagonist objected. What is she talking about? He didn't have that much magic. Claire calmly replied, that means he can improve his skills too. Come on, let him try. That's exactly what he needs now. Even if he can't use miasma, even if his body no longer has mana, there is one thing that will allow him to fight on, and that is the unrivaled sword technique of the strongest hero in the history of this world. MC activated his weapon and told Makia to attack. What happened next caused genuine surprise in the girl. The speed of his movements was incredible. She said in bewilderment, this can't be. He rushed forward and began cutting through her chains with lightning speed. Makia couldn't understand where he got so much strength from. Seriously, who was he? The protagonist, cutting chain after chain, began to approach her. She shouted at him to tell her what kind of monster he was. The protagonist approached her with deadly speed and, continuing to cut her shackles, said, people once called him a sage. The girl exclaimed in amazement. What did he say? MC pushed her away with such force that she flew off into the distance. He rushed after her and dealt her a blow that knocked her down. He wanted people to stop fighting each other and live in peace. How ironic. He was trying to achieve this by walking over the corpses of the people he killed. Makia, examining her wound, asked him. He was human, right? The protagonist replied that he was. The girl, standing up, continued, even more, he was a sage. In that case, doesn't he care about the people he killed with his own hands? She stood up and spread her arms, pointing to the dead. He chuckled and told her that his soul was crying, but he had to move forward. She said with a smirk, is he trying to justify himself? What an idiot he is. The world would be much easier and better off without him. Does he know they say the hero who defeated the previous Demon Lord was a girl? If she kills him now, people will consider her a heroine. The protagonist mockingly said, she's a heroine? Makia glared at him, noticing that he didn't like something. He exclaimed angrily, she's not worthy of that title. The girl tried to attack him with her chains again, but he cut them with ease. She irritably shouted at him to stay away from her. The protagonist cut the chains that appeared again, and thought, they've become shorter. It seems she's used up the mana she stole from him. Makia couldn't calm down. How could this be? She released her weapon again, but the protagonist swiftly cut the remaining chains and struck her. He thought, that's it. The girl tried to attack again, but he instantly severed the fingers on her active hand. She screamed no, and collapsed to the floor. Dwight looked at her and thought, poor girl. So is this the end of one of the heroes of this era? If she had practiced magic, she would have been able to use it without relying on other people's mana. She would have managed to kill him and become worthy of the title of Holy Heroine. But she went mad and began to believe in her own strength without reason. Power and glory blinded her. She had no desire to learn how to control her power and immediately invaded his domain. This was the cause of her defeat. Suddenly, she began to laugh, as if mad. The protagonist wondered why she was laughing. Did she really think she could defeat him? After laughing, she said in a strange voice, she's lost. There's no way she could defeat such a monster. The protagonist looked at her. He didn't think she would try to attack him. She looked like she was about to cry. Had her heart really given in because she'd pushed herself to the limit? She looked at him carefully and said that he really did hate people. He was probably itching to kill her. He chuckled, but said nothing in response. The girl irritably remarked, have you lost your hearing? She told him that he enjoyed killing people. Dwight replied that he didn't hate people at all, and that he only killed when it was truly necessary. Makia smirked and said, let him look at the corpses of her soldiers. He even killed those who tried to flee the battlefield. He burned them with flames of unimaginable proportions. The protagonist said it was for safety reasons. He couldn't let them escape. After all, these people were the source of her power. She showed him her hand with severed fingers and exclaimed angrily, safety, he says? So that's why he cut off her fingers? He could have killed her with one blow, but instead, he decided to inflict hellish pain on her. The protagonist was silent for a moment, then said he had nothing to say. These were echoes of her past. The girl repeated herself again. He used to be a sage. He was going to kill her anyway, right? Then let him tell her one last time. Why did he become a demon lord? Dwight grinned and answered that he wanted peace. If he took over everything, he could prevent conflicts between people. Makia asked him in surprise, he wants to become a restraining force? The protagonist said, right. The girl said in amazement. She didn't think the Demon King could pursue such noble goals. What a surprise for her. This was the stupidest statement she'd ever heard. It's impossible. Her anger knew no bounds at that moment. She continued, he's just looking for an excuse to kill people. He thinks he's a good guy hiding behind the mask of a villain? That's sheer nonsense. He's just a coward. She remembered Alice and said that in the past he had to hate people. She, of all people, knew about that. They only bring despair. The protagonist remembered how Claire was killed and repeated, despair. Makia continued, he, the Demon King, doesn't want to prevent wars between people. He thirsts for revenge. He understands this himself, right? He hides behind peace, but at the same time, he constantly resorts to violence, and it's simply disgusting. MC listened to her silently, attentively. She continued, she sees right through him. Isn't it time for him to escape from reality? The protagonist asked her what she meant by this. Makia exclaimed, she will help him realize his dream. He's terrible. But she feels something kindred in him because before, in his soul, all he had in his heart was hatred for people, right? The girl looked at him with pity and said, he's a poor guy. It must have been hard for him. The protagonist asked her, what is she trying to achieve? Makia answered him honestly, having lost, she couldn't return home. She hadn't lived up to everyone's expectations, so people would want a fair trial. Her help wouldn't hurt, wouldn't it? After a moment's silence, she said that only she could understand his feelings, and only she could heal his heart. Her entire demeanor expressed compassion, but behind her back she clutched a knife. MC stared at her. The girl declared that she was capable of anything for him, so let him take her with him. With these words, she raised her hand with the blade and was about to pounce on him, but the protagonist got ahead of her and pierced her with his sword. He said nonsense. She pointed out his sins and tried to lull him into complacency with sympathy, but he saw through her immediately. Makia looked in bewilderment at his weapon, which had pierced her. She exhaled and said with a chuckle, after all, she wasn't destined to kill him. Dwight thought admiringly. Even aware of the gulf between their abilities, she clung to victory to the very end. Her fighting spirit was unwavering. This determination was worthy of the title of hero. He finally understood why the world chose her, despite her lack of talent. It was her boundless fighting spirit. The girl found the strength to ask him what he truly thought of humans. Dwight was silent for a moment, and then answered that deep down, he hated humans. He simply couldn't forgive them after what they had done to him, or rather, to them. He tried not to think about it, but apparently, he was truly disillusioned with humans. That's why he always said humans couldn't change. That's the reason he became a demon lord. He chose the path of cruelty. He was human after all. Even when he managed to become a deformed undead, he continued to live and think like Dwight. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to change. However, he acknowledged her, Makia's strength. But victory was his. Let her slumber eternally, regretting her defeat. The girl, with her last strength, asked him if it wasn't customary to say something positive at such moments. She folded her arms across her chest and breathed her last. The protagonist looked at her, and as he left, apologized for not being able to find more appropriate words. He thought that even if he made a mistake and began to contradict himself, he would achieve his goal as a demon lord. This is punishment for his sins, as well as his greatest crime. Sometime later, Grom spoke to his comrades. He shouted to them, thus, the demon lord's army defeated the saint. Watching him, the protagonist thought about how, after returning to the capital, he had asked him to tell him the details of the battle. When the protagonist told him some details, he became like this. Dwight didn't think it would cause any harm. At most, it made him feel uneasy, but it was a small price to pay for the happiness of his subjects. From then on, life was relatively calm. Unfortunately, this was only temporary, but he was glad that peace reigned in his lands. Thanks to Luciana's spies, he could easily learn news from all human domains. Luciana's subordinates trusted her, so he had no doubt the reliability of her information. Half the Empire's capital had been destroyed in the battle with Duldar, but it was slowly recovering. Currently, the title of emperor belonged to a nobleman who advocated peace. As for diplomacy, they stuck to their old course. For now, he could only pray for the well-being of the renewed empire. A new saint had appeared in the Holy Rod Kingdom. She gave a speech to the country's inhabitants. This girl possessed no powers. Due to Makia's defeat, faith in the government had wavered. Therefore, the kingdom's leadership sought a way to regain the people's trust. He had no intention of destroying the state. Most likely, they had no plans to do anything against him. Simply observing them would be enough. Deep despair. From time to time, the protagonist recalled Makia's words. He still harbored a lingering hatred for humanity. Only after speaking with her could he comprehend such a simple thing. If he wanted revenge on humanity, he would exterminate them all in the shortest time possible. But that wasn't destined to happen, because Claire had taught him forgiveness, and he would never allow himself to forget that. Suddenly, his office window was shattered by something flying through it. The protagonist exclaimed in surprise, "What is that? Did that golem fly in from the training grounds?" MC looked out the window and saw Henry training with the fighters. One of the warriors exclaimed, "His head." Henry struck with such force that the boy flew back and exclaimed, "What a rock! Compared to Duldar, he's a defenseless child. What victory is that?" The warriors admired him. "Well done, Captain." Henry told his opponent to watch his movements carefully, otherwise he would be killed in an instant. They lost to Saint Makia. All the warriors listened attentively to his words. The boy continued, "The Overlord defeated her single-handedly. It seemed like a happy ending had arrived. But are they really satisfied with this?" Dwight, in his teleportation magic circle, watched Henry closely from the air. He continued, he highly doubted that when the Overlord faced an enemy even he couldn't defeat, they would tell him not to worry. They were with him. Henry exclaimed, did they agree with him? They needed to get stronger. MC, listening to this, thought, yes, this was his first defeat. Despite the people in the capital celebrating their victory, the soldiers trained with all their might to become stronger. They understand that things can't just go on like this. The Demon Lord's army has become stronger. At that moment, he heard Henry exclaim, come on, Doldar, do it again. The warrior he was sparring with growled, let him give him his head back. The protagonist, looking closer, burst out laughing and asked the boy, what's that? Is that what he thinks? Henry replied, yes it is. It's Doldar. The protagonist said, that's not what he meant. What's wrong with his head? The boy laughed and said, oh that. He continued talking. It's his head. Let the tone return it to him. He decided to remove the head of the stuffed animal he found in some nobleman's house. They attached it to the body with magic. The warrior was indignant again. It's not his head, Henry exclaimed. Let everyone see how happy he is. Grom asked his master in surprise, is this even normal? He replied, let them play. After a while, Grom told Dwight, his throne room has been transformed. The protagonist, sitting at the table, answered, he's had more paperwork. At some point, he got tired of going back and forth to get this or that document. Grom said he'd taken steps to maximize his productivity. What a brilliant idea. MC asked him if he had any business with him. The deputy confirmed that he did. He reminded his master that he had an appointment at the lab. The protagonist had noticed, exactly. He thought, having seen the Empire's scientific progress with his own eyes, he decided to create a research center in their capital. The protagonist entrusted its management to one of his subordinates, someone with highly specialized knowledge, and today was supposed to be the first meeting. Dwight left the table and invited him to join him. Grom asked him in surprise, aren't you planning on teleporting? The protagonist answered, suddenly wanting to stroll around the city. Wouldn't he join him? The deputy roared joyfully. A stroll with the Overlord? Of course, he agreed. MC, accompanied by Grom, went outside. Walking through the streets, Dwight observed the life that was in full swing. Merchants shouted their wares and residents went about their business. Grom noticed how crowded it had become. No one even paid attention to them. The protagonist replied that this was proof that the city was developing, and that was simply wonderful. The deputy agreed. The protagonist noticed that there were more demi-humans in the city. Grom replied that recently more and more people had been joining their army. The demi-humans who had suffered discrimination and those who had suffered from poverty supported him, the Demon Lord, considering him their savior. Dwight said he didn't want to be so praised, but the capital was truly short-handed. He didn't see anyone bothered by the differences between the races. The deputy agreed with him here too. The protagonist continued that this walk had been the right decision. Sitting in the mansion, he overlooked many things. Grom exclaimed, his lord had learned a valuable lesson even from such an ordinary thing. Well done, lord. The city was gathering a large crowd. All the kings of this world should learn from his wisdom. The protagonist paused, his positive attitude calming him somewhat. He'd been plagued by uneasiness lately, and one of the reasons was that he, his deputy, had barely survived the battle with Makia. He was very glad he'd managed to save him, but he'd prefer not to talk about it. At that moment, 3 villagers turned to Grom and thanked him for yesterday's cooking. It had been simply top-notch. They asked him to visit them again. The deputy angrily told them, shame on them. The Demon Lord himself stood before them, and they hadn't even greeted him. The villagers exclaimed in fear, Lord, they're asking for forgiveness. They never thought he'd appear in the city. The protagonist told his deputy not to do that. And what were they thanking him for? Grom sheepishly replied, nothing special. He often patrols the city, sometimes stopping by various establishments and helping the residents with their cooking. Dwight thought Grom was undead, so he never gets tired and is very hardworking. He always considered him a great helper, but never imagined him doing something like this. The protagonist told him he had no idea his subjects had such problems, and thanked him for helping them. Grom exclaimed, what is he talking about? Don't mention that. The deputy bid the villagers farewell, and they waved back joyfully. The protagonist noted that his subjects weren't intimidated by Grom's appearance, which wasn't surprising, given that he'd helped them so much. When the locals looked at him at Dwight, they felt only fear and anxiety, and he understood. A demon lord was a harbinger of horror and destruction, but this shouldn't negatively impact the morale of the common people. He couldn't become a good ruler overnight, but he wanted to get closer to his people. Therefore, the protagonist asked his deputy what he could do to earn his subjects' trust. Grom couldn't believe his ears. The lord was asking him for advice? The protagonist continued. Frankly, he hadn't been good at communicating with others, even in life. Grom, after a moment's thought, said, then why doesn't he just talk to them? He continued, their capital is a refuge for many creatures who have lost their home. Most of them didn't know if they could survive until tomorrow. He, the Overlord, became a ray of hope for them. Among his subjects, there were many who would like to speak with him. The protagonist asked doubtfully, he thinks so? Grom confirmed, that's right. Maybe he should try his hand at cooking too? That would definitely interest people. The protagonist countered, saying he couldn't cook edible food. The deputy told him not to be modest. At that moment, they heard Luciana exclaim in bewilderment, What is her overlord doing here with that bone? Grom snorted in response and announced pompously, the overlord said he wanted to take a walk with him. Dwight muttered, he didn't say that. Grom exclaimed in irritation, nobody invited her here. Damn succubus. Luciana turned to her master and asked him if he could dump this chatterbox and go on a date with her. Grom exclaimed angrily, what nonsense is this? Their ruler values him more than she did. She lost this war long ago. The protagonist said conciliatorily. They don't have time for games, they need to go. Luciana said sadly, she has some things to do too. They'll go on a date another time. Dwight told his deputy that he would accompany him regarding the check. Grom readily responded to his order, adding that he would help him in any way he could. After a while, they reached their destination, and Grom informed him that they were there. When the allies entered, the lab staff bowed respectfully before them and greeted them, saying they had been waiting for them. The intelligent device invited them in. It added that it was scanning both of their mana. After this procedure, the device opened the gates for them. Inside, Natasha Luga greeted them warmly and informed them that the gate they had just passed through was special. It reads a guest's mana and only admits those whose data is in the database. She welcomes the overlord to her laboratory. The protagonist thought that the head of the Demon Research Laboratory, Natasha Luga, had previously worked for the Empire and studied the properties of magic. Because of her research into forbidden spells, she was stripped of her position and exiled from the Empire. They simply threw her out the gate, even though she struggled against the guards, screaming for them to let her in. She simply wanted to do research. Then he summoned her to his mansion and asked her if she would like to work for him. But that meant she would become part of his army. Did she understand that? The girl answered that she simply wanted to do research, even if it meant becoming the enemy of the entire world. The protagonist appointed her head of his research center and provided her with everything she needed. Without a doubt, she was a real oddball. She asked him where they should begin the tour. She'd studied all the blueprints and prototypes of the weapons seized from the Empire. She could show him the guns and such. The protagonist told her that could wait. Natasha caught herself and said, she's sorry? How could she forget? In that case, let him show her what he asked. He told her to take him. Grom, perplexed, asked him what she was talking about. The protagonist told him he'd understand everything when he saw it for himself, but he warned him it wouldn't be the best sight. When they entered the lab, Grom exclaimed in surprise, those are ghouls and mountains of corpses. Large vessels containing dead creatures stood all over the room. Furthermore, behind bars were ghouls and corpses. Dwight said, that's right, those are the bodies of spies who infiltrated their capital. The deputy said, so, he experiments on people? Does he really want to do what he dreams of? MC said yes, he wants to learn how to bring the dead back to life. Grom asked him if it was because of Claire. The protagonist said yes, he wants to resurrect her. Perhaps she rejects him, or maybe the problem is his mental state. Whatever the case, he can't bring her back to life himself. So, he decided to find another way. The protagonist looked at Grom and added, he probably thinks he's a naive fool, right? The deputy exclaimed, no way. He's ready to do anything to make his dream come true. The protagonist thanked him. Natasha said she felt bad interrupting their conversation, but maybe he wanted to hear the details of her research. The protagonist apologized to her and asked her to tell him everything she'd come up with. The girl exclaimed, excellent. She's currently conducting research in 2 directions, reverting the undead to human form and resurrecting the dead. Frankly, the results are far from encouraging. There are countless spells in this world, but in all of history, there has never been a single case of the dead returning as humans, not undead. She's tried various spells and potions, but so far, nothing has worked. Dwight understood that turning the dead into undead isn't resurrection. People subjected to the spell become completely different creatures. There's a fundamental difference between the two. No matter how hard he tries, his powers are incapable of bringing people back to life. Therefore, he's willing to sponsor years of research. It might require considerable resources and time, but the results are worth it. MC examined the test subjects and told Natasha she could recruit scientists from other departments, but the main thing is for her not to give up. The girl turned to him and said that it doesn't take many scientists to solve a complex problem. To break down the impenetrable wall, that was their task. Therefore, let him rest assured she would not give up, even if she died. The protagonist thanked her and said they could now move on to other research. She said then she asked them to follow her. He asked her, what about returning to human form? The girl replied that she hadn't said it was impossible. As they continued their tour, Natasha enthusiastically explained each of her developments. When it came to weapons, the protagonist tried them out. The girl exclaimed admiringly, he's an excellent shot. He remarked that the weapon was easy to use and quite good. She had significantly improved the Empire's developments. Natasha sheepishly answered him. What was he talking about? She simply liked their guns. She was sure they would become the main weapon of the next generation. Grom noted that he somehow doubted that. Natasha countered, well, he really doesn't need them, but for the soldiers, they will be a powerful boost. This weapon allows you to injure or kill a person from a distance, and doesn't require a lot of training, as is necessary with magic or a bow. Grom said he couldn't argue with that. The girl continued, she plans to refine the technology to reduce recoil when firing. For now, she calls this weapon magic bullets, but something tells her it will be something special in the future. The protagonist examined the weapon thoughtfully. Natasha asked him, perplexed, if there was something he didn't like. He answered, no, everything was fine. If his memory serves him correctly, she was involved in developing magic-related technologies in the Empire. The girl remarked, yes, that's true, but why? The protagonist asked her if she knew the person who invented magic guns. She answered, surprised, that she did. Had he heard of the Magtech Kingdom? MC said, of course. It's a country renowned for its scientific advancement and discoveries in magical technology. Its natives dislike war, but they have made a huge contribution to the development of military technology, a fact they are proud of to this day. Grom remarked that, if he was not mistaken, the Empire had previously cooperated with this kingdom. Natasha confirmed this was true. John Doe was one of the engineers sent to the Empire as part of an exchange. Over time, he designed numerous new devices. Most of the weapons the Empire currently possesses were developed by him. The protagonist remarked in surprise, do you know his name? Natasha replied that she did. If she remembered his name correctly, then it was indeed John Doe. He was a thin man with short brown hair and silver glasses. He was just under 35 years old. The protagonist thought he knew it. His name appeared frequently in Imperial documents. His intuition told him he should keep an eye on this man. He asked the girl when he had started showing such results. Natasha told him it was about a year ago. Exactly, he hadn't been particularly successful in science before that. That was very strange. Grom asked the master if this was really what he thought it was. MC replied, yes, it was around the same time he returned to this world. Everything fits together. Perhaps a blessing had descended upon him. But unlike the others, no unusual abilities had awakened within him. He had simply discovered his talent. Perhaps it was just a coincidence. Grom said, be that as it may, he suggests getting rid of him as soon as possible. Dwight countered, no, they'd let him live. Humanity needed hope. The deputy asked, surprised, hope? The protagonist said, exactly. If people succumbed to the terror of the Demon Lord, he didn't want to see a world where nothing remained but despair. These were just the musings of a humble sage posing as a Demon Lord. The world needed hope in heroes. He thought of his Claire. Thanks to her dedication and nobility, people continued to fight when all seemed lost. He continued, John's inventions had completely changed people's understanding of war. They should be grateful to him. Even if these technologies were weapons of war, they would certainly one day serve for the benefit of humanity. John was not one to lead an army into battle, but his contribution to people's lives was as important as the exploits of any hero of the past. The world needed him. That was an undeniable fact. Natasha looked at the protagonist with respect, hanging on his every word. Grom exclaimed dejectedly how foolish he'd been to suggest getting rid of that man. The protagonist responded, having had plenty of time to think. He added that it was time for them to return home. Natasha turned thoughtfully to MC and told him she'd followed him because she wanted to continue her research. But now, how should she put it, she realized she'd made the right choice. He looked at her in confusion. What was she talking about? The girl continued. She was extremely curious about the phenomenon of demon lords. She hoped that one day he would agree to help her study it. The protagonist responded he'd think about her offer. After some time, Grom hurriedly appeared in his ruler's office and informed him that disaster had struck. The protagonist, surprised, asked him what had happened. The deputy said the Holy Rod Kingdom had declared war on the Magtech Kingdom. The protagonist and his lieutenants set out on reconnaissance. The opponents fought fiercely and decisively, sparing neither effort nor means. The warriors of the Holy Rod Kingdom all wore face masks, concealing their faces. Their opponents wore iron armor, completely covering their bodies. The protagonist said, so that's it. Grom noted, he wouldn't call it a war, just minor skirmishes. The conflict began due to the Holy Rod Kingdom's numerous demands. Apparently, they needed weapons and technology, but Magtech refused them. Therefore, they sent soldiers to the kingdom's borders. Henry remarked with surprise, soldiers? They looked more like bandits. MC told him he'd understand when he saw their magic. They were definitely soldiers of this kingdom. They went dressed like that to conceal their affiliation with the kingdom. The protagonist thought, but those are drastic measures. It seems the death of Saint Makia has had a profound impact on the ruling elite. At that moment, the Magtech warriors fired an extraordinary weapon, the arrow piercing the face of one of the enemy's soldiers. Henry exclaimed in amazement, what a surprise. It's a ballista. They use crossbows, a unique invention of their kingdom. Dwight said he wasn't surprised. In his time, they used slightly different weapons, but the fighting style remained unchanged. Henry asked, if their weapons were so powerful, why not share them with other countries? The protagonist said, the difference lies in development. Most often, malfunctions occur in those manufactured in other countries, and only Magtech's technological advancement allows these devices to be used effectively in combat, at least for now. Henry watched the weapons use thoughtfully. Grom asked his master, will they interfere with the battle? MC answered, no, they came here to observe. At that moment, something enormous and incredible caught his attention. He saw golems. He was surprised. They were very different from anything he had seen before. Golems are usually more clumsy, but these were a completely different format, more agile and more fully equipped. Henry noted in surprise, they're walking straight. Aren't golems used in battle to protect people? At that moment, the warriors of the Holy Wand Kingdom received the order to fire at the golems. The soldiers began attacking the golems, but all their attempts were futile. The projectiles and blows didn't hit them, but ricocheted off them. The warriors didn't understand what was happening. Why weren't their weapons hitting them? Grom said in surprise. That's an effect. The protagonist corrected him. It's protective magic. There were no wizards nearby. Those were the golem's own shields. Henry said in bewilderment. He'd never heard of such golems. Could this really be a new magtech invention? Dwight said. So it seemed so. The golems raised their hands, laser holes appeared in their palms, and they attacked their opponents with laser beams. Henry exclaimed in surprise. What a surprise. The protagonist said he was surprised too. It was simply impossible to achieve such progress in the 10 years he'd spent in the Valley of the Dead. The golems had dispatched their enemies in no time. The protagonist said, there's no mistake, it was his doing. It was John's invention. Henry remarked in surprise. John? By the way, weren't they the ones who stole his designs and made their own weapons? What were they called? The protagonist replied, pistols. With weapons like that, even a child could kill a skilled mage. The boy said thoughtfully, what toys? He paused for a moment and then asked the protagonist, so, his bow is junk? Dwight told him decisively, no. He would continue to lead the army. Bows and arrows will never go out of date. Henry breathed a sigh of relief and with a laugh thanked MC. Dwight looked at him with a smile and thought, it's not just about the weapon. While pistols may be more powerful, a dragon bow is superior in many ways. Henry will never be useless. His skills will always be relevant. The protagonist approached him and asked if he wanted to become immortal. The boy chuckled and said, another surprise. What came over him? He answered, just curious. The protagonist had been thinking about this for a long time. Grom is undead. Luciana and Logan belong to a long-lived race, so it's not necessary for them. They will live much longer than an ordinary person. Henry asked him if he agreed. Would he offer him the opportunity to become undead? The protagonist answered, yes. Now he can turn him into a higher undead while preserving his sanity. He will become a powerful undead. After some thought, the boy told him he didn't want that. He added that the offer was interesting, but he liked being human. Dying after living his allotted time is the main beauty of life. Grom looked at him with irritation. The boy caught himself and, apologizing, said he hadn't meant to mock him. He'd only been talking about himself, and he wasn't planning on dying yet. He still wanted to have fun. The protagonist admitted there was some truth in his words. Dying after living the allotted life was a great joy. He added sadly that he was very sorry he dragged Grom into this. Eternal life only brought suffering. He would understand if Grom was angry with him. His deputy exclaimed indignantly. He never imagined he'd forcibly raised him from the dead. He would serve him forever, so let him rest easy. The protagonist thanked him for such words. Henry, after thinking for a moment, turned to the protagonist and said that if he ever had children, he would like them to be his subjects. He hoped his general wouldn't object to this. MC replied that he would look forward to it. At that moment, Grom exclaimed, wait a minute. While they were distracted, the humans lost the battle. They lost decisively. Their enemy was too strong. The protagonist surveyed the battlefield, where the only living beings were golems and magtech warriors. Dwight declared, they're coming back. Descending onto the battlefield, Grom attracted the attention of his comrades, seeing the fallen golem. The protagonist declared, it seems the Holy Wand Kingdom managed to destroy one golem. They can borrow from others' achievements. Henry exclaimed, he's so wise. That's not a bad idea. Magtech will notice one of the golems is missing, and they'll likely assume the Holy Wand Kingdom stole it. It's hard to imagine them stealing it. When the allies teleported the loot back to their place, Natasha arrived. MC noticed she was just in time. He pointed to the golem and told her it was his gift to her. The girl was absolutely delighted. Sometime later, when the protagonist offered Luciana eternal life, his faithful assistant exclaimed, of course she wants it. There's no need to even think about it. She added, she doesn't want to die. If there's a chance to live forever, she'll agree. He sounded surprised. So simple? Luciana laughed and said, what did he expect from a succubus? The protagonist thought she'd always been proud of her race. Her actions and words were full of confidence. Many warriors in his army admired Luciana, but this isn't a succubus trait, but rather her own charm. The girl continued, saying that if she were to become undead, she'd like to become a vampire, so her appearance would change significantly. The protagonist answered, as she wishes. Luciana flew up to him and said she'd always be by his side, and that he shouldn't worry. He wanted to apologize, but she interrupted him and told him not to. The girl added, Natasha asked me to tell him something. She'd finished researching the golem. MC was surprised. So quickly. Luciana said she'd already reported everything to Grom. He'd probably gone to the lab. She's worried about her girl's latest reports, so she needs to check everything out personally. She left him, flying off to do her own thing. The protagonist thought about it. About a month had passed since the battle between the kingdoms. He hadn't kept an eye on them since then. They were being too quiet. But he didn't think Magtech was plotting anything against him. However, they are going to war. By aiding the Empire with weapons, the kingdom of Magtech was able to discover his true power. Most likely, these golems were created to fight him. They are lying low because they are preparing something grand. Magtech will make its move as soon as it is sure it has enough power to kill the Demon Lord. He doesn't want this to be true, but he should prepare a countermeasure. When Dwight arrived at the lab, he heard Grom loudly exclaim that this was simply incredible. He turned to Natasha and told her that she was no slouch. She asked him not to shout so loudly. He scared off all her workers. Grom apologized to her. The protagonist said, did she manage to restore the golem to such a state? That's simply incredible. Natasha replied that she had been waiting for him. She looked at him mysteriously and asked him to follow her. The protagonist told her that she looked very tired. Maybe she should rest? The girl told him she had no time to rest. He should follow her instead. She led him to the restored structure and told him that this golem was simply amazing. The more she examined it, the more amazed she became. They attempted to repair the damaged parts using similar components. The golem had lost some functionality, but it was still functional. The girl handed him the documents, adding that these were the results of the research. Looking at them, MC saw that the document detailed the golem's external and internal parameters. As he expected, it was completely different from anything he had seen before. He noticed everything was clear to him. And what did she think of these creatures? Natasha asked him if he wanted to hear the truth. After he agreed, she said she understood the thought process of the creator of these machines. She was forced to admit that it was a brilliant approach. However, it lacked one crucial detail: the power of technology. The protagonist looked at her, puzzled. She continued, wanting to point out that these golems are imperfect. They must have brought a test unit, sent out for a trial run. It has 178 magical flaws. Of course, she didn't include the problems caused by damage. It's hard to believe of reason these flaws complement each other. Therefore, the golem works much better than it should. It's beyond reason. A miracle of miracles. The protagonist said he knew it. He looked at the magical formulas represented in this golem and came to the same conclusion. Magtech had possessed amazing technology before, but these golems were nothing compared to it. Miracle is the only word that can describe them. Natasha asked him if he would like to activate this technological marvel. Perhaps he could learn something more. Dwight told her she was right. They would do so. Activating the golem, Natasha said, this golem works just like the others. If a magical current is directed at it, it will be linked to the mage. The protagonist told her they would test it now. He activated his magical energy and directed it at the golem. The mechanical creature began to move and took its first steps. Grom exclaimed in delight. It had activated. The protagonist, keeping the golem in his sight, made it perform a series of actions. Natasha asked, can he see this? Dwight answered her, yes. After glancing at the blueprints, he was very interested in this function. That's what shared vision is. For effective control, the golem must be within the mage's sight. This poses a risk to the summoner's life, but with shared vision, this drawback is eliminated. This function is of great value when defending forts. They had thought of this well. The girl asked him what he was feeling now. MC said he was used to seeing through the eyes of several creatures at once. For humans, this is a very unusual sensation, but the undead are accustomed to it. Now he will try to control this golem. After some time had passed, the protagonist told Natasha that he wasn't falling, that they had done a good job, and that he was carrying out his orders without any hesitation. He didn't often use the golem creation spell. While they could be useful in certain situations, golems weren't particularly effective in combat. At the time, he thought it was an ineffective spell. There were many more effective alternatives. But now he realizes he was wrong. No, not even that. He was very stupid. Natasha sheepishly replied that she understood his feelings. She was upset to see such a superb creation. Then she exclaimed, however, this is mind-blowing. He could project a beam of light from his hands. The protagonist tried this function as well and was pleased. The golem's shock beam was beyond praise. Grom exclaimed in surprise, how is that possible? Dwight said, they've made sure the Holy Wand Kingdom has no chance of victory. This golem is incredibly powerful, and yet the lab workers and their boss managed to launch it on their own? Natasha answered, of course. Golems require a lot of magical energy. He could easily control it, but ordinary people would have a hard time using such a creature in battle for long periods. The protagonist said, no wonder. He felt a significant drain on his mana. He looked at his hand and continued, this golem requires a lot of mana to use effectively. They are not suitable for prolonged battles. This is the main drawback of such creations. Grom stared at the golem. The protagonist, noticing his gaze, wondered if he was really interested in this creation. He asked his loyal subject if he wanted to try controlling it. Grom, incredulous, exclaimed in surprise, is that possible? The deputy excitedly asked, so, how is this done? Natasha prompted him. First, he needed to direct mana to this location. MC thought, just in case he should cast a protective spell, which he immediately did. Grom laughed and said, he's figured it out. The girl warned him to be careful. When Grom activated the creation, he joyfully turned to the protagonist and asked, how's it going? Let him see how skillfully he handled this machine. The deputy got excited and struck the golem with such force that it fell to the floor. Natasha exclaimed in irritation. She told him to be careful. Grom, embarrassed and guilty, shoved his fingers into his jaw, his whole appearance expressing remorse. Natasha was furious. The protagonist watched them with interest. After a while, Dahlia turned to her leader and asked her to look at something. Luciana, looking in the right direction, exclaimed in amazement, this can't be. Is this really true? Dahlia noticed. Yes. She was surprised too, but there was no mistaking it. The girl looked at her leader and thought with alarm. It was the first time she'd seen Luciana so agitated. So they really were that terrible? She asked her what they would do. The succubus replied that if that was true, they wouldn't be able to deal with them on their own. They would have to report everything to the Overlord. As the girl did so, he was overcome with thought. Almost a year had passed since he became the Demon Lord. Naturally, hearing Luciana's report, he was shocked. In one night, the Empire was destroyed, but protagonist reached a chasm where human bodies were piled up and transformed them into undead, giving them a chance to live. He thought he'd done all he could. All he could do was wait. He asked Luciana again, was the Empire destroyed? She told him yes. She'd seen it all with her own eyes. The protagonist asked her to tell him everything in detail. Luciana said she didn't know the reason, but it wasn't their opponents who destroyed the Empire. It was most likely a spirit. He thought she was probably right. It was the only creature that could destroy an entire state in one night. She asked him what they would do. MC answered, obviously, stop them. He would begin preparations. The succubus asked him if he was going to go alone. MC said he wouldn't take an army with him. If they had to fight, his soldiers would simply lose their lives. He couldn't take just anyone, and it would be the right decision. He'll take Grom, his second in command, the most powerful warrior after him. If the enemy can't use holy magic, he can defeat anyone. He has the ability to reincarnate himself by controlling undead. Then there's Luciana. She served the previous Demon Lord, and she's very skilled at surveillance and possesses excellent combat skills. She can use a variety of spells, allowing her to adapt to any situation. He'll also take Henry. He was powerful enough to kill the previous Demon Lord. He's an unrivaled archer with excellent intuition. With his beloved dragon bow, he can kill any opponent. And don't forget Doldar. He was a great pirate, but now his sanity has failed him. He hasn't lost his incredible strength, and he's also undead, so he's not so easy to kill. Although no, even given their strength, it's too dangerous. He'd likely have to face this problem alone. In that case, he needed to hurry. The protagonist decided to tackle this problem alone and teleported to the desired location. Suddenly, the sound of powerful wings filled the air, and Logan told him he was here after all. He'd been told everything. He'd come with him. The protagonist told him it was too dangerous. Logan countered, no, they needed him. He swore he wouldn't be a burden. MC thanked his comrade. Surveying the ruined empire, Logan noted the terrifying sight. Dwight agreed. The head of the Elven clan noticed. He'd already noticed the enormous amount of magical energy. At that moment, they were attacked, and Logan exclaimed in surprise. Ice arrows? The protagonist, activating his defense, said, a sneak attack? He shouted to his comrade that he would buy time for him to attack back. The boy replied that he knew it. The protagonist noted that there was an incredible amount of magical energy around, but he could handle it. Thanks to the miasma from the Valley of the Dead, he had a huge reserve of mana. This was a battle of attrition, and he accepted the challenge. Logan began casting spells, activating all his power, and a magical weapon appeared in the air and rushed at the enemy. The protagonist turned to the boy, who replied that he was already finished. Flying with MC to the significant spot, the boy said, I'll be right there. After a short time, a silhouette appeared, and the High Spirit said, Elf and Undead, an unusual couple. The protagonist asked her if she was the High Spirit. She answered that she was, and who was he? Dwight answered that he was the Demon Lord. Upon meeting her, he realized he was experiencing some strange feeling. The spirit said, there have been many who have called themselves by this title in the past, but this one is different. She looked at Logan and asked him, what about him? The elf introduced himself and added that he was the leader of the elves of the Forest of World Trees. The spirit said in surprise, he's the protector of the World Tree? He should be proud. She bowed her head to him in respect. She continued, if he hadn't spoken to her in the spirit language, she would have killed the Demon Lord. The allies looked at her warily. The Supreme Being asked them what they wanted from her. The protagonist replied, she is an ancient spirit, watching over this world since the dawn of time. She never interfered with the lives of other beings, so stories about her became part of myths and legends. What compelled her to reappear in their world and destroy the human kingdom? The spirit answered, these humans stole her crystal of mysteries. The protagonist, surprised, clarified, is this the stone that seals the power of the Great Spirit? She confirmed that it was indeed, and that it was very dear to her. MC said, I see, and paused. The Empire possessed vast territories. He wouldn't be surprised if ancient ruins lay somewhere on its lands. Perhaps they stole the mystery crystal to restore the state, but that would be a grave mistake, such as the wrath of the Great Spirit. He told her that he understood everything, and asked her not to intrude on human territory again. The spirit was surprised. Why? Wasn't he a demon lord? Why would he protect humanity? The protagonist replied that he planned to take over these lands. It would be unprofitable for him if everything collapsed. He understood that no one would believe that he wanted to protect people because of his kindness. Therefore, it was better to answer her like that. The spirit thought for a moment, and then said, unfortunately, she will not stop until she finds her crystal. Dwight checked with her. Didn't find it? She said. People seem to be very skilled at guarding precious things. He wondered if even after the destruction of the Empire, the person who stole it intended to hide its location. Playing hide and seek with a great spirit was very dangerous. The protagonist asked her if she would stop if he returned her mystery crystal. The spirit said she would never forgive the people who stole it, but she agreed to curb her anger. MC, after thinking for a moment, said, okay then, he will return it to her. She asked him if he was capable of this. He answered affirmatively without hesitation. The spirit told him, okay, so be it. She entrusted it to him. She gave him 3 days to do everything and would wait for him here. The protagonist answered, okay, After that, she vanished into thin air. Returning to the palace, Logan asked him, was that just part of it? The protagonist noted, exactly. He realized her power was beyond their comprehension, but the amount of magical force she wielded was unnatural. She likely couldn't locate the mystery crystal precisely because it was only part of her body, Logan said. But even so, this spirit possesses such power. They were lucky to be alive. MC agreed with him, adding that he thought he could defeat her. He wouldn't be able to handle her true form, but he could handle it now. Logan asked him if she assumed her true form. The protagonist said something told him she couldn't do that. She had no reason to share her power. Logan paused for a moment, then turned to the protagonist and said that he was strange. Did he know that? Did he really lose his fear when he became undead? The protagonist answered that perhaps that was true. Meanwhile, John was turning the mystery crystal over in his hands, examining it. Logan was perplexed. Could it really be that the Supreme Spirit couldn't find its crystal? The protagonist replied that camouflage magic was a recent invention, and the spirit didn't know how to handle it. Looking at the Empire, it became clear they didn't need the crystal's exact location. Logan noted that it made sense. Dwight placed a hand on his shoulder and asked if he was ready. The elf said yes, let him share his mana with him, and he'd handle the rest himself. The protagonist fulfilled his request, and the boys saw a picture of John coming to the aristocrats and telling them he was looking for them, nobles who had lost their wealth and status after the war with the Demon Lord. Honda, without removing his hood, asked who they were. John replied that they were ambassadors from Magtech. Would they like to become nobles in their country? To do so, they needed to find the Crystal of Mysteries. That was the main requirement. Finally, Logan said he had found it. The crystal was in Magtech. The protagonist said, that's it, and thanked the elf for his work. Suddenly, Logan fell to the floor. The protagonist called his name anxiously, and the boy replied that everything was fine, he was just tired, and that he should let him rest. After some time, the MC held a meeting with his assistants. After listening to them, he thought he had built up a general picture from the spies' reports, but he found it difficult to understand the mindset of these nobles. Didn't they consider that they would have to face a supreme spirit? Even he didn't want to meet her. Was power really that important to them? Such is human nature. They killed the hero and the sage who defeated the Demon Lord. For them, the death of a stranger means nothing. Unfortunately, cruelty has become widespread. Humans are stupid creatures, and he is stupid too. After some time, the protagonist warned Logan through the door that he was coming to see him. He asked him how he was. The elf replied that he was feeling better. He should forgive him for making him worry. The protagonist objected. No need. He was the one who asked him about this matter, for which he was extremely grateful. Logan asked him if he was going to send his army. Dwight confirmed, yes, he would send his subordinates on the campaign. He had to find the stone by tomorrow, so his warriors would attack Magtech that night. MC looked out the window and called his warriors. The elf asked him if the spirit would keep her promise if they returned the crystal to her. The protagonist, looking at the crowd, said, even if not, he would definitely stop her. He had no doubt that she was very strong, but he would not lose. He would kill her, even if it meant sacrificing his sanity. At that moment, the spirit appeared behind him and asked him if he had found what he promised her. The protagonist thought in surprise. She hadn't heard what they were talking about. Had she? He told her he still had time. The spirit answered him. She came because she was tired of waiting. Had she disturbed them? Dwight assured her not at all. He was glad to welcome her to his country. He thought he couldn't tell her she had caused him a lot of trouble. Could he? The spirit asked him how the search was going. He told her they had found it. She would have it tomorrow. He decided not to tell her the location of her thing. He couldn't let her destroy Magtech like she had done with the Empire. The spirit remarked with surprise, really? Will she take his word for it? The protagonist thanked her and apologized for not telling her right away. It was his fault. The spirit graciously said, no need. By the way, does he have any free time? She would like to talk to him. The protagonist remarked, yes, he wouldn't mind discussing something with her either. She said, what a coincidence. But they needed to go somewhere else. She looked at Logan and asked him if the elf leader would like to come with them. A surprised Logan replied, thank you, but he'll refuse. He needs to rest. The protagonist noted with surprise, didn't he tell him he'd recovered? The elf replied, he'll hold back. The protagonist tried again to persuade him, but the elf was adamant. The spirit said, it can't be helped. They'll have another chance to talk. The elf noted that this was true. She told the protagonist, so let him follow her. He agreed to her proposal. Logan waved and MC grumbled at him. What a reliable friend he has. Flying over the city, the spirit remarked, it's a fine city. It embodies the ideals of its ruler. The protagonist, keeping pace with her, was surprised. Really? He hoped that at such a height no one would notice them, but people sensitive to magic can detect the presence of a higher spirit. He wouldn't be surprised if this scared someone. They were very lucky that she wasn't planning to destroy their city. He was ready to fight the spirit, but not in this place. The spirit stopped and asked him, so what was he trying to achieve? The protagonist thought, now everything is clear. He shouldn't deceive her. He answered her. He wants to become humanity's sworn enemy in order to unite them and establish harmony in the world. The spirit exclaimed, I see. She had interacted with many demon lords, but he was the first one with something special. Dwight asked her, is she going to stop him? She answered him, no. He wasn't planning to destroy the world, so she couldn't do anything about it. The protagonist noted her words in surprise. She said she couldn't do anything. What did that mean? The spirit continued. Judging by his reaction, he didn't know about the concept of higher spirits. MC noted in surprise. The concept of existence? He knew very little about higher spirits. She told him it couldn't be helped. Time takes with it not only lives but also knowledge. She was inclined to believe he'd noticed. Dwight asked her if she'd split. The spirit agreed with him. That was right. She'd come in this form because she couldn't assume her true form right now. The protagonist asked her if this had anything to do with the concept of higher spirits. The spirit said yes. That's right. She'd tell him about it. Higher spirits were born to maintain order in this world. They are its protective instrument. They are creatures that protect this world, no, this star, from complete destruction. They possess immense power to fulfill these duties, but they have limitations. The protagonist remarked in surprise. Creatures that protect this world? This was the first time he'd heard of this. He paused, and the spirit remarked, seeming very puzzled. The protagonist asked her if she couldn't use her power for other purposes. The spirit nodded approvingly, attentive. Yes, they can only act when the world is in danger of destruction. Otherwise, spirits are incapable of anything. Dwight said historical sources contained almost no records of the appearances of higher spirits, so he guessed that there were some special conditions for this. Legends about higher spirits best conveyed the true state of affairs. She noted that where there is truth, there is also fiction, but she does not think he is mistaken. Currently, she only possesses a fraction of her power. This form gives her some freedom of action. The protagonist asked her irritably, is this why she destroyed the Empire? The spirit did not hide it, she said. That's right. Its destruction will in no way affect the integrity of the world. She can wipe out all of humanity. MC said, so that's how it is. Higher spirits exist to protect the world, not humanity. The spirit confirmed it exactly. They do not protect people. If they survive the process, then so be it. He said, everything is clear. He thought it was quite difficult to hear that. Higher spirits could be considered natural disasters in a sense. The protagonist asked her why she was telling him all this. The spirit answered that it was a warning. From their conversation, she understood that he had no intention of destroying the world. Therefore, she would not interfere with him. But if he ever changed his plans, she would be his adversary. The protagonist said he would take this into account. The spirit continued, and that was all. She would wait for him where they first met. MC watched as she vanished into thin air and realized that he was very tired. Undead people don't feel physical fatigue, but his condition couldn't be described as anything else. But he had no time to feel sorry for himself. A new war would begin that night. When he returned to the palace, Luciana rushed at him, screaming that he was back. Is he okay? Is he hurt? How is he feeling? They were very worried and awaited his return. The protagonist apologized to them and said, the high spirit seems to have just wanted to talk. Nothing serious. Grom noted, that's right. He added that the squad's formation was complete, and the warriors were ready to attack at any time. The protagonist replied that he understood. He told them to join the squad as well and await his orders. He would be arriving soon. His subordinates readily responded to his words. MC approached his magic ball containing Claire's remains, placed his hand on it, and thought, Carowin. He had been working on the issue of resurrecting the dead, but so far there had been no breakthrough. Each new attempt brought on sad thoughts. Fortunately, his time was unlimited. He needn't worry about old age. He could focus all his thoughts on achieving his goal. Even if he moved slowly, it didn't matter, but he would never give up. He turned to his beloved and asked her to give him her power. The time had come. Today, the long-awaited war would begin. A little later, having rejoined his army, Dwight asked Logan how he was feeling. Hadn't he said he needed rest? The elf apologized. The protagonist told him to ignore him. He understood his attitude. The important thing was that he was counting on him. Logan exclaimed, let him leave that to him. As they approached Magtech City, warning lights lit up on the watchtower. MC exclaimed, wow, the enemy spotted them quickly. At that moment, the lead knight reported to John, pointing to a map of the area, that a squad of the Demon King had been spotted near the capital's outer wall. He was about to attack them. Everyone should prepare for battle immediately. The man exclaimed in despair. Everything is going to hell. This really happened. Why does this always happen to him? The lead knight skillfully positioned his warriors. John carefully watched their actions. The protagonist, looking at the armament of the battle towers, exclaimed, magic cannon. It was different from what they'd seen in the Empire. The power and frequency of the guns had been improved. Henry turned to him and asked if he could stir them up a bit. Dwight replied, yes. He'd commissioned him to do so. The archer loaded several arrows into his bow at once and shouted to the enemy, look here. He fired, and all his arrows struck the cannons right through the muzzles. The knights behind their cannons were seriously wounded. Henry exclaimed joyfully, just as his general had said. His bow and arrows could rival those of the next generation. MC agreed. Grom said to his master, he's next. This passage seems very narrow. He will pave the way. Let him watch carefully. He activated his most powerful strike and aimed it at the enemy's protective walls. When the smoke cleared a little, it became clear that most of the structure had been destroyed. Grom joyfully exclaimed, it was all his fault. Suddenly, he told the protagonist that someone had appeared. Golems were making their way through the smoke and boulders toward MC's army. Henry noticed that they had just arrived, and immediately they appeared. It was clear the golems were about to attack them. The protagonist warned his army to prepare. Suddenly, Doldar rushed past the protagonist like a whirlwind. Throwing himself at the golem, he shouted, "His head!" Dwight exclaimed in surprise. "What?" Henry said irritably. He told him to wait calmly. Luciana interrupted the boy, puzzled. "Did he need to explain anything?" Henry said decisively that he would go get him. The protagonist stopped him and said they needed to watch. Doldar was furiously destroying the golem, screaming about his head, saying it was about to fly off. Having finished one enemy, he moved on to another. MC thought that despite Doldar's inability to listen to instructions, his actions would be their breaking point. The protagonist said that if he could do this now, he would be of great use in the future. That was good. He continued, they needed to move on to the next stage. The guards at the front gate were down. This path was clear. Let everyone listen to his orders. They needed to destroy the capital. The protagonist turned to Luciana and told her he had a task for her. She said, ensure the safety of the civilians if possible. They needed to get them all to shelter. Had she guessed correctly? The protagonist responded with surprise. No one could truly compare to her. Luciana reported that his order had been accepted and that she was already on her way to carry it out. He declared, I rely on her. Looking at his faithful assistant, Dwight thought he wanted to retrieve the mystery crystal. If he encountered an enemy, he would fight, but he didn't want to endanger anyone. The protagonist turned to Grom and told him that he and Logan would go in search of the crystal. He entrusted him with command of the squad. Grom eagerly exclaimed that his master could rest assured he would do everything as required. The undead warrior gave the order for the entire army to advance. He exclaimed, by the way, where did Doldar go? One of the warriors replied that he had broken through alone. Grom cried out in confusion, what does that mean? The protagonist told Logan that they were leaving with him too. The elf assured him that he was ready for this. The protagonist said, it's enough to know the general layout of the area. They'll get closer. Dwight activated one of his skills and, together with Logan, flew stealthily to the capital. Landing on the roof of a building, the elf remarked that there were only simple structures everywhere. The protagonist remarked, in keeping with the style of this country. Logan continued, okay, they'll move in this direction and then turn around a bit. Dwight replied that he understood. Suddenly, an enemy shell hit him. The elf anxiously exclaimed the protagonist's name. MC apologized for disturbing him and added that he had been careless. Logan checked with him if he was okay, to which Dwight replied that he was, just a little more, and there would be no injuries. He thought the guy had used defensive magic in time. He hadn't ensured his own safety. Suddenly, the elf cautiously exclaimed, what is that? He was referring to the tank that had fired the shell at the protagonist. MC told his comrade, he saw it in John's files. It's a war machine, and it's about to fire again. And so it did. But this time the allies provided adequate protection, so they were unharmed. Logan said in surprise, a frightening power, no less powerful than large-scale magic. The protagonist said, if this model is allowed into mass production, it will become problematic, so they need to destroy it. When they accomplish their plan, Logan told the protagonist, just look at yourself. He handed him some clothes and asked him to put them on. Dwight threw on his cloak and said, they'll help a little and then come back. The allies climbed up and saw several war machines and knights. The lead warrior exclaimed, the Demon King is here. The protagonist was surprised. Did they discover them? The elf noted, looks like it. They need to take immediate action. The magic he just used was wonderful. Now let him do it. The elf used his ability and attacked the opponents. MC thought his skills allowed him to use soul magic over a large area. His duty to protect the forest and his people was the reason he joined the battle with the Imperial Army. Although he and Doldar specialized in different areas of magic, Logan could be considered an excellent breakthrough fighter. The elf told him they could be neutralized without much effort, which would be useful for his analysis. The protagonist answered him. He was very helpful, but he should be careful. The opponents must have already figured out their purpose. Logan said that if they were already prepared to attack suddenly, that was it. At that moment, he drew his attention to the tall tower and told him that the Crystal of Mysteries was located there. On the very top floor, John was standing, gleefully calling the protagonist up there. While Logan was looking at the tower, he didn't notice someone approaching. Turning around, the elf screamed in surprise. A zombie with a torn helmet stood before him. Logan shouted at the protagonist to use the demonic speech of the dead next time and warned him. His heart nearly jumped out of his chest. The protagonist laughed and told him he'd be more careful in the future. Approaching the tower, MC announced that they needed to infiltrate it. A device was installed near the entrance, asking the allies if they could hear it. The protagonist wondered if it was a magical object capable of transmitting sounds over long distances. He answered into the device, yes, they could hear it. The voice from the speaker asked him again, so he's the Demon King? The protagonist asked him back, who is he? It was Ethan Luitza, real name John Doe. MC remarked in surprise, so that's who they were talking to. The man asked him if he knew him. Dwight said he was the developer of the demonic cannon and golems. Ethan said yes. The protagonist thought, a strange feeling in his voice. The best magic crystal and a genius inventor certainly didn't end up in the same place by chance. He said all these guards and defensive machines, he knew he was coming in advance and had prepared. The inventor didn't hide it. He replied yes. The protagonist was surprised. Why? Ethan said because the mystery crystal was here. He realized the Demon King would definitely come here to seize the stone. The protagonist concluded that he knew he was coming and simply waited. The man admitted he'd actually hoped he wouldn't come. Dwight told him to hand over the mystery crystal. There would be problems if the High Spirit got angry. Ethan declared he had no intention of doing that. Nothing matters, he only needs this crystal. Although he's found many other options, this is the best one. MC thought no, this is the worst scenario he could have imagined. He asked him out loud, other options? What is he talking about? Let him talk. John paused for a moment and then said he couldn't do this. The protagonist exhaled loudly and looked at Logan. The elf understood his ally without words and activated his magical ability. The protagonist told him, that's enough. Just let him destroy his magical intermediary. He turned to the inventor and said, no matter what his plan, he's willing to exterminate an entire nation to achieve his goal. This wasn't an empty threat. He shouldn't forget that while they were chatting, his army was actively advancing. Meanwhile, Grom asked Luciana if she was finished. The girl answered, everything is fine. There aren't any inhabitants here. Now they can make some noise. Grom exclaimed joyfully. Wonderful. He addressed the demon army and suggested they have some fun and show their enemies what they were made of. The army greeted his order enthusiastically. Ethan turned to the protagonist and asked him to stop his warriors. He added that the people of this country knew nothing. Dwight chuckled in response. He thought asking would make him stop. His mistake was coming and secretly taking the crystal. Didn't he think he was bringing danger to the civilians? Ethan exclaimed, that's not true. He didn't steal it. When he touched his own hand, he immediately understood how it had happened. MC asked, what do you mean? The inventor said that if he had known in advance that this was a spell to summon the crystal of a higher spirit, he would have been able to stop. The protagonist, surprised, wondered how that was possible. He said, if that's the case, then let him give it up. Ethan cried out in despair, but it was too late. Dwight remarked that he shouldn't say such things so easily. If he regretted it, he should just hand it over to him. He could return it to the higher spirit. After a brief silence, the man replied that he wouldn't do that. He was the Demon King, and he didn't trust him. MC remarked, what a pity. He thought that if he were in his place, he wouldn't be able to hand over the crystal either. His thoughts and words were logical. After talking with him, he felt like he was a kind person. He asked him, by the way, why he was looking for it. Did he want to tell him something? The inventor confirmed that it was true. He had one condition. Could he please stop threatening this country and this world? The protagonist couldn't believe his ears. Was he serious? Ethan told him that it was true. Because he existed, people couldn't stop fighting. Someday, the flames of war would engulf the entire earth. Dwight thought it seemed like all the troubles were attributed to him. The inventor is right about one thing. He admits he's the cause of countless battles, but the cause of this invasion is the Crystal of Mysteries. Someone from this country made a mistake, encroaching on what belongs to the Supreme Spirit. Because of this, many nations were destroyed. Now he was struggling to prevent even greater destruction. John refuses to accept his responsibility and is unwilling to face the truth. He blames everything on the Demon King. He's saving his own soul from destruction. The protagonist uttered aloud, will the flames of war engulf the entire earth? If that's what he wants, he'll destroy this world. Ethan stuttered at his words. How could that be? Surely that's not right. Then his voice faded and silence fell. The protagonist asked him, can he hear me? How is he? Let him answer. Suddenly, laughter came over the speaker, and a voice similar to the inventor's said, he overheard them talking and thought for a moment, who does he think he is? Dwight asked in surprise, who is he? The man laughed and remarked, did he even remember the man's name? It seemed like he was just a skeleton. The protagonist remarked, could he really be John Doe? The man exclaimed, he's the immortal Genius Inventor. The MC thought in bewilderment. The voice was absolutely identical to the one he had just heard, but it felt like it was a completely different person. He said they were two different people. Was he really John Doe? The inventor answered, although he didn't call him by his full name, just John. The protagonist asked him, who is he? The man said, it's what's called split personality disorder. He's the main one. And that coward who just talked to him is now asleep. The protagonist clarified, and he is the personality he got afterwards, right? John said he would tell the truth. He was a man who came from another world. After death, he was reborn here, but he never imagined that he would become a man with split personality disorder. They needed to clarify one thing. He was the one who forced the Imperial aristocrats to steal the crystal. The other personality didn't realize there was another John. That's why, upon finding the crystal in his hand, he turned pale with fear. Enough of this disgrace. MC wondered if that's why he'd felt some kind of disharmony before. The inventor continued. John Doe was his name too. In the past, it meant a body without status. One word, two meanings. Not bad, right? The protagonist said, but doesn't the owner of this body have another name? The man answered, right, his name is Ethan. While working as a military engineer, he gained some control over the body. Then, in a fit of passion, he called himself Johann. Since then, everyone has called him that. Dwight wondered if he was the one who provided the Imperial Army with knowledge of military technology. The inventor exclaimed, he's smart. He worked in this direction in his past life too. Relying on this knowledge, the master's personality succeeded. One could say it followed his instructions as if they were divine. The man added that if he wanted to kill him, the idea would immediately captivate the executor's entire spirit. To be honest, there was one thing he couldn't understand. He could devise a plan, but he couldn't control the process of its execution. It seemed fate itself wanted to destroy him, the Demon King. The protagonist asked him if he would defy fate. He was already used to it. The inventor exclaimed, "He's not a world-famous Demon King for nothing. Stop talking. The moment he opens the door, he'll die immediately, because he'll kill him." The protagonist noted, he spoke with great confidence. John continued, he was confident because he was prepared. The second personality liked to resolve issues through negotiations, but how could such a matter be resolved so easily? The MC said, "Okay, he just needs to get the crystal back." The inventor spoke. He'd heard him talking to that guy. They really plan to return the crystal to the Supreme Spirit? This is a stupid joke. Just look at him. He doesn't look like a good person. Don't let him laugh. After a moment's silence, he added, well, his goal isn't connected to his own. He just wants to become the best inventor in this world. Killing the Demon King would also bring him fame. Money, status, and reputation are nothing to him. Reincarnated in another world to kill him? Sounds like a good title for the protagonist's life story. At that moment, Logan turned to his comrade. Dwight asked him, "Did you find it?" The elf answered, "Underground." Suddenly the ground shook beneath their feet. Logan exclaimed, "An earthquake?" The protagonist saw the ground beneath his feet crack. Explosions began to reverberate within the tower itself. John exclaimed with glee, "Let them see. This is his greatest masterpiece." The tower collapsed before the allies' eyes, and a giant hand appeared in the air. Almost immediately, it became clear that the hand belonged to a huge golem, with the inventor inside controlling it. The protagonist exclaimed in amazement, "A huge golem!" Logan told him the mystery crystal was right inside. MC answered him, he'd already guessed it. Magic was needed to move this thing, and the crystal's magic was perfect for it. He thought, this is truly a terrifying construction. Any holes immediately healed miraculously, making it function again. This couldn't be explained. John exclaimed, "What's going on? Is he taking a souvenir photo? He shouldn't be afraid, come to him." The protagonist turned to Grom and asked him if he could hear him. The deputy answered his master that he could hear him. What was that machine? Dwight told him they had found the crystal, and that crazy inventor. They needed to deal with that huge golem he was controlling. Grom, astonished, said, "Oh really?" He asked him how he was. MC said he was fine. Now he had to lead the squad and get everyone as far away from here as possible. This also applied to Luciana and Henry. His allies responded that they understood. The protagonist turned to Logan and told him to leave as well. The elf said he understood, but if he needed him, he should call him immediately. The protagonist said, yes, that could happen. John said he needed to gather his strength too. The golem began to destroy everything around him. The protagonist thought he could sense the power of a higher spirit. It seemed to be due to the effect of the mystical crystal. Spiritual power has the ability to purify the souls of ghosts. If he approaches it alone, he will be in danger. He summoned the sacred sword Reed and the holy magic of the Virgin Mary. Only one chance. In this situation, he cannot lose. It is the will of the higher powers. Approaching the enemy, the protagonist noted, okay, he did it. No matter what happens, he will succumb to fate. John exclaimed, now he'll get it, and aimed the barrel at him. The protagonist realized this structure was similar to the one used for magical cannons, but much larger. He feared that this one was several times more powerful. MC activated his defense, and the inventor fired, but the projectiles flew past Dwight, hitting residential buildings. The protagonist was surprised. Did he want to destroy the city? He activated his dark power and aimed at the golem. A powerful explosion occurred, and the invention was torn apart. John exclaimed in bewilderment. What did he do? The protagonist noted, I see. As soon as the attack begins, he immediately activates defensive magic. The inventor shouted at him. Now he'll show him even greater power. Dwight realized the direction the enemy was about to fire, and cursed. It was the direction the residents had disappeared in. He tried to stop John, but John struck without even thinking. The protagonist exclaimed in irritation. Doesn't he even think about destroying the city? The inventor replied that he didn't care. He was from another world anyway. The protagonist angrily declared, this man has gone mad. He'd long pondered one problem. Should he kill John? Each of his inventions had brought comfort to people's lives. He intends to prevent all wars in the world, and so he wonders if he should commit this murder. But today he decided he can't let this man live. He turned to Grom and asked him how the evacuation had gone. His deputy replied that everything was fine. All the residents and his army were already quite far away. Dwight said, that's how it is. He added further, he will unleash his most powerful magic. Grom said, if so, he understood him. The protagonist began to unleash his destructive power. John exclaimed, well, this is worthy of praise. And this is what he is so proud of? The protagonist told him, exactly. And he will put all his power into this attack. The inventor said, good, he is not going to hide, and he will meet this blow. MC ominously said, let him go to hell. Activating his power, he directed it at the enemy. True chaos began to unfold around. Buildings collapsed, the ground cracked. Henry exclaimed in admiration, cool, and this is the true power of their leader? Grom noted, the inventor will not last long. The protagonist thought, as the Demon King, he used this magic for the first time. He could already cause significant damage without it, so he did not have a chance to use this technique. But this time, he is forced to do so. Logan uttered the Lord's name with tension. Grom was perplexed. What had happened? Luciana exclaimed in amazement. It's hard to believe, but the enemy's defensive magic is stronger than the Demon King's. John, meanwhile, exclaimed, is this really the Demon Lord's full power? He disappointed him. It seemed he wasn't so tough after all. The protagonist standing among the ruins noted his opponent's arrogance and fondness for bragging. But John truly possessed great power. If a mystical crystal were placed in a golem's body, its power would increase tenfold. This stone generates power several times greater than its own. But humans have something that machines cannot yet access. Luck. Henry declared decisively, they need to go help. Luciana objected. No way. If they recklessly went there, they'd only get in the way. She looked at Grom and, to her surprise, noticed that he was calm. She thought he'd be the first to rush to her aid. The undead said, don't worry, don't underestimate their king. Meanwhile, the protagonist thought irritably about how, when he assumed this form, he always relied solely on force to resolve any situation. He felt like no one could catch up with him in strength. He blindly underestimated others. But that turned out to be a mistake. He wasn't the strongest being in the world. Even a supreme spirit was far stronger than him. He clutched the broken stones in his hand and recalled how he'd fought opponents many times over whose strength far exceeded his own. He'd used reason and planning. With that, he'd always fought those stronger than him. He still remembered that before becoming the Demon King, he was a sage. MC assumed a fighting stance and told his opponent to come at him. John laughed and exclaimed, has he disappeared yet? He's just like a ghost. He has plenty of stamina. The protagonist analyzed the situation. The designs of these golems resembled those that were mass-produced, but their sizes were vastly different. He had already captured one of these golems once and was able to take control of it. What would help him get out of this situation? He turned to his deputy. Grom asked him if he was safe. Dwight told him yes, he was heading their way. The inventor, unable to see his image, exclaimed in surprise. He'd moved again? How despicable of him. He didn't want to prove himself? After all, they needed to determine the winner. He sighed and added, fine, he added. First, he'll reduce this place to ashes and then find where he's hiding. Suddenly, he felt a powerful blow to the casing of the invention and was surprised to see the protagonist standing right in front of him. The protagonist said, if he so desires, he'll fight him. He shouldn't think his last attack was all he could do. John said, now they'll see. The opponents charged each other mightily. The inventor realized he was taking significant damage and redoubled his fire at the protagonist, but he couldn't penetrate their defense. John exclaimed joyfully. This was getting interesting. Dwight rose above the golem and attacked it from above. The blow was so powerful that even the opponent remarked that his attack was good, but it was a shame it didn't even penetrate the armor, and he was so proud of his strength. He asked the protagonist how he felt. Did he feel his strength was worthless? MC answered that the golems he created were powerful, and he acknowledged the fact that he was weaker than them. But his invention had one flaw. The inventor was indignant. The situation was unfavorable. How dare he say such a thing? Had he completely lost his mind? Dwight told him the problem was within himself. He controlled this machine, but his thinking was very limited. He should watch carefully. John, surprised, saw his construction becoming entangled in black threads. He exclaimed, what does this mean? He hadn't figured out what his power was. The protagonist exclaimed, the power he's so proud of is his team members. The inventor saw the enraged faces of Luciana, Henry, Doldar, and Grom. Before he could even comprehend, the golem he was controlling collapsed to the floor as if mown down. Natasha screamed indignantly at Grom. Didn't he take her words seriously at all? This thing would be very hard to lift if it fell. Grom, like a guilty first grader, sheepishly apologized. John groaned. He can't move. What idiots they were. He tried to get up, but the protagonist's allies tugged at the strong rope so hard that he fell back down. Luciana noted that such a pathetic move had been quite effective. Grom was indignant. How dare she call the master's skill primitive? Doldar kept talking about his head. Henry exclaimed joyfully, and this was fun. Dwight, looking at his friends and the defeated golem, said, turning to his allies, that was a wonderful attack. The comrades were pleased to hear such praise. At that moment, John exclaimed in irritation. He rolled over, and so what? They thought they could defeat him in such a pathetic way? This golem isn't broken. They thought that if they knocked him to the ground, he wouldn't be able to continue the fight. They were real idiots. They were just stalling for time. The protagonist chuckled and noted that he was thinking too narrowly. He thought he would change his mind. The inventor, adjusting his glasses, shouted angrily, he's had enough already. Shut him up. What can he even do? At that moment, he saw his golem entangled in powerful tree roots, paralyzing any movement. John, perplexed, asked, what did he do? Dwight told him, he didn't do anything, right? He gave his word to Logan. The elf proudly declared, elven power is the best fertilizer for plants. This is the reason for the incredible resilience of the plants in the elven forest. The inventor gritted his teeth. Logan continued, the mystery crystal contains the power of a higher spirit. By absorbing it, this tree can grow to incredible sizes. Exactly how big, even he couldn't say. The tree continued to grow. Lynn admiringly remarked on how beautiful it was. Luciana exclaimed in amazement, it looks like the world tree. The protagonist declared, the power of the mystery crystal cannot be compared to anything. It will never end. John couldn't believe it all. Logan said the crystal's power would only be depleted when the tree stopped growing. The protagonist praised the guy, and he was good. The elf replied that it was all thanks to him, their commander. An excellent plan. The inventor said they looked down on him. How did this even happen? No. Could the crystal's powers really be that strong? He decided he needed to buy himself some time first, to calm down. He still had a chance. John tried to activate his invention. MC said it seemed he wasn't giving up. The elf said it wasn't easy to accept accept this outcome. The tree inexorably enveloped his invention with its powerful roots, and the inventor cried out in despair that they were idiots. Suddenly, an idea occurred to him. He decided to cut down the tree. Activating his magical power, he launched a fireball at the tree, and the fire began to destroy it. John laughed maliciously and exclaimed, "So this was their trump card?" He defeated them. Logan turned to the protagonist and apologized. He added that although much magic had been expended, the tree hadn't absorbed all of it. The protagonist replied, "That's enough." He was tired, right? The elf admitted that was true. Dwight thought, no wonder. Finding the crystal had taken a lot of effort. He thanked his comrade for the work he'd done. John was raging, the hated Demon King too angry, and he wouldn't rest until he killed him. Now he'd do it right. At that moment, something he hadn't expected happened. His other personality, Ethan, awoke and protested. "This can't be happening. He doesn't want to do this," John exclaimed angrily. "Why did that idiot wake up early? Now isn't his time," the bipolar personality declared. "He's here for peace." John was furious. Is he kidding? He doesn't understand what's happening? Ethan said, "Don't let him destroy the city." The inventor angrily exclaimed, "Get out of here and don't interfere in his affairs." Ethan said, "This is all so vile." MC shouted at John, "Make him watch carefully." Suddenly, a terrifying creature of incredible size appeared from behind the golem. The man asked in amazement, "What kind of monster is this?" The protagonist said, "In their hearts dwells a soul that has not come to terms with the past. The body was filled with hatred and despair. They will have to wander this world forever. He is the Lord who controls these souls." John said, "The immortal Lord, the necromancer mage." Dwight asked him, "Is he really ready to bear this regret in the future? He brutally killed people, and this giant monster is the embodiment of his enemy's hatred." The monster moved toward the golem. John screamed hysterically at it to stay away, but the symbiosis of the souls of the slain was inexorably approaching him. The protagonist said, "Let him feel their malice." The monster began methodically destroying the golem. John thought it was impossible, but his armor was damaged. MC thought it was to be expected. The power contained in the mystical crystal was no longer sufficient to maintain high-level defensive mechanical technology. Dwight turned to Logan and told him it was all his doing. He had helped him greatly. John still hoped for victory and desperately fought the monster with his invention. The protagonist said it was useless. It was composed of countless dead bodies. Although it looked like a living creature, it was a handful of corpses. Therefore, it had no weak points. The enemy began tearing the golem apart. John desperately exclaimed, "How can this be? Let it go. Don't do this to it." At that moment, the device hissed, and Dwight noticed that the thing that had been amplifying the sound had broken. He could no longer hear the inventor's voice. He needed to finish this and quickly find the crystal. Suddenly, it became clear that something would happen to the golem that the protagonist hadn't intended. The protagonist thought, "No way." But it was too late. The golem exploded, sending shockwaves throughout the city. MC couldn't imagine it exploding. If a giant of undead bodies can't withstand the impact, it will dissipate. No matter, after a while, its body will also disintegrate. The mystery crystal must not be something easily damaged. It must have fallen somewhere. He needed to find it. The protagonist flew to the destroyed golem and addressed the inventor. He was ready to sacrifice his life to kill the Demon King, and he had exceeded all his expectations. He was very good. No, that overconfident John could have added a self-destruct option to the golem system. MC remembered the inventor's words. Being reborn in another world to kill the Demon King sounded like a good title for the protagonist's life story. No, there was no need to endanger this world again. It turns out that the one who decided to fight the Demon Lord is the main one. Moreover, knowing him, one can assume that if it were impossible to kill this enemy, he certainly wouldn't have committed self-destruction. At that moment, a round device flew out of the golem and began attacking Dwight. MC, deftly dodging its attacks, realized it was a smaller version of the golem. He carefully scanned the device and realized that the crystal was located in its central part. The protagonist approached the inventor and asked to give him the stone. John replied he had already refused him. MC said, "Apparently he's the main one." The inventor shouted at him to try this attack. Dodging the enemy's blows, the protagonist said, "That's how it is." The golem's body shrank, but the crystal remained the source of its power. Therefore, its power level remained unchanged. However, its movements were too slow, and this isn't due to the golem's capabilities. This is a consequence of the imperfections of John's combat technique. He activated his magical power and attacked the inventor. He noted that his opponent was not bad, but he would never defeat him. John exclaimed, "The battle was not over yet." The man transformed into a robot and began firing at the protagonist. MC, accepting this, thought they were sacred magic bullets. He began to dissolve under the attack, and finally John saw only a cloak and the remains of bones. Not believing his eyes, he said, "Did it work?" He did it. He killed the Demon Lord, so it turns out he too could disappear. He himself had experienced what is called the transmigration of the soul. No, that's not the important thing. The important thing is that peace will return to the earth. At that moment, Dwight appeared out of nowhere, attacked him, and said that he should forgive him, but such tiny bullets couldn't kill him. John, perplexed, felt that his end was approaching. The protagonist continued, "His body is a corpse. He can't inflict any damage on it." The inventor collapsed as if struck down, saying with a smile, "He needs to get back early. TV, a program he has to watch every week. Very interesting. He needs it today. He'll make a note of it, and then everything will work out." The protagonist asked him in bewilderment, "What's he talking about?" John exclaimed, How could he? No, he definitely must have cornered him already, without the proper combat machine settings. MC thought he was delirious. A man on the brink of death becomes unstable. He addressed the enemy by name, and the inventor shouted back, "What is this? If he wants to kill him, let him do it. His inventions are a revolution in the world of technology. Does he want to destroy the future?" The protagonist told him to look at the city. What does he think about it? Total devastation. Is this the result of his work? This rapidly advancing technology? The inventor shouted with hatred. It's because he came here. They didn't intend to destroy the city. It's his responsibility. The protagonist said calmly, he believes. All responsibility is his. All the hatred will return, and he will be gone. The circumstances of his death surfaced in the inventor's memories. He approached the exploding, newly invented war machine and looked at it all in bewilderment. Suddenly, a huge cannon fell off and crushed him, ending his life. At first, he didn't understand what was happening, and then the realization dawned on him that he was dead. And now, as the demon lord pierced him with his sword and stood over him, he asked him why he had lost. Wasn't his destiny to kill the Demon King? Wasn't he summoned to this world for this? The protagonist answered him. He had set this goal for himself. Therefore, a miracle had descended upon him. He'd encountered this unusual situation twice before. The inventor said he was still alive, but why didn't the protagonist win in this scenario? Dwight noticed, as he'd said before. Ethan asked, why did he have to be reborn in this world? The protagonist said he didn't understand either, but he knew someone. Perhaps she knew something. But let him forgive him. It didn't matter to him anymore. He asked the guy his real name. The inventor asked him, why did he do that? His name was Ethan Loitzy. Why did he ask that? The protagonist replied, it would be better to have his real name on the grave, right? Ethan asked, is he really a good person? The protagonist, swinging his sword, countered, no, he is without a doubt the cruelest and most treacherous Demon King. He let go of his sword, cut the inventor in half, and took the mystical crystal. Looking at the sky, MC said, it's already dawn. He just hopes that she's not angry for having to wait. When Dwight arrived at the appointed place, the High Spirit was already waiting for him. Upon his appearance, she remarked that he was taking too long. He answered her as agreed. He was returning the mystery crystal to her. Let her check it out. The protagonist tossed the object to her. She caught it, examined it, and said, there's no doubt about it, this is her crystal. But its mana is almost depleted. Dwight wanted to tell her the reason, but the spirit interrupted him, adding, well, it's okay, she forgives him. She was forgiving, even very forgiving. The MC replied that he was extremely grateful to her for that. He thought it would be better not to tell her why the crystal was depleted, otherwise Logan would get into trouble. The spirit continued, she could feel the crystal's pulse since the middle of the night. He had spent a lot of effort to return it, and she thanks him for his hard work. The protagonist countered, he just solved the problem. The spirit answered him, people who keep their promises are extremely rare. He considered the hidden meaning of her words. She had lived for a long time. Perhaps similar events had already occurred. The spirit said that if he hadn't succeeded, she would have destroyed his lands. Fortunately, she didn't need to take such measures now. The protagonist wondered, of the serious catastrophes described in history, how many of them had she caused? The spirit said, albeit in the usual way, but from today on, he would become the arbiter of destinies. He was surprised by this. The arbiter of destinies? She said yes, that was precisely it. He had set the goal of restoring the world, and he had acted secretly. Now the world had begun to move in the right direction. He needed confidence. The path he had chosen was unlike any of those chosen by the demon kings of past eras. He must move forward along this path, devoting himself entirely to this cause. Once he became the arbiter of destinies, no mechanisms could hinder him. She guaranteed him that. The protagonist thought, even though she had a fickle nature, he wanted to believe such words. Solving the problem had earned him her trust. He said, in that case, he was infinitely grateful to her. The spirit approached him and looked at him very intently for a moment. He felt uneasy. Why this silence? MC asked her if he could go. The spirit asked him to stay. She wanted to reward him and was going to give him herself. The protagonist, surprised, asked her, what do you mean? The spirit apologized for such vague wording. In fact, she would give him her double. Right before his eyes, she did so, and a small copy of herself appeared in her hands. The protagonist, perplexed, noted, what do you mean? She said, as she had already told him, this is her double, Yura. He was perplexed. If everything was as she said, then her double possessed a great soul, but it was very difficult for him to accept such a gift, and his current strength hadn't yet reached the point where he needed the help of a great soul. In his last battle, he'd realized how dangerous power that couldn't be controlled could be, but he somehow didn't want to refuse the gift. The spirit asked him, well, what? Dwight said, honestly, her gift was unthinkable. He felt very awkward. She told him not to take it so personally. After all, he had returned the crystal, so he deserved such a gift. No need for thanks. The protagonist bowed politely to her and said, then he will listen to her and obey her. The spirit noted that she knew he would accept this. She handed Yura over to him and said, she has granted her a harmless nature, like a daughter. Her stats are now those of a baby, but in his place, she wouldn't make mistakes in her behavior. And now, she will leave him. The protagonist asked her to stay. He had one question for her, concerning the world will. She asked him again, surprised, world will? He said it was closely connected to an inventor involved in a crystal case between a brave man and a celestial. Everyone he fought against had one thing in common. They were aided by some force. It seemed fate wanted to wipe him off the face of the earth. Their intentions were the same. He called this phenomenon a world trend, or world will. He turned to her and said, "She has been observing this world since ancient times. Does she know something about this phenomenon?" The spirit answered, "Of course." MC thought she knew. He continued, "Then is this phenomenon also part of a defense mechanism?" The Supreme Spirit said, "No, it doesn't matter what he calls it. The force that keeps this world in order certainly doesn't cater to human desires. The so-called world will, it's much harder to understand than a defense mechanism. Defense mechanisms have been destroyed because of it, but the origins of this force and his are different. He can resist it." In fact, he'd already guessed long ago that he'd asked her this question to confirm his theory. Or was she wrong? The protagonist asked her if she could listen to his suggestion. The spirit agreed. After he explained his point of view, she said, "He's smart!" He exclaimed in surprise. "Is his theory correct?" The spirit countered, "She didn't say that. She merely agreed to listen, but didn't promise to give him an answer. He shouldn't worry. Even if she didn't tell him, he'd still find out the truth. He definitely could." She asked him if this was all he wanted to ask her. The protagonist said yes, thanking her for the answer. Flying into the air, she said she'd enjoy chatting with him. She'd look forward to the dawn when they'd see each other again. Dwight replied, "Okay." After that, he sat down on the ground. Yura approached him and looked at him expectantly. He asked her to let him rest a bit. While he did so, Yura, with childish innocence, assembled a pyramid of stones. The protagonist addressed his friends, saying, "They've done a great job." The crystal was successfully recovered. The Supreme Spirit took it and vanished, and it was all over. But thanks to recent events, he had learned something. Overly advanced technology can become a means of destruction. He was the reason John Doe appeared in this world, but there were others besides him, capable of attaining wisdom. Sooner or later, they would reach his level. It was only a matter of time. The weapons developed through scientific and technological progress would be mass-produced, and the specifics of warfare would change. This progress would influence the war between humans and the Demon King. It would not be limited to a simple battle. Whether to welcome the advancement of civilization to maintain a precarious balance or to induce stagnation through dishonest means was questionable. His decision, he chose a world that moves forward. Do they, his friends, wish to follow him? Grom, Luciana, Henry, and Logan all agreed. He checked with them. For the rest of his life, his comrades confirmed it. Henry said his proposal was interesting. He wanted to support people. Luciana exclaimed, "Of course she wants that." Grom rumbled, "He's still here. From now on, he'll always be by his side." The protagonist thought his mission could never be completed. Therefore, he must learn to tame this monster called the Era. Yura, tired of waiting for him, snuggled up to his leg and fell asleep. After some time, Luciana came to the protagonist and told them that a month had passed since the attack on Magtech. The country suffered serious damage during the battle. The government is still in disarray. It can be said that a new dawn is still far off. Envoys from the Holy Scepter Kingdom often visit Magtech. These countries recently clashed and require increased surveillance. Regarding the situation with the destroyed empire, the nobles hiding in Magtech are dead. This is reliable information. The empire has disappeared from this world. A conflict has arisen between the small countries that surrounded it. The reason is the vast territory occupied by the fallen power. In the future, this conflict could escalate into a full-scale war. If the situation changes, a report will be sent. The protagonist, holding a paper in his hands, replied that a new war will begin. She called out to him and asked, "What if they built a wall between the two countries?" They would build a huge wall between the two countries. This way, they could eliminate the possibility of conflict on a physical level. Once they learned the wall was created by the Demon King, they would turn their attention to him. MC replied that this might be a good idea. He considered using magic to construct a massive, indestructible wall. He didn't have the technology to create such an object. He could develop something suitable. When work was less daunting, he would go to the book stacks and find a manual on magic control. Luciana called out to him and noticed that he had the expression of a tired man. He replied, perplexed, that his face was expressionless. Luciana said that's how she felt. He'd been immersed in work lately. Did he want to unwind? The protagonist replied, perhaps. She asked if he had a hobby. MC remembered how, back in his life as a normal person, Claire had said that completing missions was very important, but rest was also necessary. She had noticed then that he looked very tired. He excitedly exclaimed that he should be taking care of her, but instead he was causing her trouble. He was so ashamed. The protagonist now reflected that this hadn't changed. It was one of his shortcomings. He said that his passion used to be trying local dishes, but this body had lost the ability to enjoy the taste. Luciana asked with a smile, so this evening could she take a little of his time? The protagonist agreed and asked what it was. She told him it was a secret. Meanwhile, in the library, Yura announced that an object had been discovered. She wasn't tall enough to retrieve it, so she was requesting help. Grom asked what books she needed. He would help her get it. He pulled out one book and asked, "Is that it?" She replied, "No." He needed to move 2 more books to the left. Grom pulled out the right book and asked if she wanted to read any more. Yura replied that she was requesting an illustrated plant reference book. He told her he knew just where to get it. They turned into another section of the library together and ran into the protagonist. Grom was terrified and called out to him. The protagonist thanked him for teaching her. He seemed happy himself. which was good. Grom responded sheepishly. He'd misunderstood. He was simply following orders. It wasn't difficult at all. MC considered this. To prevent the doppelganger from getting out of control, he entrusted her training to his deputy. It was the right decision, after all. Suddenly, Yura said they discovered an error in her name. She wasn't a girl, but Yura. The protagonist wondered if Grom had given her that name. Apparently, she didn't particularly like being called a doppelganger, so she wanted him to come up with a name. He didn't ask him why he'd chosen that particular name. He imagined his loyal assistant had been racking his brains for days. Grom motioned for her to greet the Demon King. Yura bowed her head and greeted him. The protagonist responded by wishing her a good morning. Grom leaned over, perplexed, and asked, "What is this?" She replied that she didn't understand the question. The greeting had been completed as required. He told her that wasn't what he meant. Had she just called him minister? Yura agreed and explained that the new command had been received from Luciana, with the name changed. Grom furiously exclaimed, "This devil is doing her own thing." She noticed, and it was discovered, that the minister was angry. He grabbed her and said that she would go with him. That girl dares to joke. After a while, Luciana called out to all her assistants and joyfully told them that they had done a good job. They had successfully completed the job. Everyone began to rejoice at what they heard. Love said that doing all this with the mistress, that would be happiness. Luciana joyfully exclaimed, "Then they will start serving sooner." Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Grom burst in, furiously shouting that this was all her doing. What was she teaching Yura? Luciana greeted Yura and, with a sly smile, told the undead that he'd arrived just in time. He'd be with them. After a while, she called the protagonist and told him she was asking him to come in. Confused, he asked what she was planning to do. The girl asked him not to ask her anything for now. The protagonist turned to Grom and asked if he had any ideas. His deputy replied that he had no idea. Luciana opened the door and, showing them a large table, told them that these were special dishes from her and her team for their king. He should ignore the amount of food and just try it. They were asking him to do it. MC chuckled, wondering what was going on, but that's it. They had prepared food for him, who had lost the ability to taste food. It looks good, but what's the point? Will this immortal body eat? Luciana isn't pranking him, is she? He must trust his subordinate. He tasted the meat and exclaimed in surprise that it was spicy. The protagonist reflected on how he hadn't experienced any taste sensations in over 10 years. He repeated that it was very spicy. Luciana explained with a smile that spicy food produces pain, so even he would be able to feel it. They added various spices. This is food blessed by holy magic. It's so mild that it won't harm him. Does he feel himself relaxing as he chews? Well, how does it feel? The protagonist replied that he liked it. They could serve the regular dishes too. He wanted to eat with everyone. Everyone responded happily to his offer and began to eat. The MC, eating, thought about how grateful he was to her. He wondered where Natasha was. Luciana answered that the researcher had told her that she couldn't leave now. Inspiration was flowing. She couldn't be stopped, but she looked as tired as he did. Should he check on her? The protagonist agreed, adding that he'd been planning to do so tomorrow. After a while, Natasha picked up Yura and exclaimed delightedly, it was their little Yura. The spirit copy fearfully said that she felt a threat to her life and was asking her master for help. MC called out to the scientist and asked her to calm down a little. He'd already told her who Yura was. Natasha joyfully exclaimed that it was the doppelganger of a higher spirit. She possessed immeasurable curiosity, but she did her best to stop. He told her to keep going. Had she managed to find out anything about that case? Natasha said, of course, and explained that it was a device for the railway. It was still in production. The protagonist praised her for doing a good job. She replied that it was all thanks to him. After all, he was the one who gave her the materials. Dwight said he was glad they were useful. The girl joyfully exclaimed that it was a real treasure. There were original ideas here about how metal could enrich people. MC reflected that because Logan and the other elves were having a hard time, he entrusted her with the development of the railway project. It took a lot of effort and energy to travel from the forest to the capital and back. To solve this problem, he decided to connect the two territories by rail. He asked how she was feeling. Natasha assured him that her health was glowing with strength. The protagonist asked her when she last slept. The scientist answered him that it was probably 5 days ago. There were so many phenomena she wanted to study, and so little time. After these words, the girl instantly fell to the floor. The protagonist thought about it. This was what he had feared. Her body was already at its limit. Yura called out to him and told him that she had discovered that Natasha's life was in danger. It was recommended to use her spiritual power to help her recover. He ordered the spirit copy to begin immediately. Yura immediately complied and used her magic. MC thought the researcher was completely immersed in her research. If he tried to persuade her to take a break, Natasha would refuse. He always believed he should respect her wishes and allowed her to work freely, but he still should have insisted that she rest. He knelt down and apologized to her. Yura said Natasha's body was recovering. Her vital signs had returned to normal. The protagonist thanked her and considered the possibility that she was overtired. He would need to come up with a solution later. Suddenly, Luciana came to them and asked what was wrong. The protagonist explained that she had fainted due to exhaustion. With the help of Yura's spiritual magic, they had managed to save her life. The girl replied that she apologized for bothering him now, but she needed to report an important matter. In the land of old demons, people of unknown origin and demons had conspired. MC replied that they could not remain idle. When she took Natasha to the infirmary, she should go to the scene. Luciana said she was coming too. After all, this was the land of old demons. He told her that yes, that was it. Then everything was decided. The protagonist pondered the land of the old dragons, the location of the previous demon king's stronghold. It was fate. He would speak with these people there. After some time, they approached the right place. Dwight remembered coming here with Claire. Luciana noted that they hadn't been here in a while. The air hadn't changed at all. The protagonist agreed and mused that the climate here was cold. The atmosphere harbored witchcraft and miasma. This place was suitable for evil spirits, but a human couldn't exist in such a peculiar environment. If they encountered a human here, their body would have an abnormal appearance. Luciana called out to him and asked why they had brought Doldar with them. Drod kept repeating, "Head, he needs a head." Dwight explained that, thanks to Henry's skillful training, Drod had recently been able to control his impulses. He always spent time at the bar. This time, he took the druid to test him without Henry, to see if he could maintain his composure. Doldar started shouting again, demanding his head. Luciana asked if there were any problems. MC replied that, if things got dire, he could send him back to the capital. He hoped the Drod would regain consciousness. He mused that a headless horseman in ghost form was also considered a representative of a superior race. Therefore, he should possess intelligence, even in death. In life, Doldar was a sea robber, feared even by spirits. If his identity could be discovered, he would become a creature one could rely on in the future. Doldar said to hurry and let him hunt. Where were all the animals? The protagonist told him to be patient. Suddenly, one of Luciana's spies approached them and said that her subordinate had been waiting for him for a long time. Luciana asked her where the demons who had been in contact with humans were. She replied that they were in the village ahead. Afterwards, the girl led them to the demons. Luciana noticed that there were still survivors. She had thought everyone had died long ago. MC mused that after the death of the previous demon king, the human army had set out on a punitive expedition against the demons. Luciana, who had led the remaining forces and wanted to prevent their destruction, decided to hide. Those who didn't want to flee remained in this place. They gradually died. Looking at her, who had endured 10 years of grief, what could he see? The protagonist said about 100 people. He thought that with such numbers, it would be very difficult to stand against a human army. There must be another reason why the end hadn't yet reached them. He inquired where the demons he had spoken of earlier were. The spy pointed and said they were over there. The protagonist replied that she had done well. Next time, just have her send him the information. Have her return and continue her reconnaissance. He feared they would inevitably face a fight. There's no need to put talented people in danger. The demons exclaimed, "Who are they?" The protagonist, with a terrifying aura, said he was the demon king. If they didn't want to get hurt, let them disperse. They started laughing and shouting, "Don't be stupid. The demon king died long ago. Anyone can call themselves the demon king now?" One of the demons said. He dared to call himself the Demon King. This was enough to infuriate them. Another agreed and tried to attack him, but MC instantly lifted him into the air with his magic and ominously said, he repeats, "Let them all disperse." Luciana remarked that they had been isolated for too long. They knew nothing about the Demon King. Mold asked her fearfully, "She's Luciana?" The girl asked, "Did he just see her now?" Besides, she was to be addressed as mistress. It was impossible without a polite form of address. The demon shouted that he had no respect for a coward who ran from humans, the king of the four heavens in the past. Luciana remarked that his words were too heartless. He hadn't considered who had cared for them back then. The protagonist replied that such things happen. Kindness is easily forgotten, leaving only resentment and hatred. She agreed, adding that these words coming from the Demon King were quite convincing. As for them, she thought no one could answer her question, right? The demons began shouting that they would teach them a lesson. At that moment, Doldar stepped forward and shouted, "Let them give him his head?" They asked in bewilderment, "This guy, what is he doing?" Dwight said, "He forgot to tell them it was a Drud, their source of information." At that moment, Doldar turned to the protagonist and said, "He understands. Let him give it to him." The protagonist looked at the Drud in surprise. Luciana exclaimed in amazement, "Has he come to his senses?" Doldar entered the battle with the demons, shouting that it wasn't his head. Dwight thought, no, he couldn't have recovered at that moment, could he? Doldar continued to crush the enemy, screaming, "Where's his head?" MC told Luciana they needed to take advantage of the situation and capture the demons. He saw Mold and two others try to escape. Mold screamed, "Scoundrels, what happened to those guys?" He couldn't understand it. What abomination, they just lived peacefully. Suddenly they had to stop because the protagonist and Luciana stood before them. Dwight said they had nowhere to run. They'd surrendered and been caught right away. He needed to ask them something. One of the demons brazenly told him they wouldn't tell him anything, no matter what he asked. Luciana told the protagonist they needed to question them thoroughly. MC agreed with her and entangled them with strong black threads. He asked them why they'd been seeing humans. Let them tell him the reason. The demon asked him what he was asking them. Where did the people come from? MC, without thinking, cut him in half. He told the others that the same fate awaited those who hid the truth. He asked them again why they met with the people. The protagonist looked at the dismembered demon and noted that he didn't know if he should answer. Did he? He chopped off his leg and said that he could take the life of each part of his body, one by one, starting with his legs. If he remained silent, his limbs would gradually change. The demon screamed in pain and fear. The protagonist told him that he guaranteed he would experience unbearable pain. Luciana approached the demon lord and asked for his permission to make her opponent happy. In this state, it was easier to find answers. The protagonist agreed with her. Indeed, it was true. Then he asked her to handle this matter. The girl began her work. MC thought her ability was to control the enemy's psyche by showing them happy dreams. Right, they have that technique too. There was no need to interrogate them through torture. He was beginning to be visited by increasingly cruel thoughts, and it was happening instinctively. All because he had set foot on this land. He was ashamed, but Lady Druid had regained consciousness, while he had lost himself. The sage who once fought on this land no longer existed. He simply had to regain that state of mind. At that moment, Luciana informed him that she had finished. The protagonist asked her how it had gone. The girl replied that the conclusions were simple, no important information. The purpose of the people who had contacted them was completely unclear to them. Without even knowing what country they were from, they had made a deal with them. The people would provide them with food, and the demons were to collect rare plants that grow only on this land and give them in return. That was all. 4 years ago, the people appeared here and offered them this exchange. Since then, both sides have maintained relations. The protagonist, after listening to her, thought that if they were talking about 4 years, then that was before he became the Demon King. Therefore, it has nothing to do with the world's will. This case isn't connected to the punitive operation, but it does contain many suspicious details. He said that once they take Doldar, they'll return to the city. Luciana asked him what to do with these guys. The protagonist decided, just in case, to take them with them and interrogate them again. After that, they'll hand them over to the research department. They'll be happy. Luciana said with a smile. The merciless Demon King who was just here was so handsome. She was now obsessed with him. MC said, how convenient for her. They need to go. Meanwhile, Valk, watching from above, remarked in surprise, is this a joke? Why is this guy with Luciana? I think his name is Dwight. After a while, Logan, looking at the prepared dish in surprise, asked the protagonist, what is it? MC offered him to try it. The elf asked if it was sweet. The protagonist said, let him try it and find out. Logan began tasting it and immediately shouted indignantly that it was very spicy. Henry began to laugh at him kindly. Logan was about to express outrage that MC had set such a trap for him, but Dwight said, they're moving on to the main topic, the plan for the next invasion. Henry said, not bad. Which country will they attack this time? Does he already have a target? The protagonist answered, yes. He'd already sent a team there to investigate. It's the Null Autonomous Region. Logan noticed, right? Henry asked him, autonomous region? So it's not a country? The protagonist said, correct. This territory doesn't belong to any country. It's a special area that specializes in the slave trade. Null is divided into districts, each ruled by a leader, and they fight well. There can be no talk of any political regime in that region, but they're very resilient. Henry remained silent, surprised. Logan noted, it's true, he said. They don't recognize anyone's authority. They've existed in this territory for centuries. Henry inquired as to why they were targeted. MC replied, the evil committed there transcends all boundaries. They plundered part of the small country he destroyed, occupied villages, plundered them, and took the refugees away as slaves. Henry noted, puzzled, evil seeped into their bones. If left as is, they'll keep doing it. Does he want them to teach them a lesson? The protagonist confirmed his suspicions. The archer exclaimed, excellent. He's in. The protagonist asked Logan what he would say. The elf replied that he'd heard that there were many demons and non-humans among the slaves, including elves. By demons, he meant magical beasts possessing the same level of knowledge and abilities as humans. And if demons resembled humans in appearance, they were considered non-humans. The young man added sternly that he was preparing for revenge, so he was in. Dwight said, then they'll act according to the old plan. They must attack, but they mustn't destroy. That's their principle. Henry exclaimed that he understood everything. Dogan said that a group of elves could provide assistance this time. At that moment, Grom's indignant voice rang out. She can't just come in whenever she wants. Yura burst into the office, followed by Grom. The spirit copy, ignoring her teacher, turned to the protagonist and told him she had a favor to ask of her master. Grom tried to stop her, but he shouted at her that a military meeting was taking place here, and she shouldn't disturb them. Henry burst out laughing and remarked, they're interesting. Logan wished Yura good morning, and she greeted him back. MC turned to his deputy and told him not to stop her. Grom sheepishly said, if he says so, he'll do it. Dwight asked Yura what her favor was. She flew closer to him and quietly said that they needed to go on patrol together. He thought in confusion. Patrol? His search magic hadn't revealed anything. Had she really detected something using her spirit magic? He asked her if she sensed anything strange. The spirit copy answered him, but the answer was negative. Nothing strange had been detected in the city. Patrol is necessary for security. He looked at her in surprise. Grom indignantly told her that the Demon King was very busy and had no time for her amusements. She countered that this wasn't fun, but necessary security work. The protagonist chuckled and wondered if she really wanted to take a walk with him under such a pretext. He didn't remember ever doing anything to earn her favor. It seemed like a sudden impulse on her part. Grom apologized and added that he would teach her a proper lesson. The MC countered that he wouldn't do that. As she said, they would go on patrol. The deputy exclaimed in surprise. Is that true? He told his protege, then she shouldn't cause trouble for her master. Dwight said he would go with them too. Grom, not believing his luck, asked him if his subordinate could come too. The protagonist said that was correct. Yura hoped he could go too. The spirit copy said yes. It would sit on Grom's head, and then movement would become easy. A rational scenario. The undead exclaimed loudly, addressing his master. Words could not express his gratitude. He would put his whole body and heart into this patrol. Violators will not be forgiven. The protagonist replied that it would be so. He looked at Logan and Henry and said, the rest is up to them. The boys readily responded to his order. Grom was incredibly happy, walking beside his master. He asked him, by the way, if he had heard that representatives of Magtech and the Holy Rod Kingdom had concluded a truce. The protagonist chuckled. That's interesting. Grom added that it wouldn't be long before they announced it officially. It seemed they were forming an alliance for war with them. Dwight considered this event the perfect outcome for him. Recently, the two countries had been going through a period of serious discord, but their strength was dwindling, and both sides came to the conclusion that the war between them could not continue. The peace he had hoped for was finally becoming a reality. Such an event was happening for the first time, and it was of immense value. Other countries, finding themselves in a similar situation, would remember this incident. He said out loud that there was nothing that would please people more than this. Grom agreed with him, and noted that he hoped the world could develop as its Demon King desired. The protagonist said that in order for these countries to continue maintaining good relations, they should secretly assist them. Grom said that succubi were very good at such things. MC noted that he was right. He would discuss this with Luciana later. At that moment, she appeared next to them and asked them what was wrong. Had they called her? The protagonist answered that there was nothing urgent. They would talk to her later. Luciana replied that she understood him. And why were they gathered here? Hanging out? Yura answered her. The answer was no. This is a patrol conducted to check for new threats and problems. This is not a stroll. Luciana laughed and exclaimed, she can't resist. She's taking the initiative and finding her own tasks. She's smarter than that brainless knucklehead Grom. The deputy roared menacingly, and she teases him well. The girl told him sarcastically. She simply told him the truth. Is he already flustered? If so, she apologizes. Grom muttered, oh, that girl. At that moment, Yura said, an increase in rage and spiritual power has been detected. Warning, no fighting in the city. The protagonist told her, no problem. She shouldn't look at their behavior. They have a wonderful relationship. Luciana exclaimed irritably, nothing of the sort. Grom was also indignant. It's a lie. The protagonist asked Yura, can she see it? The spirit copy replied that she agreed with him. Dwight turned to Luciana and asked her what information she had learned from the demons they had brought back from the lands of the former Demon King. The girl told him, none. They had nothing more to say. As they had agreed, she passed it on to Natasha. She was very pleased. Demons were very valuable, she said. MC remarked that if Natasha was happy, then good. Yura spoke, and the demons immediately quieted down. Luciana said she was right. After speaking, the girl handed her a vial of liquid and said it was for her. Yura guessed that this liquid substance was a medicine for restoring magical power. Luciana exclaimed, exactly. It was made from a medicinal herb. To suit her taste, she made it sweet. The protagonist thought that making a medicine requires immense magical power and knowledge. He had tried something similar in his past life, and it wasn't that easy. After all, Luciana was good. Yura shouted, I'm taking this medicine on Luciana's orders. She tossed the bottle in her direction, opened it, and drank the contents. The girl asked her, how did she like it? Yura replied delightedly, it tastes sweet, very good. She was so grateful. The girl laughed joyfully and said, if she likes it, then good. She got ready to go about her business, and wished her allies luck on their patrol. She told Grom that he should take good care of Yura. The deputy snapped back, he knows it himself. Won't she go check on their spies? Null's is a den of true barbarians. Luciana called him a moron, adding that those guys were far too brilliant, much stronger than him. After which she flew away, and Grom continued to complain about how mean she was. Sometime later, the succubus lying under the rubble begged for help. Kalalebus exclaimed mockingly, she's asking for help. Why is a pathetic idiot using human language? He will show her what reality is. It all started with her going on a mission. Sometime before this event, the girl told the protagonist that there was a matter concerning the Null Autonomous District. Their spies had stopped communicating. The protagonist exclaimed in surprise, what did she say? Henry asked her if they had really been captured. Grom remarked that he wasn't sure the four could have failed. Dwight said, no, that's entirely possible. The leaders of this district are incredibly powerful. That's why there are no rebellions in their slave market. Henry said, however, they are planning to attack them. They need to send an army there. MC said that perhaps their scouts have already been captured. If they were to undertake something, it wouldn't be on such a large scale. Luciana said that since that was the case, she would go alone. The girl tracked down the cart containing the prisoners. She approached the merchant driving the cart and asked him if she could borrow a little of his time. The merchant looked surprised. A woman? Luciana told him she was here to buy a slave, but this was her first time in this area. Could he teach her the ropes and how things were done here? The man thoughtfully said that she was suspicious. Let her show him her face. The girl used her magic and told him to be obedient and answer all her questions. After a short while, the merchant answered that Null was divided into 4 regions, and each region was ruled by one person. Null is divided into regions based on the race of the slave. Luciana asked him in surprise, the race of the slave? The man said, yes, this is the human realm, the realm of elves, beastmen, and demons. She looked at the prisoners and asked, so they're in the Beastman's realm now? The merchant said yes. He was on his way to the residence of the head of the Beastman's realm. She asked him, the district leader, what kind of people they were. The man said, every one of them is very frightening. Rule here is based on fear. Among them is the leader of the demonic territory, named Consolidating. He's the most notorious, renowned for his cruelty. They say he kills his own slaves for fun. He's someone who's both respected and feared. Luciana asked him where the demonic territory was. He pointed her in the direction, due west from here. But would she really go there alone? She should give up. It wasn't a safe place for young girls to roam. She could be captured and sold. He looked at her carefully and added that he didn't know why she needed to go there. But in any case, it wasn't worth sacrificing her life. All these slaves were nothing more than tools. And while we're at it, he could sell her the beastmen for a good price. What would she say to that? Demons are no different from beastmen. Both are animals. He went to the cart. Luciana attacked him from behind and cut off his head, after which she said, thank you for the information. She approached the cart. The beastmen looked at her in surprise. When she opened the door, they cowered in fear and asked, do you want to help them? Thank her for that. She said, if you walk south from here for 10 days, you can reach the Demon King's domain. If they have nowhere to return to, they can go there. The beastmen exclaimed in surprise, the Demon King's domain? Falor also stared at Luciana in surprise. She told them that she was not some hero who freed slaves. She simply had business to do, and she just happened to be passing by here. One of the beastmen said with fear, if they go where she told them, won't they be killed there? Luciana told him she had to go. If they wanted to survive, they would have to do their own thing. She activated her skill, and the shackles fell from the slaves. Luciana turned and went on her way. Suddenly, Filur grabbed her by the back of her clothes and asked her to stop. Luciana fell from the sudden stop and shouted angrily at the captive. What is she doing? Filur apologized. The girl said, then let her explain what she's doing. The captive asked to be taken with her. She asked her, she's a succubus, right? She used her charms. Luciana confirmed her allegiance. Filur exclaimed, she saw 4 more succubi yesterday. Could she really be their comrade? Luciana told her that she was. Let her tell her everything she knows about those 4. The captive apologized again and added that they had engaged in battle with the leader. She had never seen anyone who could fight back against the leader. She was very agitated. She had never seen anything like this before. However, they lost and were taken away. The girl asked her if she knew where they had been taken. The lure answered, to the slave market. She still remembered what the leader looked like, and that's why she wanted to help her. She was asking her to let her save everyone. Luciana was surprised. Why should she do this? Save everyone. The captive told her that many of her comrades had been captured and taken here. She wanted to help them, but she was too weak and incapable. But very brave succubi appeared right before her. This was definitely her hope and destiny. Luciana said irritably, how inopportune. She hadn't planned to save them. The captive was surprised, but she had helped her. The girl hit her on the head and told her that she hated people like her the most. Cowards who only relied on others. Filur exclaimed that it hurt. Then she apologized to Luciana again. The girl, however, remarked that she was indeed useful. Very well, she was going with her. Filur, with tears in her eyes, thanked her, told her her name, and asked the girl to give her more advice. Then she asked her, what was her name? Luciana flatly refused to tell her. Meanwhile, Consolidating was having fun in the dungeon with the slaves, killing them. He laughed every time and shouted how much fun it was. His assistant Vanis reprimanded him for damaging the goods again. The district chief replied that it was okay. Goblins and orcs were quite cheap. The assistant countered that that wasn't the problem. At that moment, Consolidating saw a guy behind bars. He told him to come up to him and asked him if he was human. The boy answered that he was. The leader exclaimed angrily, where did he get this human-looking thing? Vanis sheepishly apologized and explained that slaves tend to mix during transport. It's common. He'll just transfer him to the human district. Consolidating opened the cage door and told the boy to get out and get out of here. The prisoner, not believing his luck, walked out hesitantly. The leader barked at him to get lost. The boy ran for the exit as fast as he could. Vanis asked his master if there would be any problems. Just let a slave go so easily. Consolidating angrily replied that he shouldn't dare let him see a human-looking slave here again. He was very displeased. The boy turned pale and began to apologize. The leader irritably said he was a fool and had ruined his mood. He ordered him to release 3 cheap slaves. Vanis wanted to stop his master, but he glared at him so angrily that the boy immediately ran to carry out his order. After a while, Calelebus, sitting on a chair and examining the dead bodies of the slaves, exclaimed, "Very good." His spirits had returned. "Today is the best day. Suddenly getting 4 first-class slaves, that's not bad." Venus obsequiously confirmed that it was so. The leader asked him if the wealthy lovers of succubus slaves had already gathered. Venus replied that it was so. The aristocracy of all countries had already assembled. Calelebus declared that it was good. The assistant continued, "But the slaves' defects were too severe. Wouldn't that be a problem?" The leader said the price would have to be lowered. There was no choice. They had fought quite fiercely. It was impossible to capture them without damaging them. He added, "Frankly, they were strong, and it was best to keep quiet about it." Vanus agreed with him. They weren't that simple. Calelebus said, "Yes, they must be spies for the Demon King mentioned in recent rumors." At that moment, an assistant entered the dungeon and informed the leader that preparations for the auction were complete. Although yesterday's announcement had been sudden, more buyers had gathered than they expected. Calelebus responded as he expected. He looked at Luciana's spies and said they would be sold very soon. Although the question of how to use a slave was up to the buyer, he believed most used them to vent their anger. Let them accept the reality. This world is ruled by humans, and they, demons, are lesser beings. If they wish to blame anyone, then let them blame themselves, born as animals. No matter who they hate, no matter who they worship, they will never be able to change it. This is reality. After a while, Calelebus emerged into the bidding hall and solemnly addressed the aristocracy from all corners of the world. He showed them 4 young succubi, who left all the men more than satisfied. The leader exclaimed, "This is a rare opportunity. They may be stingy, but today they must loosen their purses. If they miss this opportunity today, they will regret it for the rest of their lives." Luciana and Philor stood among the jubilant aristocrats. The captive the girl had rescued said, "Without a doubt, this is the head of the demon district." Luciana remained silent. When Philor looked at her, she saw that her face had darkened with anger. She contacted the protagonist and informed him that she had found all 4 scouts, all of them alive. The protagonist replied, "Excellent." The squad was awaiting orders. He could send them out at any time. Luciana told him that she alone was enough. He should wait a little. He said, "Fine." He'll leave everything to her. The girl turned to Philor and told her it could be quite dangerous here, and that she should leave and return soon. The beastman she saved cried out, "Wait." She would go with her too. Of course, she was scared, remembering how cruel Calelebus was. Luciana understood everything and told her to stay here, that she needed to go. Philor agreed, clasping her hands in prayer. The girl looked at her scouts and turned to Darius. The captive understood everything and looked at her comrades, signaling them to be ready. Luciana soared into the air and struck the head. He flew back from her blow and exclaimed in surprise, "What is she doing?" Darius shouted at her that she would explain the situation now. They were chained, held in place by a magical door lock. They were unable to use magic. The lock was warded, and it could not be opened without the key. Vanna shouted, "Shut up, slave," and slapped her across the face. Luciana's anger deepened. The bewildered nobles began to protest. What was going on? How could this have happened? Was this girl a succubus too? They grabbed Philor and shouted that there was a beastman here. They told the leader to quickly capture the succubus and they would continue the auction. Luciana angrily exclaimed, "How disgusting are they all? They're not just decorative toys." She soared into the air again, activated her magic skill, and several nobles lost their lives. Then she ordered them to quickly disappear from her sight, or she would kill them all. Panic broke out among the others. Calelebus ran up to her and exclaimed, "How dare she come here and destroy the auction site?" He wanted to attack her, but she dodged and struck back, but she couldn't hurt him. The girl thought too fast. She didn't even have a chance to use seduction charms. But what was this body-enhancing magic? No, he didn't use it. Then what was it? The leader drank something from a vial before her eyes, and a powerful magical aura emanated from his body. He told her he'd seen it somewhere, but where? Luciana exclaimed, "What is he talking about?" Calelebus said, "It doesn't matter anymore," and prepared to attack. She thought in surprise, a power capable of rivaling the magical might of cannibals? Do such people even exist? The girl remembered Henry and realized, yes, they did. But Henry was a special case. But this man, what was he drinking? Body-enhancing medicine? That didn't seem right either. He ran toward her, and the power of his aura shattered buildings. Luciana knew it was impossible to maximize one's strength with medicine alone, so its power lay elsewhere. Where did it even come from? They clashed in combat, and he struck her with such force that she shuddered and flew off into the distance. Philor called out to her in alarm. Daria, hearing the beastman, called out to her. She had just been with their mistress. How could this have happened? Philor, her voice stammering with fear, replied that she had brought her here. Daria thanked her and apologized for bothering them. Could she help them open that lock they were holding? Philor looked at her in confusion and hesitated. Daria said, "Forget it, it's dangerous here. Let her go." The rescued captive begged their forgiveness. Darius's comrade said that was impossible. The keys to the lock were on the district chief's hip. Meanwhile, Calelebus turned to Luciana and told her she was stronger than the other 4. Could her name really be Luciana? She grinned and told him he'd guessed right. How could that be? Images of them destroying his city surfaced in his memories, and he remembered her face well. He'd been investigating, and he couldn't be mistaken now. She was the 4-day-old Queen Luciana. It was definitely her. The girl, watching him, wondered in confusion. Had the atmosphere suddenly changed? The leader drank more liquid from several vials, and a terrifying dark aura emanated from his body. He wiped his mouth and said, "Finally, he's found her." Calibus rushed at her with all his might, dealing her a series of crushing blows. After a short moment, he stopped and looked at her. Falur cried and said she wanted to help her too. Wanted to fight this idiot, wanted to lend a hand, but she was so afraid she couldn't do anything. Let her forgive her. At that moment, Sabika attempted to break free of her shackles to help her mistress. Her companion tried to calm her. The succubus exclaimed that even if she lost a couple of her arms, she would still fight. The second companion called her stupid, adding that she would become a burden. Sabika raged. Was it really possible to just watch and blame everything on their mistress? Falur remembered Luciana's words about how she hated people like her, most of all, those who blamed everything on others. She remembered Darius's words asking for help opening the lock on their shackles, and thought, it's true, she can never do anything. She leaves everything to others. She'd gotten used to being useless, constantly asking to be forgiven, and that was it. She'd already realized in her heart that if she didn't try to do something now, she'd never be able to change. All was not lost now. She couldn't run away anymore, constantly begging for forgiveness. Luciana, meanwhile, sat covered in dust, wounded, thinking about how much stronger he'd become. This wasn't good. She tried to look cool in front of the demon lord, telling him she'd go alone. Maybe she should ask him for help, but she definitely couldn't lose face in front of him and the others. He began attacking again, and she gathered her strength and began to fend off his attacks. The leader thanked her for persevering until today. For 10 years, every day, he dreamed of killing her. Calibus dealt her a series of powerful blows, and the girl fell again. Falur, repeating like a mantra that she wasn't afraid, leaped up to the leader and snatched the keys to his shackles from his belt. Luciana thought 10 years ago the demon army, briefly popular, was destroyed by a woman and her minions who called themselves brave. Humans are creatures capable only of conquest. She heard Falur exclaim that she had succeeded. Calibus exclaimed in surprise. What kind of creature was she? He swung his weapon and was about to kill her on the spot, but he was stopped by Luciana, who gathered her strength and covered the beastman she had saved, pulling her to a safe distance. She scolded her, saying she was stupid. She had been asked not to come near. Falur tore herself from her grasp and cried out, "I no longer want to be a coward who leaves everything to others." Luciana smiled at her words, stroked her head, and said, "Okay." She won't call her cowardly anymore. She asked her if she could reach her comrades with these keys. Falur told her she would. Luciana rose to her feet and said, then she'll hold him back, and she should run and save the girls. The beastman, nearly in tears, tried to stop her. She said her body was already one big wound. Luciana said, "It's okay, it doesn't matter. It's all good, let her go." Falur rushed to her comrade's aid, while Luciana stood firmly in front of Calibus. She delivered a powerful kick, spinning around. He said in surprise, "Anyway, she'll die soon." The girl angrily replied, "You can't just say her name like that. He's simply disgusting." The leader laughed and exclaimed, "The real disgust is them, the demons. Their leader was defeated 10 years ago, yet they continue to drag out their miserable existence like insects. That's what's so disgusting about them. A new army for the Demon King? That's so stupid. Let them face reality already. Hasn't history already proven everything to them? They will never see their prime." The boy lunged, causing a cloud of dust to rise. Luciana thought, too bad, she can't see anything. Suddenly he saw Falur rushing toward the captive succubi. She called out to them and tossed them the keys. The girls hastily began to remove their shackles. Daria turned to Falur and thanked her for her help. She asked her name, and after waiting for the girl's answer, she said that after the battle was over, they would return to the Demon King's lands together. It wasn't scary there at all. It was a wonderful country. Falur happily accepted their offer, adding that from now on, she would also put forth all her efforts. At that moment, an enraged Calibus rushed up to her and severed her head. Luciana, who had regained her sight by then, was horrified to see her new comrade without a head. Anger overwhelmed her, and she clawed at the ground, thinking, the man has taken something again. This had happened countless times before. Endlessly, he must not be spared. The most painful method must be used. He approached her and said, "Let her die too." At that moment, her allies came to her aid and attacked the district chief. Luciana exclaimed in surprise, "Are they free?" Daria answered, "The girl brought them the keys." Calibus exclaimed, "They're idiots." Luciana shouted at her companions, "Don't let Falur's efforts go to waste." She activated all her power and along with her subordinates attacked the leader, but he easily repelled all their attacks and exclaimed, "What a waste of strength." He scattered them, declaring that he would kill them one by one. The boy suddenly realized that his arms and legs were missing. He screamed in fear. What's going on? What had she done to him? What happened to his body? Suddenly he realized he was fine. His arms and legs were whole, in place. He wondered in surprise, what is this? He could move his limbs. Calibus jumped to his feet and was about to rush at his opponent again. But again he felt as if his arms and legs were missing, and he collapsed to the ground. He couldn't have known that Luciana, as the queen of the succubi, possessed seductive powers on a level far greater than those of her kind. Those trapped in this dream experienced a repeated experience of hell, a nightmare. Lying on the ground, looking up at Luciana, who towered over him, he said, "Her parents have been killed by her 1,000 times already. From the very beginning, He was the one whose parents had been taken from him, and so he wanted to reciprocate. Luciana asked, how is this possible? She had never heard of this before. She had no sympathy for him. He shouldn't worry, it was just a dream. When he woke up, that would be their end. It was difficult to distinguish between the dream world and reality, but she had good news for him. When his arms and legs couldn't grow back, that would be reality. He looked at her in horror. After some time, Daria approached her and said that it was because she hadn't done her job well that she had gotten herself dragged into all this. The girl told her not to think about it. It wasn't their fault. Daria said she understood. They were destined for each other. They were about to leave, but at that moment, a sound caught their attention. Calabus heard a voice. He desired power? Then let him drink this. They gave him a vial, and the visitor declared that he could gain power greater than that of the brave men who had wronged him. The leader drank it and transformed, looking like a true demon. Luciana and her friends stared in surprise. The protagonist apologized and said he would nevertheless encroach on the authority granted to her. The girl, astonished, called out his name. He declared that from this moment on, the Demon King's army would begin the destruction of the Null Autonomous Region. Sometime later, Luciana sat by Falur's grave and said tearfully, they were almost friends. Please forgive her for failing to protect her. The Demon King called out to her and informed her that they had successfully captured the autonomous region. He didn't know where the slaves were going. His principles prevented him from interfering in their affairs. However, the administration of his domain was ready to welcome anyone who wished to go there. Luciana noted sadly that he was, as always, kind. The protagonist looked at her carefully and said that although the capital was currently thriving, in the future they would have many territories that no one would be able to restore. They needed people. The girl answered him, also correct. There's one more thing, MC assumed, about Calabus. Luciana said, yes, there's something she must report to him about. His strength suddenly increased to an abnormal level. The protagonist remarked, yes, he had also sensed his magic. That could be called a hero's level. The girl continued, saying that during the battle, he had ingested a liquid resembling medicine several times. The protagonist told her that if she didn't want to exert herself, all she needed was a medicine with a strengthening effect. But he knew there was no medicine capable of raising physical strength to such a level. Luciana thoughtfully asked, if that's true, then what was that last form this guy took? MC said, unclear. It's reasonable to assume it's a side effect of the medicine, but that's not certain. Let them take the remains of this leader and hand it over to the department. Natasha would definitely cry with joy. Luciana turned to him and said, there was one more thing. The thing is, this time, it was she who ignited the fires of war. The girl told him Calabus's words. She added that he harbored a deep-seated grudge against the demon army of the previous generation and against her. The protagonist said there were many such people. In his past life, he had hated her too. She asked him, and now? He liked her. The protagonist hesitated, then told her that for him she was one of his most important subordinates. After becoming the Demon King, he realized that demons had their secrets too. They too sacrificed their lives to seize the chance at survival. Neither humans nor demons could be seen as good or evil. All wars were like that. Luciana exclaimed then, in that peaceful world that he wants to achieve, will there be a place for them, demons? He answered that it was. Luciana turned to him and declared that she loved him more than anyone. Sometime later, at the market, one of the villagers approached a vendor and asked him for a portion of potatoes. The vendor replied that he would do everything right away, but suddenly, something caught their attention. Something that made their faces stretch in bewilderment. At this point, Yura approached the protagonist and asked him why she was there during the fighting. Her skills would have been sufficient for the battle that had already taken place. The protagonist apologized for not explaining it properly. She had the ability to change everything in an instant, but that's precisely why he couldn't send her, who hadn't developed a sufficient sense of proportion, to the front lines. The goal of their sortie wasn't to clear enemy territory, but to deliver a minor blow. Therefore, to effectively control their own power, they must be able to adapt to the situation on the ground. The most important thing for a fighter is flexibility in combat, such as the Battle of the Demon King. Yura said, the topic has been introduced. The sense of proportion will be studied. The protagonist replied, okay. He will eagerly await the results. Yura promised him that she would make every effort. At that moment, Doldar entered the office, extended his paws to Yura, and asked the king to give her to him. Druid picked her up, Yura said. A warning for the Druid object, she's asking him to step away from her. Doldar, tossing her in the air in a fatherly manner, insisted, let the master give her to him. MC thought with a smile, thinking he must have his own methods for playing with the copy of the Supreme Spirit. Such actions on the part of the Druid are useful in their own way. Yura is capable of experiencing fear and appearing like this. This is good. He hadn't expected it. Yura exclaimed with fear on her face, asking her master to judge fairly. The protagonist wondered if feelings had developed between these two too. He told Doldar he was too loud. Yura was afraid of him. The copy of the Great Spirit countered, she's not afraid at all. MC chuckled. Really? Then, he apologizes. Doldar didn't mean to harm her. He grabbed her too much because he lacks a sense of proportion. Let her be lenient with him. Yura looked closely at him, at the druid, and said, the master's wish is accepted. She will make every effort to treat the dread subject leniently. MC said, yes please, he's asking her for it. Then she became wary, and announced that she had a report for the master. A flare-up of magical power had been detected in the southern part of the Demon King's territory. Dwight replied, yes, he felt it too. He would teleport there now and check everything out. She would go with him. Yura was overjoyed by his decision. She agreed to go with him. When they arrived, they saw a horrific scene. Many residents lay dead, and the rest were fleeing the city in panic. He was surprised to see the cause of the deaths and panic and exclaimed, it's a demonic beast. But where did it come from? There was no time to think, and he decided to think about it later. The protagonist rushed toward the enemy and shouted that he couldn't just start killing people on his lands. He stood up for the people who couldn't believe the Demon King himself was protecting them. They began to thank him. He told them to be quiet, stay where they were, and not move. What kind of Demon King was this, that people thanked him? Dwight told Yura he was waiting. The spirit copy asked him, is this a demonic beast? He said, yes. Had she already researched such creatures? Yura confirmed that she had researched the information. A demonic beast is a mutated spirit. She continued, according to records, they combine powerful physical strength and magic. However, such creatures are extremely rare, and their sightings are almost never recorded. The protagonist said in surprise, is that so? Even in his past life, wandering everywhere, he barely encountered them. And now 3 of them had appeared at once. That's simply impossible. He told Yura, that's enough information. If there's a criminal behind this, he'll expose them. The spirit copy asked him to give her an order. MC wondered why she was there during the fighting. She informed him that an introduction had been given and that a sense of proportion would be examined. The protagonist addressed her by name and told her that this was her first battle. She needed to immobilize this monster. Yura exclaimed, the order accepted. She carried out the attack. The spirit copy carried out his order with ease. After this, the protagonist, looking around the devastated area in surprise, asked her how much she had limited her power. The girl answered that she had only limited it by 20%. His amazement knew no bounds. A great spirit could raise an entire country in a single night. They were equal in strength. Then it would explain such a level of damage. He praised her for her work. She had done very well. Suddenly, she exclaimed, a monster has been detected? The protagonist thought in surprise, a new enemy? Most likely it was artificially created. Whoever created it was somewhere nearby. He flew into the air and said he would deal with it. Having defeated the monster, he asked Yura if there was only one enemy. The spirit copy answered, yes, no other threats detected. The protagonist said yes, he sensed that too. Meanwhile, the residents were upset. Their city had been destroyed along with their homes. MC told them the danger had been temporarily eliminated, but he couldn't compensate them for the damage or return their homes. If they needed to hate someone, let them hate him. He wondered where the culprit was. He didn't know their purpose, but since he had created this monster, he must return and inspect the results of his work. However, he hadn't sensed the presence of a being with such abilities at all. At that moment, Valk appeared behind him, chuckled, and asked the protagonist if he wasn't good at search magic. His senses were correct. The culprit was right there. He was right. It seemed he had become so inattentive after his shapeshifting. Had he not learned his lesson while studying magic? When faced with a choice between the results of search magic and one's own feelings, which should one prioritize? The answer is that an illusionist's technique is the best choice. On the other hand, he'd just proven himself quite well. Thanks to it, he'd gained good confirmation. What was it called, Calabus? He'd forgive him for that corrupted specimen. Valk noticed Yura and kindly inquired what kind of creature it was. It was a spirit. And not just any spirit. It must be a piece of flesh from the greatest spirit himself. He told the protagonist he'd gained companions as frightening as himself. From the moment he spotted him in these lands, he'd begun receiving fascinating information about his deeds. He had no idea what he'd experienced there. But since when had he started calling himself the Demon King? What kind of stupid joke was this? Valk, disguised as a girl, brought water to the villagers and told them it was drawn from a well. If they wanted, they could take it. The residents were delighted and deeply touched by such thoughtfulness. He went to fetch another supply of water and left the villagers, who spent a long time discussing this gesture of kindness and care from the unknown girl. Natasha drank the strengthening potion and heard the protagonist ask her if she could hear him. The girl replied that she was there. He asked if it was okay for her to speak. He added that he would now send her a monster he was controlling. The researcher joyfully exclaimed, "Hooray, monsters, the rarest species." The protagonist noted that this was true and said that they had encountered them right in the city. She immediately became serious and said, "This is very unnatural for them." The girl asked for a moment of his time and reported on the remains of Calabus, which he had sent a few days earlier. She detected multiple substances in his body. At first glance, these substances were very different from those known as enhancers. She drank her potion again and continued, Although it was too early to draw any definitive conclusions at this stage, she believed it wasn't just a booster, it was a substance that replaced flesh components. The protagonist replied that he had indeed taken on a different form, but that was just speculation. Replacing flesh components, was that even possible? Natasha laughed and told him he was simply terrifying. His very existence was already beyond the realm of human consciousness. What was he even talking about? Nothing was impossible in this world. He agreed with her on that. The girl also said that although it was just her imagination, the monster he was currently controlling was also a human being who had taken the medicine, causing his body to change. Dwight said that if that were true, it would explain their unnatural appearance. Natasha noted that their characteristics differed somewhat from those found on the district chief. However, if it's an artificially created substance, and Calibus is a test subject, that explains a lot. He surprisingly suggested his theory, which she supported. With this substance, one could create any number of monsters. Suddenly, the aura in the city changed. Yura exclaimed, "A strong surge of magic confirmed. 82 points. The protagonist thought this was all planned. Volk said he noticed too late. The game starts right now. Before the protagonist's eyes, the residents who had thanked him began to transform into monsters. The protagonist exclaimed angrily, "The criminal? He's hiding now?" Laughing at him? Good, he'll let him clearly understand who his opponent is. Yura asked him if the monsters needed to be eliminated. He told her no. Let her watch carefully and learn. From now on, not a single person will die because of him. He activated a full capture and a divine spell. Looking at the dying monsters, he apologized to them for getting them involved. The protagonist scanned the area and found no traces of magic. It occurred to him to ask the leader. MC contacted Natasha, and she asked him what was going on with the creatures. Dwight told her he'd captured everyone who used magic, and they weren't a threat now. The girl remarked, "He's a tough guy." The protagonist said, as she'd suspected, "They're people who've become monsters." She told him, "I see. Then, it is quite possible that such a change is caused by a special substance." The protagonist said he thought so. The researcher, taking another dose of the enhancer, said she could begin the research immediately and let him send all the monsters to her. MC expressed his hope that they could be restored to human form. The girl said she was afraid that these kinds of changes were irreversible, but she needed to wait until the analysis was complete, and then she could come up with something. She suddenly swayed and grabbed the edge of the table. The protagonist apologized for the trouble. Natasha, blood running from her mouth, grinned and said, "What trouble?" "Nothing of the sort. Let him just trust her." She sat down on the floor and heard his words. The body is her most precious resource. When it's depleted, it needs to be restored with rest. The girl thought she'd already depleted it long ago. Natasha said out loud, "Then she'll get a proper rest." He's too worried about her. He asks her to rest all day, but doesn't he work from morning until night? It's unfair. After a while, Grom exclaimed in surprise, "Yura destroyed the city a little? Perhaps she still lacks a sense of proportion?" The protagonist answered him, "She's already taken control of her power." Grom clarified, "Took control of her power and destroyed an entire city?" The protagonist advised him not to worry about it. After all, he came to him with a report. The deputy exclaimed, "Exactly. What does he know about the Republic? It's an independent state. They have neither a king nor an emperor. They elect a representative from the people to govern the country." MC asked him what was going on with the Republic. Grom replied that they were going through a time of turmoil. Since their spies were still recovering, he'd scouted out the situation himself. Dwight said in surprise, "Internal unrest? Didn't that just start recently? If their turmoil doesn't affect their plans, then they shouldn't interfere." The deputy said he had noticed something though. The cause of the unrest was a desire to repair the damage caused by the Demon King. A political disagreement had arisen between the Acolyte Party and the military, which advocated a punitive approach. However, there were followers of the previous Demon King among the military. The protagonist said in surprise, "People from the land of the old demons? What were their motives?" Grom told him their goals were still being investigated. However, a secret route had been spotted between the land of the old demons and the Republic. Demons have long been engaged in trade with humans. Therefore, their trading partners were undoubtedly Republicans. MC chuckled in confusion, thinking that beneath the apparent calm, a storm was lurking. Trade between demons and humans, internal unrest, the purpose was unclear. Although this was only his guess, it seemed these matters were somehow connected to monsters. He ordered Grom to immediately strengthen security and monitor the situation. The deputy asked him if he was sure about this. The protagonist answered that it was. An alliance between demons and humans is rare in itself. It's unclear what it could even turn into. Dwight thought deeply, then said that his dream was to wait for the day when demons and humans decide to walk hand in hand. This was the task he hadn't completed in his past life, and it was also his current goal. Grom was surprised. This was so sudden, he was so diligent. He added admiringly, "That's their Demon King." The protagonist thought, by the way, the members of the Demon King's army they captured were still locked up with the head. He should ask them about the monsters and the unrest. He told Grom that he would go to the research department. The deputy answered him. He understood, and he would continue to study the situation in the Republic. MC told him that he was counting on him. When Dwight arrived at the center, he was struck by a strange silence. He called Natasha several times, but no one answered. The protagonist rushed to the office where the girl was conducting all her research and was horrified to see her lying on the floor, lifeless. He rushed to her side and realized with relief that she was still alive. The protagonist exclaimed, "Didn't she really get any rest? Her life was hanging by a thread." He turned to Yura and ordered her to heal Natasha quickly. The spirit copy responded, the order accepted, and she was beginning the treatment. A short time later, the protagonist noticed her stirring and asked her if she could hear them. Natasha said weakly, "Master, you are here." She told Yura that she was already fine. Grom's ward protested that her life was in danger, but Natasha insisted that she was fine. She had simply been waiting for this moment. MC, surprised, asked her what she was talking about. The researcher told him he had such a soft heart. If not for that, would he have been able to hear her plea? She was asking him to allow her to become immortal. The protagonist couldn't believe his ears. He exclaimed, "Is she serious?" Natasha assured him that she was. He noticed numerous vials of potion and exclaimed, "What did she drink?" The girl answered that it was a regular potion for restoring strength, even though it was illegal. The protagonist was indignant. They had agreed that she would definitely rest. Natasha laughed and honestly admitted to the protagonist that she had been deceiving him and hadn't rested. Dwight said, "It's true. Immortals don't need food or sleep, but at the same time, she will lose the sensations she experiences as a mortal. Does she even understand this? Immortality, is that really something to strive for? It will be as if she were forever imprisoned." Natasha objected. "So be it. She wants to do as much as possible. She wants to continue her research. This desire prevents her from stopping and resting, but she hates being human. Even though she takes medicine to maintain her strength, her body refuses to obey her will. She envies him so much. Eternal imprisonment. Isn't that wonderful? Let him take her with him to his world." The protagonist was utterly surprised by her passionate speech. Yura also looked at her in bewilderment. He thought the situation was beyond his expectations. He practices magic that turns people into ghosts. It wasn't that the spell itself failed, or that he made a mistake. He was afraid, all because of her strange obsession. The obsession deformed and amplified the magical effect. Her immortal form is at its best, a lineage with a high level of spiritual organization and illusion. The protagonist fulfilled her request, and the girl was immensely happy. She exclaimed, "Let him allow her to continue her work." After a while, Natasha, muttering something under her breath about plants and miasmas, turned to MC and told him she had good news. The ingredients for the magical beast substance have been identified. The protagonist was surprised. "Wow, how fast." The girl happily exclaimed that it was true, and all thanks to the Phantom's properties, incredibly effective. And now, she would get to the main point. She showed him 2 demons, and asked him if he remembered them. Dwight said yes, they were the remnants of the previous Demon Lord's army. He had done business with them before. The girl remarked in surprise, "Business?" The protagonist said, "Nothing special. They wouldn't be able to talk properly now." Natasha said she'd explain it to him. Tiny plant fragments found on their clothing matched the substance's main ingredient. The raw material was a plant that grew only in the former Demon Lord's territory. It was called the Cold Dragon plant. People donated food, and in exchange, demons harvested the plant. That's all. The trading partner must be people from the Republic. MC thought it was all connected. The manufacturer of the magical beast substance is the Republic, and the mastermind was probably hiding there too. All they knew about this conspiracy mastermind was that he was cunning and well prepared, and, what's more, he was well versed in magic. It wasn't clear yet whether the will of this world was involved, but he felt they needed to deal with this problem using all their might. He needed to consider what the best course of action was now. The protagonist turned to Grom and asked him how the investigation in the Republic was progressing. His deputy told him that civil unrest was intensifying. On top of that, there was a severe food shortage in the country. Dwight said that work was going well, but the investigation into the cause of the unrest had been suspended. He needed to focus on other matters. Grom, surprised, asked him what the cause could be. The protagonist noticed there were pharmaceutical factories in the Republic. The deputy replied, yes, they had confirmed the presence of several buildings that could be them. The protagonist said, as expected, he worked quickly. Grom declared himself honored to receive such praise from his master. Are we talking about these same medications? Dwight replied that yes, it had been confirmed that the substances were produced in the Republic. The undead eagerly exclaimed, then, they will begin an investigation immediately. The MC objected, saying he would go personally. He had another task. Let him go with him now. Grom readily responded to his order. Natasha told the protagonist that she would continue her analysis and try to develop a cure. The protagonist thanked her for her zeal. After some time, Dwight told Grom that they had arrived and that this was the place. The deputy remarked that this was the legendary land where the Demon King fought to the death with the previous king. So why were they here? MC replied that he wanted to destroy the plants growing in that area so that the raw materials for the substances intended for magical beasts could never be produced again. Grom asked him in surprise, Is it really possible to grow them in the Republic? The protagonist replied, no, it's impossible. People from the Republic had been coming here for 4 years already, because these plants can only grow in the unique climate of this land. The deputy asked him, unique climate? He meant the miasma? The protagonist told him, exactly, and he wanted to ask him to absorb all the miasma in this area. Grom exclaimed in surprise, that's it? Dwight clarified, let him act according to the same principle as he did in the Valley of the Dead. He should be able to do the same. Let him first try absorbing the miasma from the surrounding area. The undead creature replied that he understood and began the task. He activated his ability and began absorbing it. An ominous darkness enveloped everything, and the miasma permeated the deputy's body. Finally, he fell to the ground and admitted it was hard. The protagonist supported him. He knew the pain was so intense it felt like it was tearing him apart from the inside. It could even affect his soul. He understood what he was feeling. He'd been through it too, but he could endure it. He could be relied on. Couldn't he? Grom perked up and said, that's right, let him trust him. And he resumed his mission. Sometime later, the protagonist arrived at the pharmaceutical center and told the astonished scientists that he had to interrupt them for a moment. People began to scatter in panic. Luciana caught one of the scientists and exclaimed, she's got him. The protagonist looked around and thought, at first glance, everything looked like ordinary magical potions. Activating the search, he realized it was underground. Luciana exclaimed, wow, he's so brave. MC thought the accuracy would be worse than the director's research, but he could analyze the reagents with magic. Having done so, he discovered the magical beast's preparation. After that, he blew up everything that remained. Luciana turned to him and noted that they were in trouble. No one had information about the organizer. Dwight exclaimed in amazement, how could that be? The girls suggested that it seemed their memories had all been altered, and information about the organization had been completely deleted. She looked at the surprised gentleman and remarked, this is bad. She agreed. He thought, no wonder Luciana was so worried. Memory alteration is very advanced magic. To use it so that a person wouldn't turn into an empty shell, but would remain normal, that was top-notch. He wasn't sure even he could pull it off. No, actually, he had someone in mind who could do it, a certain mage. Luciana mused. This method, she thought she knew someone who preferred this nasty and annoying way of doing things. She looked at the protagonist and asked if he was thinking the same thing as she was. He replied that he was, but that couldn't be because he had killed that person 10 years ago. Meanwhile, Grom continued his mission. He thought painfully that this was a nightmare. His consciousness was crumbling. He would lose himself, but at the same time, he stubbornly repeated to himself, the Demon Lord had trusted him. That meant he believed in him. That meant he could do it. He would see this through to the end. After some time, Grom turned to his Demon Lord, exhausted. The protagonist tried to figure out the situation. He hypothetically said that if that man could somehow return to life and turned out to be the mastermind behind the drug's production, locating him would be nearly impossible. Luciana agreed. His ability to block memories was unbreakable, even for a demon lord. He infuriated her, but she still had to admit it. MC thought the 4 heavenly kings of the previous demon lord's army, the greatest time mage, Valk Wendanian. At that moment, the character himself appeared to them and asked them if they had called him. Valk asked the protagonist if something was wrong. He looked like he'd seen a ghost. He thought Dwight would be happy to see them reunited. Luciana asked her master why he was alive. He killed him. MC spoke. He did it. He destroyed his soul, and even incinerated his body. He can't be alive. Valk said he would leave his return to his imagination. He would say so. There are exceptions to everything. Even his, the protagonist's, current form. Isn't that one of those exceptions? Dwight thought. His best guess was that he used a delayed restoration spell and later regained his soul. This shouldn't be possible, but with this man, anything is possible. Valk exclaimed, by the way. He always wanted to ask him, why does he call himself a demon lord? Has his heart been darkened by hatred for humanity? Looking closely at the protagonist, he continued, no, the reason is different, right? The protagonist shouted at him irritably. It's none of his business. The mage remarked in surprise, wow, completely different from before. What a threatening aura. Dwight thought, just an illusion. It seems his real body is somewhere else. Valk said, his sword. After that, he laughed and said, now he understands everything. The heroine died, but it seems he's still clinging to her, right? Luciana angrily told him, enough. 10 years have passed, and he's still as vile as ever. Valk mockingly addressed her by name and said, a fool who sleeps with her enemy, she should be ashamed. Luciana deliberately pressed herself against the protagonist and exclaimed, what nonsense. What should she be ashamed of? Nothing fills her with pride like being next to the current demon lord's army. The mage looked at her and said, well, never mind, it's time for them to end their conversation. He added that he was finished with the preparations. The protagonist noticed. Preparations, he said with a sly grin, and he doesn't understand? Let him try to broaden his horizons, then he'll see how interesting this situation is unfolding. Luciana turned warily to the protagonist and said, she doesn't sense the presence of people. Dwight said, yes, there are no more of them. There isn't a single human left in the Republic. Besides, this magical reaction can't be happening. He turned to Valk and exclaimed angrily, he turned everyone into magical beasts. Suddenly, monsters burst into the lab, and the protagonist and Luciana barely managed to dodge their furious force. The mage calmly said, more precisely, he turned everyone into beasts and demons. But it seems there are few compatible ones. Adjustments will need to be made. MC thought in surprise. Compatible? Could it be that he considers those who turned into magical beasts incompatible, and the desired effect of the substance is to turn people into demons? He asked the opponent what he was trying to achieve. Was he seeking revenge? The mage mockingly said, "Don't overestimate yourself." He was certainly annoying, but he had a much greater goal than himself. He wants to rebuild the Demon Lord's army, Dwight thought in amazement. So that's what he's after. His true goal is to transform humans into beasts and demons and create a new army from them. He asked him if the Civil War was his doing too. Valk chuckled and said, "Of course. It's such a simple matter to pretend to be human and infiltrate the country's high society." After which, having created a food shortage through civil war, he distributed the substance throughout the country under the guise of a tonic potion. The protagonist thought with disgust. His assumptions were correct. He was acting in vile ways. He couldn't allow him to live. At that moment, Luciana informed him that magical beasts had begun moving toward demon territory. Most likely, they were controlled by a mage. Was he planning to invade their lands? She added that she would delay him, and he needed to deal with the magical beasts. He was the only one who could handle such a major problem. The protagonist agreed with her. He understood that this would practically destroy the Republic, but he had no other choice. Luciana set about her task, activating her powers and aiming a blow at her opponent. Valk exclaimed mockingly, "She understands it's useless, right?" And he thought she was smarter. The girl, raising her hand to activate her skill, exclaimed, "It's not useless." She wanted to enchant him, but he managed to dodge it and said, "That was close." He supposed the nightmare could reach through illusion if it directly touched the soul. Luciana looked at him irritably. He continued, "And yet, this power had always intrigued him. After all, it only works upon contact. That sounds like a disadvantage, doesn't it? At the very least, it's of little use in combat. It's harmless if a person can't be touched." He was surprised she could become a heavenly king with such power. Luciana angrily screamed at him to shut his mouth. He hadn't changed at all. He had always infuriated her. She was even glad they were enemies now. He should die, the bony clown. Valk laughed outright and said, "Oh, how mean she was." But if she wanted, he was ready to invite her to the Demon Lord's new army as one of the captains. The girl became even more furious. Was he stupid? Had he even listened to her? Did he seriously think he could rebuild the demon army? He could try as hard as he wanted, but he couldn't defeat Dwight. Valk looked at her with interest.